This upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gives off such an abnormal feeling. If we are going to attack him, we will need to deal with the eagle first. Did you forget what he said? Other than this eagle, he also has other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu Immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu Immortal, he would be easier to deal with. This path is vulnerable to direct attacks. Even if he is an immortal, we are also Gu Immortals. That might not work. Don't be hasty. We will see on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even up until the Immortals arrived at Immortal Succession Mountain, some Gu Immortals were still talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. An immemorial desolate beast which had rank 8 battle strength upon maturity. This news was a shock to the Immortals. Feng Yuan listened to their words, but he still showed a calm and composed expression. There were no flaws in his acting. Unwittingly, the Immortals' guesses of him had already distorted from reality. Feng Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong things they assumed, the greater his advantage. If he was really treated as an enslavement path Gu Immortal, then they would get to see the power of a transformation path and strength path Gu Immortal. Conversely, during the conversation, Feng Yuan continued to probe and obtained a lot of precious intelligence. These Gu Immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not good at confrontations or dealing with people. Not just in terms of words, they are not as crafty as Gu Immortals outside. I could easily probe their background. They have barely any shrewdness, and their methods are outdated. All in all, these Gu Immortals are split into 2 groups. One is led by old immortal Chun Chi. The 4 Gu Immortals are related by bloodline. The other group are the 3 blood-sworn immortals. They are Zhou Min, Zhang Tuo, and Feng Jun. They actually have a blood path leader. The final 2 are loners, as expected. They do not work with the groups. Feng Yuan snickered internally. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Heifan Grotto Heaven was no exception. But evidently, the conflict here was small and low-level. The Gu Immortals were not skilled at competing against one another. It truly paled in comparison to Northern Plains. And most importantly, these Gu Immortals had very little knowledge. Feng Yuan had already probed. These Gu Immortals could not get into Treasure Yellow Heaven, or rather, they did not even know about its existence. But, look at their identities, they were descendants of criminals. It made sense that old ancestor Heifan prevented them from connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven. If they could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would be different. Not only would they have updated methods, they would be able to trade and gain knowledge. Even without trading, they would grow in experience. It would be an immense growth. Immortal Succession Mountain was a tall, lone mountain. It was not a famous mountain or river. It had 10 levels, getting smaller towards the top. There was evident signs of man-made design in it. Around the mountain were forests that had lots of resources in them. Feng Yuan was quite amazed. Even though Heifan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it had no calamities and tribulations, and because it could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, the resources inside were truly too rich from generations of accumulation. The Immortals followed the brass bell Heavenly Spirit, landing in the single stone pavilion near the mountain peak. The stone pavilion was very simple in structure, but even though it was just a pavilion, it had a grand atmosphere. The pavilion was supported by 8 thick pillars. There was a stone tablet in the pavilion that was eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It took up almost all of the space in the pavilion. There were words carved on it. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit entered the stone pavilion. Hanging on a pillar of the stone pavilion, there was a hook there. It stopped moving after getting into position. Old Immortal Chun Chi said, "Superior Immortal, you have just arrived. You must have many questions. Look at this stone tablet, it will answer a lot of your questions." Feng Yuan was prepared. He looked at it patiently. A while later, he finally understood everything. It turned out that back then, Heifan's most beloved granddaughter, Heifeng Yu, had vanished, along with Attitude Gu. Heifan lost his precious granddaughter, but there was nothing he could do. His lifespan was almost expended. He could only place his immortal aperture down and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. The few He tribe Gu Immortals who could not take care of her were locked in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Not only was their freedom taken away, Their immortal apertures were even taken out and fused into He-Fan Grotto Heaven. This way, He-Fan Grotto Heaven became even bigger. Before He-Fan absorbed the fragment of immemorial Azure Heaven, he had already made his arrangements, leaving behind his true inheritance and the heavenly crystal eagle nest. But he could not stop thinking about his granddaughter. He wanted his descendants to look for her. Thus, he added an additional step, that was the aura of attitude goo which was needed. From his perspective, even if he did not show up with He tribe's power at that time, they could definitely find He Feng Yu's location and get back attitude goo. But in truth, he was too optimistic. Or rather, because of kinship, he refused to accept the truth. He felt that He Feng Yu was still very likely alive. Because of his miscalculation, He Fan's true inheritance went uninherited for all this time, until now, after Feng Yuan disguised himself and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This had to be considered an error by old ancestor He Fan. But he was a rank 8 great expert after all. Before his death, he sensed this error as well. He thought, if nobody from the main tribe inherits his true inheritance, what would happen? If that happened, either He tribe would be wiped out or become weakened, without any worthy descendants. What He Fan thought of was, in that case, he might as well prepare another batch, and let the people in the Grotto Heaven inherit his true inheritance, passing it down in that way. They had He tribe's bloodline after all. Thus, after setting up the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before his death, He Fan added a new rule to his true inheritance. He set a timing. Several hundred years later, if nobody from the main tribe obtains his true inheritance, then the descendants in the Grotto Heaven would be allowed to roam Immortal Succession Mountain and find their own opportunities. This was stated in the tablet. Old ancestor, He Fan, left behind his key true inheritance on Immortal Succession Mountain. He set up a lot of smaller inheritances as well before his lifespan ran out. The other He tribe criminal immortals cried and grieved. They felt that they let him down. They died together with him. But before dying, they imitated He Fan and left behind their stone tablet inheritances on Immortal Succession Mountain. Their true inheritances were hidden inside. The He tribe members who were in Northern Plains were searching for attitude goo, but there was nothing they could find. Time passed. The time limit that old ancestor He Fan set had long since elapsed. Thus, in He Fan Grotto Heaven, Immortal Succession Mountain was opened up to the mortals to explore. As a result, goo immortals started appearing in He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Although many mortals obtained the true inheritances, and a portion of them became goo immortals, there had never been anyone who got to the mountain peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, if the person who obtains the first true inheritance becomes a goo immortal, they would be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would have the authority to forgive the sins of these criminal immortals. They would regain freedom and return to He tribe. But before this, no matter how many generations had gone by, they could not have the He surname. They could only have other names. It would remind them of their identities as criminals. After reading the contents of the stone tablet, Feng Yuan finally understood. The confusion inside him was lifted. No wonder these goo immortals have such complex expressions and emotions towards me. They have both kind and ill intentions at the same time. Feng Yuan thought about it from their perspective. If it were him, he would be having even more complex feelings. According to He Fan's rules, the time limit was over, so be it the He tribe main immortals or these criminal immortals, they were qualified to vie for He Fan's true inheritance. These immortals had been enthusiastically raising descendants to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, to open up the Grotto Heaven and regain freedom. As for these goo immortals, they had already obtained other inheritances. They were not qualified to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have much conflict normally. They lived quite peacefully. Originally, they did not think that anyone from the main tribe would come. After all, it had been so long, but nobody came. With Feng Yuan's sudden appearance, their preconceptions were broken. And because of the rules on the stone tablet, they had to go welcome him, even though they were against his arrival and mentally not prepared. From their perspective, He Fan's true inheritance belonged to them already. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one day, someone would ascend the mountain peak and obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Feng Yuan's arrival, but they had no choice but to follow the rules. The heavenly spirit might be mindless, but He Fan had considered this before dying. Even though it was rather unreliable, it still firmly carried on He Fan's will after his death. And He Fan still had one method of restriction. Becoming a Gu immortal would have calamities and tribulations. Whenever they are unable to pass the tribulations, these Gu immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask the heavenly spirit for help. The heavenly spirit would use the immortal Gu in the first tablet's true inheritance to stall their calamities and tribulations. Even though they could be safe for the moment, they would be under the heavenly spirit's control. The heavenly spirit only had to use a certain method in the true inheritance to remove the method of stalling calamities and tribulations, causing them to die. Many Gu immortals were able to pass the calamities and tribulations early on, but they did not know about Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven had a lot of resources, there was a limit to its variety. These Gu immortals' cultivation needs could not be fulfilled. Thus, after many calamities and tribulations, when they got stronger, these Gu immortals were gradually unable to pass them. Eventually, they had no choice but to seek help from the heavenly spirit. They all fell into He Fan's trap and became controlled by the heavenly spirit. Even though He Fan had died for many years, he still had great control over He Fan Grotto Heaven as a result. Old ancestor He Fan, as expected and worthy of the champion that led He tribe to its most glorious era. Even after he died, he still had complete control of He Fan Grotto Heaven. These Gu immortals all revere him. But what this tablet states might not be too factual. I don't believe that those criminal immortals were willing to die together with old ancestor He Fan. Evidently, regardless of their wishes, He Fan still acted in this ruthless and cruel manner. He is truly praiseworthy. If they were allowed to live, He Fan Grotto Heaven might have been broken through from the inside already. Thoughts flashed past his mind rapidly. Feng Yuan's gaze retracted from the stone tablet. He slowly raised his head to look at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He asked, "Then, what should I do to obtain this true inheritance?" Once he said that, the other Gu immortals held their breaths and concentrated, looking over with concerned gazes. The stone tablet in the pavilion stated, "Be it a main tribe member brought over by the heavenly spirit or a criminal immortal who ascended the mountain, they had one final, most important test before inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. But the contents of this final test were not written on the stone tablet. They had to ask the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit was mindless, but remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus, Feng Yuan asked it. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell heavenly spirit shake, creating a long and loud sound. When the sound vibrated off the pillars, there were changes to the tablet. At the end of the original content, new lines were appearing. The immortals gasped upon seeing it. This says that He Fan Grotto Heaven is the true inheritance itself. Whoever obtains the true inheritance becomes He Fan Grotto Heaven's owner. But to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, there is one final test. It is actually this? No wonder old ancestor He Fan set a rule that if the inheritor appears, all of us need to go and welcome him. Old ancestor is magnanimous. He planned meticulously. Even though we are criminals, he had never forgotten us. He is still concerned about us descendants. The immortals discussed. They felt admiration towards old ancestor He Fan. Some had red eyes as they almost cried. Feng Yuan looked at the new information. He was frowning. His expression had turned heavy. The contents clearly told him what the test was. As long as I pass the final test, I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? It wants me to obtain the votes of half of the Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven. And I must complete it within 3 years in the Grotto Heaven's time. Feng Yuan shook his head. Old ancestor He Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was siding with the Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain their support. But Feng Yuan soon reacted. He understood He Fan's intentions. Old ancestor Heifan set the rules to encourage his inheritor to take in these Gu immortals within Heifan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture. By taking them in, it would benefit He tribe greatly. Thus, this not only tested the inheritor's abilities, their interpersonal skills were also tested, whether they could be a skilled leader to unite others or not. Heifan was using his true inheritance to choose a leader for He tribe. He was not just looking for a Gu immortal expert. Old fellow, you are already dead. Why are you considering so many things? It is so troublesome, Fang Yuan thought, but on the surface, he sighed as he spoke in heartfelt fashion. Ancestor Heifan was thinking for He tribe the entire time. He put in so much effort. As a descendant, I am deeply moved. Yes, yes. The immortals heard his words and responded. Originally, these Gu immortals were feeling very worried. After all, if Fang Yuan obtained Heifan's true inheritance, they did not know what would happen to criminal immortals like themselves. But now, with old ancestor Heifan's arrangement, their welfare was assured. Fang Yuan kept his moved expression as he turned around. Standing before the stone tablet, facing the immortals in the pavilion, he asked, "Then, how can I obtain all of your support?" As Fang Yuan had expected, what he obtained was silence. Times were different now. Initially, they were wary of him, but now, Fang Yuan needed to get half of the Gu immortals' recognition. In that case, the situation was reversed. It was completely different. The immortals looked at each other. Nobody spoke. Only their gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Earlier, they were cautious and tried to express kindness while concealing their ill intent. But now, they had distant gazes. They got on their high horses and thought about it internally. Fang Yuan was not rushed. He stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, the most experienced and oldest Gu immortal, Chan Chi, could not hold it in anymore. He coughed. Today's matters progressed too quickly. We are simply unprepared for it. Sigh, maybe I am getting old. All this thinking is making my head hurt. I cannot process it yet. Superior Immortal, you must have had a long journey to reach here and are tired, right? Why don't you go take a rest first and relax? We can think about this later. This old fox. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Old Immortal Chan Chi's words were well received by the Gu immortals present. They answered him with great enthusiasm. They were fragmented earlier, but now it looked like they were united, dealing with the outsider Fang Yuan together. However, so what if I agree to your stalling? Fang Yuan had expected them to respond in that manner. His expression did not change. He nodded and said reluctantly, Immortal Chun Chi, you have a point. Chun Chi showed a smile of victory, but soon he concealed it. My accommodations are crude, but we have some tea for you. If you do not mind, it would be my great honor to accommodate you. Chun Chi invited warmly, but he did not give a clear reply to Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan smiled in a reluctant manner, nodding. I will trouble you in that case. He called it crude, but old Immortal Chin Chi was naturally just being humble. His accommodations were not crude at all. Instead, they were very elegant and grand. A number of palaces sat on top of a mountain peak. This mountain seemed to be man-made. The top was flat. Palaces were erected all over it. There were golden bricks and green tiles, with many beautifully crafted pillars. Chun Chi and his Gu immortal subordinates lived here. Not just them, a large number of Gu masters and mortals as well. These are all my descendants. Please excuse them, superior immortal. At my age, I enjoy having descendants and nurturing them, Chin Chi explained. Fang Yuan nodded. This shows that you are someone who values relationships. Chun Chi looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not like people who values relationships and loyalty? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed too. Seeing Chun Chi and Fang Yuan talking so harmoniously, the other three Gu immortals had relaxed emotions. Just like this, Fang Yuan stayed here for the time being. Strangely, since the first day, Chun Chi had not shown himself again, and did not meet with Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He waited patiently. For days later, in the palaces, Fang Yuan and Chun Lu strolled in the long walkways. Chun Lu was one of the female immortals. She had long hair in two buns and a bubbly nature. In terms of bloodline, she was old Immortal Chun Chi's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Chung. Look at that lotus. I love its color. Chun Lu pointed at the lotus pond and smiled. This walkway was quite special. It crossed over the entire lotus pond. There were lotuses inside the lotus pond of all colors. They were floating aimlessly. It was a beautiful sight. These last days, even though old Immortal Chun Chi did not meet with Fang Yuan, Chun Lu was keeping him company, to look at all the scenic sights in the palaces. This yellow lotus is cute, pure and innocent. It really suits you, Lu Air. Fang Yuan smiled. Chun Lu lowered her head. She was embarrassed. She said faintly, "Young master, what are you saying?" Lu Air was just happy from seeing these flowers. I feel very happy seeing you as well, Lu Air. Fang Yuan smiled as he extended his arms, holding Lu Air's hands. Chun Li's body shook. She subconsciously wanted to get free, but Fang Yuan's hands were holding her tightly. Chun Li's face was bright red, even with her Gu Immortal cultivation level. Her brain was in chaos. She struggled as she murmured, young master, you?" Fang Yuan took a step forward, his body almost completely touching Chun Lu. Chun Lu quickly moved back. Because her body was unstable, she fell backwards. Fang Yuan held her in his arms as she fell. "Be careful, don't fall." His gentle voice entered Chun Li's ears. When Chun Lu reacted, she was already lying in Fang Yuan's arms. Chun Lu raised her head. She saw Fang Yuan, who was smiling with a hint of cheekiness in his gaze. Chun Lu was extremely embarrassed. She punched Fang Yuan's chest softly. "Young master, you are too naughty. You bullied me." Saying this, she struggled out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan gasped. He took a step back, showing intense pain on his face. Chun Lu quickly moved forward, asking him with deep concern, "Young master, how are you?" Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. "To speak the truth, not long ago I engaged in a fierce battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan true inheritance. Many Gu immortals in the tribe are not willing to see it happen. So you are injured? Why didn't you tell me?" Chun Li stomped her feet. Her embarrassment was gone. She looked at Fang Yuan's chest as she asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It is a small injury, it is no issue. But with higher cultivation level, my Dao marks are deeper. The injuries I suffered are more severe." Fang Yuan smiled before shifting the topic. "However, your great-grandfather refined Gu and suffered injuries. He is in a similar state as me, right? Otherwise, why would he not meet me for the last few days?" Panic flashed across Chun Li's eyes. She stammered and tried to respond to Fang Yuan. Old Immortal Chun Chi could not refuse to meet Fang Yuan without any reason. Thus, the excuse he gave was that he had suffered a backlash from Gu refinement failure. His injuries were severe and he could not meet guests. Of course, at this timing, how could he suddenly get injured from refining Gu? Both parties knew the reason, they did not speak it. On that night, the 4 Gu immortals including Chun Chi engaged in a secret discussion. Chun Lu reported, "Ancestor, young Master He Chung asked me about your injury today." "Oh?" He finally lost his patience, huh? Chun Chi smiled. "Thankfully, I managed to conceal it. He was not suspicious. But as time passes, I am afraid." Chun Lu was worried. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other, smiling. Chun Lu was well protected by her family. She was unhardened and innocent. She did not know that Fang Yuan knew about it clearly. The fact that he asked about Chun Chi's injuries was a subtle reminder. The male Gu Immortal Chun Li Ji thought for a moment before saying, "It seems that we have to talk to this He Chung properly." Old Immortal Chun Chi shook his head. He said with an unmoved expression, "So what if we wait a few more days?" "There is no rush," Chun Li Ji said worriedly. "He understands the situation. If we drag this out, he might get annoyed. If he is forced away and goes to Zheng Tuo's side, it would be troublesome." "Little Ji, don't worry." Chun Chi smiled, analyzing. "The final test of the true inheritance requires half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven to support He Chung. Right now in He Fan Grotto Heaven, disregarding He Chung himself, there are 9 Gu immortals. We have 4 people on our side, we are nearly half of the total. This is a huge quantity. As long as he gets our support, he would already be one step from winning. As long as he gets one more person's vote, he would succeed. There is no way he did not consider this. Even if he gives up on our side and go to the other Gu Immortals, he would face trouble. The situation is different now. He is an outsider. If he wants our support, he has to give up some benefits. He needs to put up something for our gain. Moreover, those three, Zhang Tuo and the others, are more ambitious. Chen Liji did not speak. Instead, Chen Wanyun said, "Old ancestor, actually, I have an idea. If He Cheng cannot get half of the Gu Immortals' votes, wouldn't he fail? As long as He Fan true inheritance remains on Immortal Succession Mountain, one day, our descendants would ascend to the top and obtain it, right? We have been guarding He Fan's true inheritance for countless generations. Even old ancestor He Fan gave us the rights to vie for it. Are we really going to give it to an outsider? He Cheng is not an outsider. He is from the main tribe." Chen Lu rebuked. "Lu Er, don't forget. The main tribe is enjoying freedom and glory in the outside world. As for us, we have been trapped here for generations, suffering in torment." Chen Wanyun said grimly. Chen Le had a bitter expression. She stopped talking. Chen Qi shook his head. "Yun Er, I had considered your words long ago. This would not work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain. Even if we nurture them and a lucky person shows up, when would they finally inherit the true inheritance? Decades? Centuries? Nobody knows. Secondly, even though He Cheng is alone, don't forget about the He tribesmen behind him. There are a huge number of He tribe Gu Immortals. If he fails, that is only his personal failure. He tribe's Gu Immortals are going to continue coming here. By then, can we stop them all? Are we going to stop all of the main tribe's Gu Immortal? Can we? Other than the four of us, can Zhang Tuo and the rest be trusted? These Gu Immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not know about Treasure Yellow Heaven. After so many years and generations, they could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, they had no idea what happened to He tribe. Fang Yuan lied and concealed the truth. He easily deceived these Gu Immortals, running around them in circles. Chen Qi's words made the rest of the Immortals' expressions change. Chen Lu added, "That's right, today, young Master He Cheng told me that it was a tough process to defeat those He tribe Gu Immortals and obtain victory. Even until now, he is still injured." Chen Qi nodded, continuing to analyze. He Cheng was able to emerge victorious. He is not ordinary at all. He has rank 7 cultivation level, and the upper extreme heavenly eagle with him. He has great prospects. If we help him now, it would be giving him timely assistance. When we return to the main tribe, we will have a firm foundation under him. Wouldn't that be great? However, we are not going to help him without any rewards. He has to pay a price. If he does not give up some benefits, he would not cherish our help. He would not feel gratitude towards us. Old ancestor is right. Chen Liji said. "We will not go wrong listening to ancestor." Chen Lu smiled. Chen Qi sighed eerily. He looked at the 3 Gu Immortals, saying with deep emotions, "I am old. My lifespan is almost up. I only want you descendants to live better in the future. When I go into the door of life and death, I will rest in peace. Ancestor, don't say things like that. You will definitely live a long time." Chun Li's eyes turned red. Chun Liji said firmly, "Ancestor, don't forget about lifespan Gu. To obtain our support, that He Cheng has to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely one of our conditions." Chun Chi's eyes flashed deeply. He looked at Chun Lu. "Forget about lifespan Gu. At the very least, we need to make sure Lu Er fulfills her wish and gets together with her lover." Chun Li's face was flushed red with embarrassment. She stood up as she stomped her feet. "Ancestor, you are making fun of me again. Ha ha ha." In the secret room, laughter was echoing. At the same time, Fang Yuan stood on the garden of his accommodation, raising his head towards the night sky. This He Fan Grotto Heaven had a clear day and night. Daytime was long, while nighttime was short. This was something that only happened in Grotto Heavens. Blessed lands usually did not have day and night. He Fan Grotto Heaven's night sky had no stars, but the darkness was not pitch black. If one looked closely, It had azure color. A cool wind blew. Fong Yuan's arms were behind his back. He looked at the sky as he sorted out the information that he had obtained recently. These last days, he had been interacting with Chun Lu, obtaining a lot of precious information from this gullible girl. He had clear and extensive knowledge regarding Hei Fan Grotto Heaven and the Gu Immortals inside it. Moreover, he had developed his ideas regarding Hei Fan True Inheritance further. It is almost time. In just 2 days, the time will be ripe. Fong Yuan thought. Cold light flashed across his eyes, shining deeply. 2 days went by in an instant. It was noon. Bright sunlight radiated in the palace, making it extremely lively. Winds blew, birds chirped. It was a beautiful sight. From outside Chen Chi's room, Fong Yuan's voice could be heard. I came here without informing you. I hope you can forgive me. He finally lost his patience. But he already waited for quite some time. Chen Chi was not surprised. The entire group of palaces was a huge mortal Gu house. Fong Yuan's actions were all under his observation. The door opened on its own. Chen Chi sat on his bed. Half lying down, he said weakly, Esteemed guest, you are here, but I am unable to get up and attend to you. Fong Yuan quickly walked in, standing in front of the bed, saying worriedly, It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a rule path Gu Immortal. After considering deeply, I thought of a way to lighten your injuries. Chen Chi had no injuries. Superior Immortal, I am grateful for your concern, but my injury is not something that can be healed easily. Fong Yuan smiled. Friend, you might not know. My Immortal Killer move is a signature method of our tribe. Even though the core Immortal Gu is still in the tribe, I know the content of the killer move. I will pass this Immortal Killer move to you. You can change the core and it might help with your injuries. How can I accept this great gift? Chen Chi quickly rejected. Fong Yuan said warmly, I feel like we are close friends. These last few days, I have been imposing on all of you. The killer move will be my gift in return. Superior Immortal, this gift is simply too valuable. Chen Chi continued to reject it. Fong Yuan's expression changed. His tone became very worried. How can an Immortal Killer move express my true sincerity? Oh, honestly speaking, this Hei Fan True Inheritance's final test is troubling me greatly. I hope you can give me some advice. Chen Chi heard this and his eyes shined. He understood Fong Yuan's words. He was here to exchange benefits for support. Chen Chi subconsciously sat up, saying, In my humble opinion, this matter is like refining Gu. When refining Gu, the fire is very important. It has to be large at times and small at other times. We have to deal with important matters more patiently. Hehe. I am ashamed. I have a lot of interest in Gu refinement, so I spouted nonsense. Please ignore me. This was not nonsense, it was simply bullshit. As a rule path Gu Immortal, why are you so interested in refinement path? But Fong Yuan knew what he was trying to say. He smiled. The main tribe has countless books on refinement path. As long as I obtain the true inheritance, I will be able to grant everyone freedom. When you return to the main tribe, these books will all be accessible to you. And I have collected a number of refinement path methods and Gu recipes as well. When I succeed, I can give them all to you, why not? Chen Chi nodded, showing a pleased expression. But he quickly said, I love refinement path. It is truly a time-wasting hobby. But my nephew Chun Liji is an enslavement path Gu Immortal. He is so envious of your upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fong Yuan's expression sank. There is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle. It cannot be given away. But there are a lot of Iron Crown eagles in the main tribe. They are famous in northern plains. I can assure that everyone will get one once we return. Chen Chi's joy flashed on his face. He sighed. In the past, old ancestor Hei Fan suppressed Qiao tribe. It was to obtain their secret of raising eagles. To think that after so many years, they had already developed to this extent. But our ancestors were criminals. When we return to the main tribe, what circumstances will we face? I am truly worried. No need to worry. I can assure that everyone will be very welcomed back in Hei tribe after all. Your return means that the tribe becomes stronger as well. Fong Yuan paused before saying, As for the crime, It occurred so many generations ago. Once I get the true inheritance, I will spare everyone. You have all defended Heifan Grotto Heaven for so many years. Your merits outweigh your crimes. And because you also helped me obtain the true inheritance. Hee. When I return to the main tribe, I will uphold justice for everyone. Chan Chi smiled. Superior Immortal, you are a dragon among men, an absolute genius. Your words are truly reliable. After hearing this, I am somewhat assured. I thank you for your trust. We all have He tribe's bloodline. We are one family. However, as for the other immortals outside, it will depend on their performance. Fang Yuan vaguely suggested. His meaning was, first come first serve, whoever supports him first will gain greater benefits when they return to the main tribe. Chun Chi nodded. He was a sly fox. He naturally understood what Fang Yuan meant. He smiled. Superior Immortal. Your words are truly enlightening. They are amazing. Especially the word family. It is so apartment. Saying so, he looked at Fang Yuan. Seeing his slight smile, he felt deeper confidence. He asked, what do you think of little Lu? Fang Yuan's smile faded. He answered, intelligent and eloquent, innocent and lively. She is very attractive. I will not lie to you. Lu Er is secretly in love with you. Sigh, it is a pity. Superior Immortal, you are such a talented person. How could she match you? Sigh, as her ancestor, I am unable to fulfill her wish. I only hope that Lu Er, this poor child, is able to forget about Superior Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Chen Lu sighed. Fang Yuan no longer smiled. He frowned as he considered, before saying solemnly, I will not lie to you either. I am in love with Chun Lu. I am willing to marry her as my wife. If he really loved her, he should be yelling happily in excitement. He would not show a solemn expression after considering it. But Chun Chi ignored it completely, as if he could not understand it. Fang Yuan snickered internally. He could understand why. This Chun Chi kept saying he was thinking for his descendants' future. But was that true? He was sacrificing Chun Lu to gain his own benefits. Chun Chi laughed loudly. Fang Yuan's reply was very satisfactory to him, even though he said it reluctantly. He went overboard. His smile vanished. He sighed deeply. Sigh. It is a pity that my lifespan is running out. I will not be able to attend you and Lu Er's wedding. Fang Yuan instantly understood. This old fellow was asking for lifespan goo. His expression turned grim. He stopped smiling. He said dryly, that's not the case at all, in my opinion. You are truly hale and hearty. Your appetite is truly great. Old Immortal Chun Chi chuckled as he looked at Fang Yuan directly. He showed a determined expression that was not backing off. I am truly ashamed, actually. I am a very greedy person. Not only do I want to attend the wedding of Superior Immortal and Lu Er, I also want to see the children that you have after getting married. After all, those are my descendants as well. Fang Yuan began to prance around. His eyebrows were tightly pursed. He said directly, lifespan goo are hard to find. They are very precious. I am unable to give them away. This treasure from heaven is truly hard to obtain. Old Immortal Chun Chi nodded. As if he had expected Fang Yuan's reply already, he continued, but there is no need to worry. I'll let you know, this Heifan Grotto Heaven also produces lifespan goo. They are all gathered and collected. The heavenly spirit might be mindless, but old ancestor Heifan had his arrangements. If I am not wrong, there are definitely lifespan goo within Heifan's true inheritance. I only need 300 years worth of lifespan goo. 300 years? Fang Yuan stared at Chun Chi angrily. Chun Chi was still smiling comfortably. Fang Yuan turned furious. 300 is too much. I don't even have a single one. I will only give 100. 150. Chun Chi bargained. He finally put down his act. Fang Yuan walked for a few more rounds, gritting his teeth. Forget it. I will give you 150. Deal. Chun Chi clapped, smiling widely and happily. He stopped caring about his face. After all, this was more than 100 years of lifespan. How could a bit of face compare to it? Chun Chi looked at Fang Yuan, smiling even more deeply now. Superior Immortal, I heard from Lu Air that you have a lot of immortal goo. I wonder if you can let me have a look to broaden my horizons? Fang Yuan was stunned before flying into a rage. He gritted his teeth at Chun Chi. This old fellow was too greedy. He said he wanted to take a look, but the truth was, he wanted Fang Yuan to use an immortal goo to exchange for his support. Chun Chi saw Fang Yuan turning furious and his heart jumped. But soon, he thought that this was a rare chance. There would be no opportunities like this again. After they returned to the main tribe, would this occur again? Thus, he quickly said, "Superior Immortal, this is my final request. As long as I get it, the four of us will definitely support you." Fang Yuan began prancing again. He took heavy steps, as if the concrete floor had an unresolvable deep enmity with him. Chun Chi observed his expression. Seeing that Fang Yuan's anger was fading and he was actually thinking about it, he let down his guard. He felt great joy inside him. Success! As expected, after a moment, Fang Yuan stopped his movements. He stood in front of the bed with an immortal goo in his hand. Rank 7 immortal goo! Chun Chi shouted, feeling surprised and joyful. This is a sword path immortal goo. It is not compatible with me. Otherwise, you would never see this. Fang Yuan said angrily. What is this goo's name? Chun Chi's eyes were shining. He watched as Fang Yuan handed the goo over to him. Wait. I'll exchange with this one instead. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his mind. He retracted his arm as he took out another goo from his immortal aperture. Chun Chi's gaze subconsciously moved to Fang Yuan's other arm. No sooner said than done. The Sword Path Immortal Goo activated. Sword Path Killer Move. Dark Assassination. Chun Chi was staring blankly. The bloody mark left on his forehead enlarged as blood started to spew out from the front and back of his head. He was dead. With Chun Chi's death, all the palaces started shaking. The group of palaces were all mortal goo houses. They were under old immortal Chun Chi's control. But Fang Yuan came prepared. At his will, he activated arrangements that were prepared long ago. At once, the tremors of the palaces settled down and did not continue. This was one of Fang Yuan's preparations these last days. Mortal goo houses were nothing special to goo immortals. Unless it was regarding an immortal goo house, but how could these goo immortals inside Heifan Grotto Heaven have that? Heifan was ruthless. Before he died, he killed all of the criminal He tribe goo immortals. The inheritances left behind were naturally lacking some crucial information. There was no way they contained information about immortal goo houses. And with just these goo immortals inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, there was little hope of them creating an immortal goo house. Furthermore, even though the palaces were huge and grand, the methods used were too old. Fang Yuan could easily unravel them. Old immortal Chun Chi letting him stay here for such a long time was a huge mistake. These goo immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven have lived in peace for too long, without great struggle and competition to spur on progress. They have basically no alertness. Fang Yuan looked at old immortal Chun Chi's corpse, snickering in disdain. Chun Chi died with his eyes wide open. He was still in shock. Fang Yuan had attacked too quickly. He could not even react to show fear. Fang Yuan confirmed that Chun Chi was dead, before keeping him inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he used familiar face, turning into old immortal Chun Chi's appearance and leaving the room, walking out openly. Greetings to old ancestor. Greetings to old ancestor. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many goo masters and mortals of all genders and age. After seeing Fang Yuan, they knelt down, expressing their most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan activated his goo worms, using a formless force to help them stand up. He asked them some questions in encouragement. These descendants of Chun Chi were extremely grateful to him. They did not know that the real Chun Chi had already been killed by Fang Yuan. They were greeting the culprit. They did not suspect a thing because this was how old immortal Chun Chi usually acted. Fang Yuan had been toying with Chun Lu these last days. He obtained a lot of intel, among which were Chun Chi's habits. Otherwise, with just familiar face, he could only disguise his appearance. He could not alter his actions to fit those of old immortal Chun Chi as well. Fang Yuan walked openly and confidently. After a while, he arrived at a palace. Ancestor, why are you here? Chun Li heard a disturbance and walked out of the palace, greeting him. He looked at Fang Yuan with much puzzlement. He was not suspecting his identity, of course. Instead, he was thinking Ancestor was clearly using the excuse of being bedridden currently to delay the meeting with He Cheng. Why did he appear in public so openly today, going against the original plan? Little Ji, that He Cheng came to me secretly earlier. We have already finished negotiating. Let's go in. I have a matter to discuss with you. Fang Yuan said slowly. He patted Chun Li's back. He walked ahead with his arms behind his back. The entire group of palaces were mortal Gu houses. But these three Gu immortals' accommodations respectively belonged to them. On this point, old immortal Chen Qi could not interfere. He could not control the lives of his descendants to this extent, right? Chan Li heard Fang Yuan's words and his thoughts shifted. His suspicions were lifted. He quickly moved forward, leading the way. Ancestor, please take a seat. He bowed, directing Fang Yuan to his seat. Please have some tea. Soon, he prepared a high-quality tea and handed it over with both hands, having a respectful attitude. After handing over the tea, Chun Li went down to sit at a lower seat. After drinking the tea, Fang Yuan saw that Chun Li was seated far from himself. He said, "Oh, little Ji, bring your chair over. Sit beside me." Chun Li was shocked and pleased. He joyfully answered, "Yes, Ancestor. I will stand beside you and listen to your guidance." How could he stand? There was a difference between sitting and standing. When standing, one's muscles were contracted. They could move rapidly. When seated, the body relaxed. Even their mental state would be affected. They would let down their guard. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Chun Li. He had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy. "I asked you to move your chair. Why are you being so reluctant? I have already talked to He Cheng. Now we need to deal with Zheng Tuo's gang. I need to entrust many matters to you. Yun Er and Lu Er are both women. At the crucial moment, little Ji, you have to handle more responsibilities." Chan Li had countless thoughts in his mind. He had a feeling of joy after receiving recognition. Yes. He quickly moved his chair, sitting beside Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the doors were open. He said, "Close the doors. These words are better kept as a secret from outsiders." Chun Li had no doubts. He followed the instructions. He Cheng could not endure it anymore. He came to me. After negotiating with He Cheng for a long time, he promised us many benefits. He is very sincere. Fang Yuan said slowly. Chun Li listened attentively. He wanted to ask what price He Cheng paid. But because his ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Right now, Fang Yuan started to satisfy his curiosity. He exaggerated the amount somewhat, causing Chun Li to listen with joy and excitement. He Cheng actually offered a rank 7 immortal Gu? At the end, Chun Li gasped. He was truly overjoyed. "Will I lie to you? Take a look." Fang Yuan chuckled, taking out Flying Sword immortal Gu. "Good Gu. This is a good Gu." Chun Li quickly praised. "Oh, little Ji," Fang Yuan said slowly. Chun Li immediately raised his head. His ancestor was talking to him. How could he be distracted? At this instant, sword light flashed. Chun Li was startled. There seemed to be a flash of light just then. Next, he looked at Fang Yuan's hand subconsciously. The Flying Sword immortal Gu there was gone. Why did the Gu vanish? Chun Li was perplexed, but suddenly, he felt his body going weak. There was a warm liquid flowing down his forehead. Suddenly, his world started spinning. He fell onto the ground, kneeling. One of his hands was on the floor supporting himself, while he attempted to grab Fang Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop! He fell onto the ground, completely dead. Fang Yuan's warm smile vanished. His expression turned icy cold. Doing the same thing as before, Fang Yuan suppressed this palace as well, preventing it from shaking. Others could not see any problems. Next, he gathered Chun Li's corpse and kept it in his immortal aperture. He opened the palace doors and left. There were 2 female Gu immortals remaining. Chan Wanyun had greater threat. Fang Yuan's next target was her sister. I finally succeeded in my new move, concealment within. Chun Lu smiled and said to Chun Wan-yun, "Is that so?" Chun Wan-yun heard this and was overjoyed. She looked at Chun Lu with an expression of satisfaction. "It seems that our Lu heir is finally working hard. Let me guess. Who is the person who motivated you to cultivate this hard?" Chun Wan-yun pretended to think. She continued, I think this person has the surname He, and there is only one other word in his full name." Before she finished, Chun Lu interrupted, "Sister, stop teasing me. I was very hard-working to begin with, okay?" "Is that so?" Chun Wan-yun smiled as she saw Chun Li's shy appearance. She thought, Lu heir might be innocent and grew up under our protection, but she knows how impressive He Chung is. Thus she is trying to improve herself. I was going to remind her, but it seems that I was worried for nothing. Chun Lu could not deal with this glance. She took a step back, vanishing from Chun Wan-yun's sight. "Sister, I used concealment within. Can you find me? Hee. Do you know where I am?" In an instant, Chun Wan-yun could hear Chun Li's voice near her. "Cheeky girl, after I find you, I will deal with you." Chan Wan-yun showed an evil appearance. She was about to use her investigative killer move, when suddenly, she felt some disturbance outside. She was curious. "Why is Ancestor here?" "Lu heir. Stop playing. Go with me to greet him." Chun Lu was about to dispel her immortal killer move, but suddenly, she had an idea. She remembered the time when old immortal Chun Chi made fun of her. She pouted, "Forget it. I will listen secretly by the side. Let's see if Ancestor can find me. If he cannot find me, and I appear suddenly, he would be in shock. Oh you are too mischievous. You will not be able to get married." Chun Wan-yun shook her head, walking out of the palace to greet old immortal Chun Chi. Fong Yuan had familiar face. Chun Wan-yun and Chun Lu could not find out his true identity. But Fong Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move. He could not find Chun Lu, who was concealed. In fact, even if he had a killer move like that, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, his immortal aura would leak. It would invite suspicion. Only immortal methods like dark assassination could completely conceal the aura of immortal goo. Without leaking a trace, one could sneak attack and catch an enemy unprepared. Chen Wan-yun brought Fong Yuan to his seat. She wanted to call Chun Lu to come out. How could she peek at them with such disrespect? But thinking about it, old Ancestor dotes on Lu heir. He gained a lot of benefits just now after negotiating with young Master He Chung. He is in a good mood. Even if Ancestor discovers Lu heir in hiding, he would surely not blame her. Thinking of that, Chun Wan-yun pretended to be unaware, passing the tea to him. Fong Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again, asking Chun Wan-yun to sit closer to him. Chun Lu watched as she held in her laughter. She felt extremely excited. Next, as she listened to Fong Yuan and Chun Wan-yun's words, she gradually focused, and upon hearing their gains, she was very happy. But she started worrying for Fong Yuan. Young Master He Chung paid such a huge price. Will this affect him negatively? Soon after, Fong Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Goo. This rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo was given to me by He Chung, adding on to his previous offer. Yun heir, I want you to go to the cave where the 3 immortals live, using this as a chip to convince the 3 immortals to support He Chung. Are you willing to do it? Chun Wan-yun quickly got up. Ancestor, I will follow your instructions. Good. Fong Yuan chuckled. Chun Li's gaze was focused on Flying Sword Immortal Goo as well. This was the first time she was seeing a rank 7 Immortal Goo. She could not hold in her curiosity. She wanted to jump out and give a surprise to her ancestor. But at the next moment, a change occurred. Dark assassination activated again. How could Chun Wan-yun anticipate that her beloved ancestor, someone with such closeness to her, would attack? Without any defense, this gentle female immortal followed in the footsteps of Chun Chi and Chun Li. Chun Wan-yun was killed. Fong Yuan retrieved Flying Sword. He sent the corpse into his immortal aperture. He got rid of the bloodstains and left. Chun Lu was still concealed. She was covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were wide open and staring, but her pupils had shrunk to pin size. Her nostrils were expanded. She was breathing in deeply. Her delicate body was shivering, tears were flowing down her beautiful tender cheeks silently. Unbelievable. Extreme terror. How can this be? How can this happen? What did I just see? What just happened? Is this an illusion? Definitely. This is all an illusion. How can this be? Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Ancestor killed Sister Yunair. How can that be? But the truth was in front of her very eyes. Hearsay could be wrong, but seeing was believing. Cold, cruel. She could not doubt what she saw at all. Plop. She knelt on the ground, collapsing weakly. Her shoulders moved up and down. She was sobbing. On her lively face, there was fear, terror, confusion, and helplessness. Her hands were still covering her mouth. She was desperately covering it, as if this could protect her. Why did her ancestor kill Chun Wanyun? Chun-Lu could not understand. She could not imagine why. She sobbed. Her body shuddered. She suddenly thought of Chun Liji. Did ancestor also go to find and kill him? This was a simple inference. No matter what, she had to find Chun Liji and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chun-Lu did not think of Hei Chong. She thought of the Gu Immortals who were her most closely related family members. Chun-Lu realized what she had to do. She stopped crying, standing up and activating her Immortal Killer move, concealing her appearance and running towards Chun Liji's palace. But Fang Yuan did not go to Chun Liji's palace as Chun-Lu was thinking. He did not discover Chun-Lu, and he had already killed Chun Liji. Thus, his final course of action was to go to Chun-Lu, to find her and kill her. A moment later, Chun-Lu arrived at Chun Liji's place. Why is there no one here? Chun-Lu searched the palace, but did not find Chun Liji. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters, but Chun-Lu did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they might not believe her. In the empty hall, fear and helplessness emerged again in Chun Li's heart. Ancestor Chun Chi had killed Chun Wanyun. Chun Liji was missing as well. He was likely to have met with disaster. Chun-Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no. Young Master Hei Chong. Chun-Lu finally thought of Fang Yuan at this time. She jolted back to focus. She felt that, at this moment, the most reliable person was Hei Chong. She turned around, towards Hei Cheng's accommodation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan arrived at Chun Li's palace. Nobody was here? Strange. Where would she go at this time? Fang Yuan's heart sank. The situation was changing beyond his expectations. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked up at the sky of Heifan Grotto heaven. It was cloudless and azure in color. Fang Yuan smiled at the sky, before going towards his own accommodation. Where could Chun-Lu go? There were only a few places. Gu Immortals and mortals did not have many common topics of interest. Returning to his accommodations, Fang Yuan turned into Hei Chong, waiting for Chun-Lu to come. At this time, a bright light was shot into the sky. It went up and spread out in all directions. It was bright and piercing to the eyes. Is this the thing Chun-Lu mentioned before? That warning of bright light, to ask the immortals to work together in defense? Fang Yuan frowned instantly. These days, he had been getting intel from Chun-Lu, among which one of them was about the time when Gu Immortals first appeared in Heifan Grotto heaven. They struggled against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The first few generations of Gu Immortals joined forces to resist them. Normally, they would be in different parts of the Grotto heaven, but when one side was attacked, they would send out a signal during critical times, inviting Gu Immortals from other areas to help out, and paying them afterwards. As the number of Gu Immortals increased in Heifan Grotto heaven, they got stronger, and this warning of bright light has not been used for 100 years. This time, it must have been sent out by Chun-Lu. Hee hee. I underestimated this girl. She dealt with the situation well. Fang Yuan smiled. With his craftiness, he already deduced many things. He had already killed 3 people, only Chun-Lu was left. And the warning method could only be used by Gu Immortals. It was clear that Chun-Lu had activated it. Why did Chun-Lu activate this without meeting him? Evidently, she had found out that one of the others had met with disaster. No matter where she is hiding or what method she used, since she did not come to find him, that meant she was suspicious of him. Then the immortals were going to gather together now. How would Feng Yuan deal with them? Actually, a moment ago, Chun Lu was about to find He Cheng, when she suddenly had a thought. Even if she found young Master He Cheng, what if he could not defeat her ancestor? Chun Lu did not know about He Cheng's strength, but in her mind, she felt that old immortal Chun Chi had deep and immeasurable power. This was the result of old immortal Chun Chi's authority that had been ingrained in her. I have to think of a perfect method. Chun Lu thus thought of the warning of bright light. The alert of bright light soared into the sky. Chun Li's mind slowly calmed down. Will Ancestor come to find me after seeing this light? Thinking of this, Chun Lu started feeling scared again. She gritted her teeth. She decided to go find Feng Yuan. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Feng Yuan was the culprit. When bright light soared to the sky, Gu immortals in all the other areas reacted. What happened? At this timing, Old Man Chun Chi actually sent a warning signal and asked us to go help him. In front of their cave, Feng Jun frowned upon seeing the light in the sky. Zhou Min also had a look of suspicion. This matter is quite peculiar. Old immortal Chun Chi has a total of 4 immortals. They are the strongest force among us. Inside He Fan Grotto Heaven, what kind of ancient desolate beast can make Chun Chi ask us for help? You think this matter has to do with He Cheng? Zhang Tuo pondered. Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This warning of bright light has not been used for 100 years. It is strange that it is activated at this time. He Cheng has already stayed at Old Man Chun Chi's place for some days. They might have come to an agreement now, and are working together. Old immortal Chun Chi will definitely provide support if He Cheng is willing to give him enough benefits. It is not surprising. Zhang Tuo thought over it. No matter whether there really is an ancient desolate beast attack, or if Chun Chi is trying to scheme against us, we need to go and investigate the situation. That's right, we have practiced blood light spirit suppression and are at the crucial moment. In a few days, we will be able to suppress the heavenly spirit and take the true inheritance forcefully. We need to stall for time now, but we need to be careful of what the other side is planning. We will give in to them for now. In a few days, He Fan Grotto Heaven will belong to us. Feng Jun snickered. Immediately the 3 immortals moved out, towards old immortal Chun Chi's palace. At the same time, the 2 lone Gu immortals also went there. He Fan Grotto Heaven was not small, but the Gu immortals lived quite close to each other. And because the 3 immortals used immortal killer moves, disregarding the immortal essence to travel. In a moment, they were already halfway there. At this time, a flying figure appeared in front of the 3 immortals. It's Chun Lu. Zhou Min was the first to recognize the person. Chun Lu was bathed in blood. She had a shocked expression. She seemed to be escaping for her life. The 3 immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Chun Lu. Slow down. We are here. What happened over there? Zhang Tuo called out. Chun Lu saw these 3 immortals and was overjoyed with surprise. Seniors, it is great to see you. That He Cheng is heinous. After failing to negotiate with our ancestor, he used a sneak attack and killed Sister Wan Yun. I was the one who sent the warning. I escaped, but He Cheng is still chasing me. Thankfully, I had my immortal killer moves concealment. I managed to survive. What? The 3 immortals heard this and were deeply shocked. He Cheng is so daring? He dared to attack old immortal Chun Chi. He is so vicious and ruthless. He is likely going to attack us as well. Strange. He has to get He Fan's true inheritance. Without our support, how can he get it? A life for a life is perfectly justified. We will have to take down He Cheng. To play safe, we need to gather with the other Gu immortals. Chun Lu, don't worry. We are family. We will definitely uphold justice for you. Justice? Chun Lu smiled suddenly, attacking. Under the 3 immortals' shocked gazes, sword light flashed and stabbed into Zhang Tuo's body. Zhang Tuo was caught unawares, even though he had a mortal killer move defending him. Dark Assassination was an immortal killer move. With rank 7 immortal Gu flying sword as the core, it could not be stopped. It cut him into half on the spot. Instantly, Zhang Tuo died. Brother! Zhou Min shouted. Feng Jun was furious. He clapped his hands. Intense winds assaulted Fang Yuan. "Oh, brother!" Zhou Min cried out, watching the two halves of Zhang Tuo's corpse fall to the ground. His organs and blood scattered in the air. Feng Jun carried Zhou Min, dragging her as they retreated. "Chen Lu, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Zhang Tuo? I will fight it out with you." Zhou Min growled. Her beautiful face was flushed red. "I will kill you." "Kill me?" Chen Lu stopped her movement. She scoffed as she looked at Zhou Min in disdain. "You!" Zhou Min was furious. She struggled intensely, getting free from Feng Jun's arms. "Brother, what are you doing? Let go of me. This lowly bitch killed our big brother. She killed him. I will pull out her skull and use it as an offering for our brother." "Calm down, sister. Don't fall for his provocations. How can this be Chen Lu? Don't you know Chen Lu? Earlier, that was a sword path immortal killer move. This is not Chen Lu." Feng Jun shouted, looking at Chen Lu. His eyes were bursting with fire, filled with hatred. "It seems that someone here has some brains." Chen Lu smiled. Her appearance changed suddenly, becoming that of He Cheng. "You are indeed He Cheng." Feng Jun's body shook. "Scoundrel!" Zhou Min scolded. "From their expressions, it seems that they were not aware that I was the killer. Strange." Chen Lu did not use any information path Gu worms to tell them. Fang Yuan was confused. He did not know that from start to finish, Chen Lu did not suspect him. After creating the warning, Chen Lu ran off to his accommodations. Fang Yuan returned to his room long ago, but after seeing the warning of bright light while waiting for Chen Lu, he thought he was exposed. Thus, he adapted to the circumstances and went out to weaken the remaining immortals' battle strength in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Since Chun Chi's side had 3 immortals dead already, the next largest group were the 3 immortals who were sworn siblings. Thus, Fang Yuan turned into Chun Li's appearance, flying towards their cave. In the end, he met the 3 immortals and used dark assassination to kill the most threatening of them, the blood path Gu immortal Zhang Tuo. Meanwhile, Chen Lu went to Fang Yuan's room. She could not find him. She felt disappointment and immense worry. She did not know that out of sheer coincidence, she had narrowly escaped death. "I did not put any hope in this disguised assassination attempt, but the process was unexpectedly smooth. The Gu immortals inside this Heifan Grotto Heaven are truly incomparable to Northern Plains Gu immortals. After such a long period of peace, they have low vigilance. Anyway, I should kill these 2 first." Thoughts churned in his mind like fireworks. Fang Yuan thought of many things, but only a moment had passed in the outside world. His lips curled up, he charged towards Feng Jun and Zhou Min. To kill. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupils shrunk. He was stunned by Fang Yuan's courage. Fang Yuan charged forward relentlessly. Even though he was alone, his stance was overwhelming. It was as if he was clad in wind and lightning. Killing intent surged. It was like a terrifying claw, slashing towards the veil of life and death. The Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven would often spar with each other. But when would they ever be in a life and death situation against each other? Retreat. At once, Feng Jun only had one word in his mind. In contrast, Zhou Min was spewing with anger. She said excitedly, "Good! Scoundrel! Get ready to die!" She was already beyond furious. She wanted to take revenge for her brother. She wanted to tear the scoundrel, Fang Yuan, into pieces, to pull out his tendons and snap his bones. Feng Jun dragged along Zhou Min as they escaped, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes were wide open as they stared. Golden white light shot out of her eyes. The light was extremely sharp, as if it was made of blades and daggers. Zhou Min was a light path Gu immortal. She was nurtured by a Gu immortal from a past generation. She had sight light immortal Gu, and she was currently activating her strongest move, Farsight Weapon Light. It is this move. Fang Yuan saw Zhou Min's actions and came to a realization. His charging speed increased instead. In his mind, he recalled a scene from a few days ago. "Young Master He Cheng, why are you sighing?" Chen Lu asked. "Do you not like this scenery?" Thanks for your concern, Miss Luer. The scenery is beautiful. I am truly impressed. But I have the mission of inheriting Heifan's true inheritance. I am very worried. As I recall, Zhang Tuo and the others are not easy to talk to. Fang Yuan acted like he was troubled. Chun Lu frowned too. Indeed, Ancestor had said this before. Those three Gu immortals have their own ambitions. They are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together. Those three are ambitious people. Even if I obtain your support, I will still be short of obtaining the true inheritance. Do you think these three would find trouble with me on the pretext of sparring? Will they obstruct us? Fang Yuan asked. Chunla smiled. No need to worry, actually. If you know about them, those three immortals are not scary. For example, Gu Immortal Zhoumin has a killer move called Farsight Weapon Light. It is very powerful. Once she uses it, her eyes will shoot out golden white light. It can cut down anything. But this move is quite peculiar. The farther the distance, the stronger it is. If you are very close to Zhoumin, then this move is drastically weakened. If you are right in front of her, even a mortal killer move can block Farsight Weapon Light. A warm smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Oh? There is such an interesting move. I am truly enlightened. Luer, what other interesting stories are there? Chunlu looked at Fang Yuan, seeing his handsome face looking right at her, emitting lots of affection. It was so intense as if the summer winds were drowning her in bliss. Chunlu had a flushed expression. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Fang Yuan directly. Her face was completely red. She looked afar as she stammered, young master, if you want to know, I will tell you. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, some of these Gu immortals' inheritances came from old ancestor Heifan, like the Blood Path one, for example. It was a result of Heifan's research. And some came from the criminal immortals, like Zhoumin's Light Path inheritance, and old immortal Chan Chi's Rule Path inheritance. These proper Gu immortal inheritances were all very comprehensive. The details of large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, and all sorts of immortal Gu recipes and mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences and information about the outside world. Some of these contents were sensitive, like Treasure Yellow Heaven. They were all erased by Heifan. However, some information regarding the other inheritances was retained. The He tribe Gu immortals were quite close together. For example, outsiders might not about Farsight Weapon Light, but how could they themselves not know? Thus, this kind of information was all left inside their inheritances. As time passed, mortals went up Immortal Succession Mountain and inherited them. Gu immortals appeared and passed away. During this process, there were all sorts of reasons, like fighting over benefits or personal conflicts. They fought against each other. The Gu immortals' methods were passed down over generations. Everybody knew about their moves. These were no secrets. Fang Yuan's preparation was not only regarding the assassination plan. He also collected a lot of other information. Farsight Weapon Light. This was quite a troublesome immortal killer move. Under normal circumstances, when seeing an unknown attacking method, Gu immortals would choose to retreat and observe cautiously. Nobody would charge in without knowing the situation and place themselves in trouble. According to Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, there was a high likelihood of him doing so, unless the difference in their strengths was very big. And that was exactly what Zhoumin wanted. By the time Fang Yuan realized the effect of Farsight Weapon Light, he might have already spent a lot of time, effort, immortal essence, or even gotten injured in the process. When Gu immortals battle, information often led to having an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu immortal world, they would keep their immortal Gu secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used publicly. They would practice their moves in private. The Gu immortals' immortal aperture was also rarely shown to others, because the environment inside revealed the secrets of the Gu immortals' Dao marks. The resources inside were often food for immortal Gu. All these could be used to deduce what immortal Gu the Gu immortal had. Fang Yuan withstood the Farsight Weapon Light. He charged forward with unparalleled vigor. Of course, he was not rash. His robe was previously stained with blood. These blood stains were not eye-catching, but they were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move. Blood-stained Conqueror's Robe. During the period before the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Feng Yuan was unable to develop his immortal aperture. Because Langya sect was suppressing him, he had a tough time. But he did not waste his time. He deduced this immortal killer move to make up for his weakness. Feng Yuan had many weaknesses, but he considered it deeply. His greatest weakness was in defense. During the second earthly calamity, this flaw was evident. If he did not have Danghun Mountain as a base for defense, Feng Yuan would have likely died. Compared to investigative and information path methods, Feng Yuan would rather play safe and settle his weakness in defense first. Due to his wisdom path and blood path grandmaster attainment levels, as well as the immense blood path foundation built during his previous life, Feng Yuan did not have much difficulty in creating blood-stained conqueror's robe. At this moment, with blood asset immortal goo as the core, blood-stained conqueror's robe was showcasing its capability in battle. The effect was superb. Feng Yuan charged towards the Farsight weapon light. His body did not waver. He had no injuries at all. His immortal essence expenditure was also reducing. Like what Chen Lu had said, the closer I get, the lower Farsight weapon light's power becomes. Thus, even blood-stained conqueror's robe's immortal essence expenditure is falling. Feng Yuan made such a decisive and wise choice. In the blink of an eye, he was already very close to Zhou Min. They were less than 100 steps away. Die, die, die! Zhou Min cried out continuously. The sharp light in her eyes continued to shoot out brightly. She was overcome with anger. She was not a threat. Feng Jun, who was calmer, felt huge fear as his hair stood on end. Feng Yuan's advancement made him feel an immense sense of danger. The great shock made him use his most familiar defensive method subconsciously. Immortal killer move. Luck whirlwind. Huge winds blew. Feng Yuan was pushed away by a mystical force. Chun Li's words reverberated in Feng Yuan's mind. Speaking of which, Gu Immortal Feng Jun is also quite strong. He is the only person who ascended Immortal Succession Mountain and successfully became a Gu Immortal. Such immortals are more formidable than us, who were nurtured by our seniors. Furthermore, Feng Jun cultivates the famous Luck Path. Luck Path. A Gu Immortal path with few members. Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though it was famous, actual Luck Path Gu Immortals were few in number. As the origin of Luck Path, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind 3 true inheritances: Self-Luck, All Living Beings Luck, and Heaven and Earth Luck. Self-Luck was in Langya Blessed Land. It was given to Long-Hair Ancestor as payment, among which Dogshit Luck ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. All Living Beings Luck was placed in 88 True Yang Building by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A portion of it was given to the winner of the Imperial Court contest. Feng Yuan had once possessed Connect Luck Immortal Gu. It was part of All Living Beings Luck. Feng Jun's true inheritance had also originated from 88 True Yang Building. Back then, the He Tribe Gu Master entered 88 True Yang Building and fortunately obtained a portion of the true inheritance. He received Chi Luck Immortal Gu. Thereafter, he cultivated to Gu Immortal level and passed it down for generations. The last generation had been punished after He Feng Yu's disappearance and the loss of Attitude Gu. Thus this true inheritance was left in Immortal Succession Mountain. Feng Jun obtained this true inheritance. He had Chi Luck Immortal Gu. The move he was most familiar with and had practiced the most was Luck Whirlwind. This move was very special. When the target attacks, by using it, it could repel the target. When the target retreats, if it is used, it could drag the target back to the user. Once this move was used, intense winds would form, but that was only on the surface. The key was that formless force. Feng Yuan could not see this formless force. He was hit by the move again and was sent away. At once, their distance enlarged, as if his hard work had been in vain. But Feng Yuan smiled as his lips curled up. He thought to himself, Luck Whirlwind. The second time already. According to what Chen Lu said, this move could not be used extensively. In one day, it could only be used 100 times. Just take it as 100. This might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating Luck Whirlwind was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The first issue was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep foundation. Using this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? And Immortal killer moves could not succeed with every use. Each time Feng Jun failed, he would not only suffer a backlash, he would be unable to repel Fang Yuan. He would be able to get close and kill them. Thus, it might seem like Fang Yuan could do nothing to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he actually had complete advantage in this situation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the side of a steep cliff. If they were careless, they would die without intact corpses. Die, go and die! Zhou Min was still furious. She stared at Fang Yuan as her eyes shot out white light. Retreat, we must retreat. The calmer Feng Jun felt his mouth going dry. His heart was pounding as his body was covered in cold sweat. The two sides did not fight for very long. But Feng Jun already had the intention to retreat and escape. Fang Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 bloodpath Gu Immortal Zhang Tuo, before charging forward and using the best tactic to gain the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not an idiot, even if he lacked battle experience. He knew that he was in great danger. He wanted to retreat. It was a wise choice. In Gu Immortal battles, they fought not only with strength but also with wits. Sister has lost it due to her emotions. He Chang is a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if we cooperate, we cannot defeat him. We should join up with the other Gu Immortals, and with old Immortal Chun Chi at the lead, encircle and kill him. Feng Jun thought of this and started to retreat. He used his Immortal Killer move. His body moved like a cloud, bringing him and Zhou Min away towards the left. What are you doing? Brother. Let me kill him. Let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He increased the strength he was using on Zhou Min. He pacified her. Don't move. I am getting some distance to create a chance for your farsight weapon light. Zhou Min heard this and shuddered. She said excitedly, Good idea. She concentrated, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. With greater distance, farsight weapon light became stronger. Fang Yuan's defense would be under greater pressure. Fang Yuan looked at the cloud below their feet. He smiled without concern. He did not chase them. He charged down and landed on the ground. He picked up Zhang Tuo's corpse, which was split into 2, putting both pieces into his immortal aperture. Evil thief! Let go of our brother's corpse! Zhou Min shouted. Her lungs were exploding from anger. Fang Yuan's actions were truly vile. Not only did he kill Zhang Tuo, he did not even let his corpse off. How could he let it off? The Dao marks of this rank 7 bloodpath Gu Immortal were an immense boost to Fang Yuan's foundation. Looking at it, including Zhang Tuo, Fang Yuan had already killed 4 Gu Immortals. It was hard to annex the immortal aperture as it had strict conditions. But the gain in Dao marks was immense. Ordinary Gu Immortals would only absorb the Dao marks of an enemy of the same path due to the conflict between Dao marks. Otherwise, they would get more trouble instead. However, my sovereign immortal body is different. The Dao marks do not conflict. This is amazing. I can absorb the Dao marks of any enemy I kill and increase my foundation. This seems to be the best way to increase my strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a new insight. This sovereign immortal body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul wanted to revive using it. If he really succeeded in reviving, the consequences were unthinkable. Firstly, Spectral Soul had devoured so many souls in the door of life and death. He had countless cultivation experiences. Secondly, all of his paths were Great Grandmaster and above. Finally, he had the help of Shadow Sex remnant forces. With this starting point, he could repeat what he did in his era, killing everyone and everything. He could annex the immortal apertures of Gu Immortals he killed or absorb the Dao marks they had. His growth would be at an incredible speed. It would surpass one's imagination. Unlike Fang Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was hard for him to annex immortal apertures. He could only absorb Dao marks in most cases. Fang Yuan placed Zhang Tuo's corpse in his immortal aperture. Zhou Min looked at with this anger and hatred. Feng Jun did not speak. He felt aggrieved, but also let out a sigh of relief. It seems that He Chang does not have movement methods, or maybe he uses the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle normally. This immemorial desolate beast has yet to grow fully. It only has rank 6 battle strength. He did not let it out because he is afraid of farsight weapon light killing it. Feng Jun became less worried. But at the next moment, his mouth opened wide. A shocked expression appeared on his face. Turned out that Fang Yuan had activated sword escape. His body flew into the sky like a sword. His speed was so fast. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were completely stunned from shock. How can he be this fast? Zhou Min said. So this is his real speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out. His movement method was simply outmatched. In a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan got close to them again. His icy killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's heart. Immortal killer move. Luck Whirlwind. At the moment of crisis, he had to use his trump card again. Like what happened earlier, Fang Yuan was sent away again. The third time Fang Yuan noted he had been repelled 3 times, but he felt no dejection. Zhou Min finally became sober-minded. She was completely shocked by Fang Yuan's speed. Her forehead was full of sweat. Her anger dwindled, and fear took over. Quickly leave. This person is too strong. Let's gather with the rest first. Zhou Min yelled. Feng Jun heard this and felt glad at her change of mindset. With Zhou Min's help, the two rose in speed. They rapidly escaped for their lives. Fang Yuan chased after them, shooting out with bursts of speed at times. But every time, Feng Jun's luck whirlwind would ruin his attempt. After chasing them for some time, 2 Gu immortals appeared before them. They were the 2 Gu immortal lone cultivators. They usually lived together. One was called Jiangji, the other was Gaomi. Hold on, we're coming. The 2 immortals were flying too. They quickly joined up with Zhou Min and Feng Jun. Fang Yuan observed their expressions. Seeing that they were showing no shock, he knew that Feng Jun and Zhou Min had used a certain information path method to inform these 2 Gu immortals along the way. Hey Chang, you are simply too bold. You dare to cause harm to us inside Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Feng Jun and Zhou Min stopped escaping. They went ahead to fight Fang Yuan. Young Master Hei Chang, you killed Sister Wan Yun. Did you kill old ancestor as well? A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chen Lu. After using the warning, Chen Lu went to find Fang Yuan. But at that time, Fang Yuan had already left to find the 3 immortals including Zhang Tuo. Chen Lu could not find Fang Yuan. She was completely lost and helpless. She did not know what to do. She did not dare to dispel her immortal killer move. She hid inside the palace for a while, before she received Feng Jun's letter. The letter stated that Fang Yuan disguised as Chen Lu and used an immortal killer move to kill Gu immortal Zhang Tuo. No matter how stupid Chen Lu was, she realized instantly what the situation was. She quickly went to Chen Chi's place. But where could she find that old ancestor of hers? Even though Feng Jun was escaping, he had already contacted the remaining immortals. Chen Lu also decided to answer his call. Thus, she appeared on the battlefield at this time. Oh, it's you. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Lu, smiling cruelly. You have finally gotten smarter. That's right, be it Chen Qi, Chen Wanyun, or Chen Liji, even Zhang Tuo died in my hands. All of your rank 7 Gu immortals are dead now. The rest of you should surrender to me. After all, a wise person submits to circumstances. Chen Li's expression turned pale. Her body shook intensely. Fang Yuan admitted it outright. This was a huge blow to her mental state. Why? Why did you do that for? Chen Li screamed in a sharp tone. Tears were pouring out of her eyes. Did we do anything wrong to you? Why must you do something so evil and cruel? Don't be affected by him. Chen Lu. Let's get into formation. Zhou Min, who had regained her senses, shouted loudly. With Fang Yuan in the center, a jade light ball suddenly appeared over a huge surrounding area. This was a huge battle formation. With Feng Jun, Zhou Min, Chen Lu, and the other 2 immortals as the formation cores, they assembled an ancient battle formation. Hey Chang, even if you are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you will die here today. That's right, we have already practiced this battle formation many times. We killed over a dozen desolate beasts and 8 ancient desolate beasts. You cannot escape from here. I will tear your bones and tendons, and use them as offerings for the innocent souls of our comrades. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals shouted. Their morale rose sharply. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. His calm expression did not change at all. He said slowly and calmly, Oh, Green City Battle Formation? It is only a small portion of the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. Do you think I am unaware of it? The expressions of the immortals changed. A bad feeling was emerging in them. Chun-Li's expression paled even further. At this moment, she felt utter regret and hatred. She could not live with herself, because she was the one who told Feng Yuan about this Green City battle formation. The Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven had to practice a huge formation in every generation. It was the Green City battle formation. It was used to kill desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It had incredible strength. I have rank 7 cultivation level while you people are just rank 6. Thus, I expected you to use this move. After getting into formation, you won't be able to run, right? When this battle formation is breached, you will all face a backlash. Even if you do not die, you will suffer heavy injuries. Feng Yuan said in a plain tone. His tone was very calm. He did not speak loudly, but the immortals could hear him clearly for some reason. The morale that was raised earlier instantly got cut in several pieces after hearing his words. Before fighting, these Gu immortals already had wavering determination. Now, I will show all of you my true strength. Feng Yuan called out. His body shook and a loud sound was heard. The aura of Gu worms burst out from within him. Immortal killer move, myriad self. In an instant, tens of thousands of Feng Yuan phantoms appeared in the space inside the entire battle formation. They were all strength path phantoms, and Feng Yuan's true body was hidden among them, acting as one of the phantoms. The battle commenced at this moment. From the start, they entered the climax of the battle. Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and the other Gu immortals used their respective methods. All sorts of immortal killer moves were unleashed, causing huge damage to the myriad self army. Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms did not have high defense, but no matter how many were destroyed in battle, more strength path phantoms emerged and replaced them. Feng Yuan had made ample preparation before the battle. Even if he did not continue to activate myriad self, he had already stored hundreds of thousands of myriad self phantoms inside his immortal aperture in advance. He did not lack the immortal essence. Feng Yuan had a huge storage of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon realized that they were in a tough spot. Without using immortal killer moves, they could not defend against the myriad self army attacking the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they could kill countless phantoms, Feng Yuan would also replenish them. Their immortal essence would be wasted. In this battle of attrition in immortal essence, Feng Yuan completely had the upper hand. Do not forget about the advantage of strength path. That was the minimal consumption of immortal essence. Meanwhile, the advantage of enslavement path was in battles of attrition. Myriad self-killer move combined the effects of both paths. It could display the strengths of both paths at once. Feng Yuan waited patiently among the myriad self-army, observing attentively. All sorts of information was gathered by him. He committed them to memory. After fighting for several hours, the Gu immortals of Heifan Grotto Heaven were extremely tired. Not only were they tired mentally, the immortal essence expenditure was also starting to put a toll on them. The moment they exposed weakness, Feng Yuan's true body appeared. Ha ha ha! Chun-Li, I need to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chun Wan-Yun and the others? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Chun-Li felt like lightning had struck her. The pain in her heart could not be described with words. Using this opportunities, Feng Yuan went for the killing blow. Flying sword immortal Gu. A flash of light pierced Chun-Li's defenses, killing her instantly. Always pick out the weakest enemy first. Feng Yuan struck at the crucial moment, immediately killing one immortal on the other side. Chun-Li died on the spot. Green City battle formation became unstable instantly. It started shaking. The other Gu immortals quickly tried to stabilize it, succeeding after some effort. Next, it is time for the rest of you to die. Feng Yuan smiled sinisterly. He did not attack. Instead, he went back into the myriad self-army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions. A cold chill was emerging in their hearts. They were the ones encircling Feng Yuan. But at this very moment, none of these 4 Gu immortals felt any joy or excitement. His victory was assured. From the start, Feng Yuan had used the most appropriate battle tactics, establishing his current huge advantage. He was very aware about the methods of these Gu Immortals, but they, on the other hand, did not know about his methods. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chun Li's concealment method. Feng Yuan could do nothing against it. It was a pity, because Feng Yuan schemed against them. Chun Lu joined the battle and formed the Green City Battle Formation. She gave up her greatest advantage. In the end, it was because Heifan Grotto Heaven had been in peace for too long. These Gu Immortals did not lack immortal Gu or resources, but they truly paled in terms of battle experience. Even though they sparred during their interactions, the experience gained from fighting on the verge of death could not be gained from friendly battles. A long while later, Feng Yuan killed 2 more Gu Immortals before breaking apart Green City Battle Formation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min escaped in defeat again. The 2 immortals had completely lost their courage against Feng Yuan. They did not dare to fight. They escaped towards Immortal Succession Mountain. Along the way, Feng Yuan killed Zhou Min, as Feng Jun crashed onto the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain with his heavily injured body. "Heavenly Spirit, save me!" he screamed loudly. This situation was quite ironic. Earlier he was still plotting to suppress the Heavenly Spirit, but now he had no choice but to seek help from it. "It is not going to save you." Inside the stone pavilion, Feng Yuan's figure appeared in a flash. He spoke in a calm tone. He had no injuries on his body. He was still so charming and handsome. It was as if the battle earlier did not occur at all. Feng Jun saw Feng Yuan and shuddered in fear. He focused his attention on the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit had no reaction. Feng Jun had a look of despair. "Why?" he muttered. "Why?" At the next moment, he screamed again, seemingly questioning the Heavenly Spirit. But the brass bell Heavenly Spirit continued to be unmoved. "Because you are all descendants of criminal immortals." Before old ancestor Heifan died, he thought of this point when leaving behind his true inheritance. Therefore, he set up this final test. Only by obtaining half of the votes of the Gu Immortals inside Heifan Grotto Heaven could I inherit it. He. But what if you descendants of the criminal immortals bear hatred to He tribe and refuse to let our main tribe's member obtain the true inheritance? What if you cause problems for us intentionally? What will we do? Feng Yuan extended his hand, lightly touching this stone tablet. "Then it can only be to kill all of you. After killing you all, I will be the only person left. Then I would also have satisfied the conditions for clearing the final test of Heifan's true inheritance." Feng Yuan spoke lightly. There was even a faint smile on his face. Feng Jun plopped onto the ground. He had an expression of despair. He was sprawled weakly. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The azure sky which he sought to escape for so long, at the moment before his death, now seemed so endearing to him. But at the next moment, he heard Feng Yuan's words, "Now, I will give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, and serve me wholeheartedly from now on, I will spare your life." What did you say?" Feng Jun's body shook. He showed an expression of disbelief. Feng Yuan repeated his words again, before saying, "You are a smart person. You are not swayed by emotions. You are unlike Zhou Min and Chen Lu. I appreciate that aspect of you. Hand over your immortal Gu and the luck path true inheritance's details. I will spare your life and give you a chance to live." Feng Jun blinked. He was moved. "You are not lying to me?" He raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan. Anticipation was hidden deep within his gaze. "Why would I lie to you? Killing you is as easy as breathing to me. But don't even think of bargaining with me now." Feng Yuan's expression changed. "You only have 3 breaths of time to consider it. Will you die or surrender everything to me and submit, before making an alliance agreement?" "I surrender, at the first breath of time," Feng Jun said without hesitation. "These are all of the Gu worms that I have." At the second breath of time, Feng Jun handed over everything. Feng Yuan nodded, stretching out his hand and keeping them. With Feng Jun's cooperation, he suppressed all of them. "Please make the alliance agreement." Feng Jun breathed in deeply. He was already mentally prepared for an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Swoosh! A bloody hole appeared in his forehead. He had an expression of shock. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly as he gradually fell onto the ground. The third breath of time had just passed. Fang Yuan gathered Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses that he had collected earlier, Fang Yuan had a total of 9. And he also had 9 corresponding Gu immortal souls. Such gains are truly rare. For Gu immortals in the outside world, even if they die, they may self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, only Feng Jun has some brains. This person was able to give in when needed. Unfortunately, after I gained the upper hand, the situation was firmly within my grasp. He could not do anything. His eventual surrender was out of desperation. Too bad for him. His enemy was me. Fang Yuan sighed as he set aside these thoughts. He had won. It was time for the rewards. He turned around, entering the stone pavilion. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit on the pillar. He said, "Right now, I am the only Gu immortal inside Heifan Grotto Heaven. I vote for myself to inherit Heifan's true inheritance." The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a moment before shaking, emitting a loud bell sound. Next, the stone pillars in the pavilion radiated with pure white light. The white light was not painful to look at, it was very gentle. As the bright light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent. It turned into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several shadowy figures. And on the surface of the wall, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan looked. The words were, "The indistinct figures in the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor just needs to retrieve them by putting their hands in." The final line was an instruction by Heifan. "Descendant of He tribe, inheritor of the inheritance, may you achieve great things in life. Do not let down the reputation of He tribe." Fang Yuan looked at it and sighed. Old ancestor Heifan had put in immense effort in setting up this true inheritance. He thought of every aspect. But a dead person was like an extinguished candle. Even a legendary figure like himself could not predict everything in the future. The incredibly strong He tribe had been wiped out, and Heifan's true inheritance was taken by an outsider like Fang Yuan. The world had changed, times were different. New forces prosper while old forces vanish. This was the changing of eras. Fang Yuan settled his mood. He started acting according to the description on the wall. He stretched out his left hand to enter the wall of light. The white light became brighter. As it shone on his left hand, Fang Yuan's left arm became transparent as well. Fang Yuan could see his skin, bones, flesh, and even his blood flowing in his vessels. A small obstruction could be felt ahead. Fang Yuan's left hand touched the wall of light. It was as if he was touching an icy wall. At the same time, he noticed. The white light shone on his blood and caused a reaction. His blood moved more quickly, the color also turned from bright red to dark red, before returning back to normal. Next, the wall in front of his left hand became soft like water. Fang Yuan's left hand easily got through the stone tablet like he was going into water. Fang Yuan, however, felt a chill in his heart. He thought, "So close! This light wall is a test towards my blood." Thankfully, I made ample preparations. I integrated blood asset Immortal Goo into familiar face and modified the killer move to disguise my blood as well. Otherwise, my efforts would have been in vain. This Heifan is so hard to deal with. Fang Yuan regained his cool. He started to assess this wall of light. From the outside, he could see that there were 4 shadows in the wall. They were uneven in placement. The largest shadow was like a ball. It was the size of a basin and was at the most central area of the wall. On the upper right corner, there was a sharp shadow. It resembled a rock. On the left side, there was also a shadow. It looked like intertwined threads. There was also one spot at the bottom. This shadow was the smallest, like a finger. Fang Yuan had worked so hard to obtain the famous Heifan's true inheritance. But the contents seemed to be quite minimal. Because of where he was standing, Fang Yuan's left hand went to the left of the wall of light. He grabbed towards the shadow closest to him. He held onto this thread-like shadow. The shadow had a rough feeling. Fang Yuan felt like he was touching an old tree branch. Next, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and pulled out the mysterious shadow. Once out of the wall, the aura was exposed. Evidently, these were goo worms. These goo worms were coiled together, they had similar appearance, they were like ginseng roots or tree roots. They were not immortal goo. They were just mortal goo. But even so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. His breathing became rougher at once. Mortal and immortal goo were vastly different. Immortal goo were unique. Mortal goo could not compare to immortal goo. But there was a huge exception to this rule. That was lifespan goo. That's right, Fang Yuan pulled out a batch of lifespan goo. This was expected, yet unexpected. Earlier, when old immortal Qin Chi had asked Fang Yuan for benefits, he mentioned lifespan goo. Thus, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared for it. But to think there was so many. This is indeed a lot of lifespan goo. Fang Yuan began to refine the lifespan goo. Mortal goo could be refined using primeval essence. Even though the lifespan goo was not his, Fang Yuan had passed the test, he was the acknowledged inheritor. As the white light shone, Fang Yuan quickly refined these lifespan goo successfully. He found out, these lifespan goo grants 720 years of lifespan in total. Immense gains. Old immortal Qin Chi had thought there would be at least 300 years worth of lifespan goo, but Fang Yuan could tell now that he had underestimated it. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven had over twice that amount of years worth of lifespan goo. These lifespan goo have great value. I can use them for myself. Who in this world would complain about having longer lifespan? But I still have about 80 years to live, my lifespan is sufficient. Even if I do not use these lifespan goo, I can use them for transactions. In transactions between goo immortals, immortal essence stones were just basic currency. Lifespan goo had much greater value than immortal essence stones. No goo immortal would not want lifespan goo. In many high-end transactions, immortal essence stones were unusable, goo immortals only wanted lifespan goo. Lifespan goo was an absolute hard currency out there. After a long time of consideration, the lifespan goo were all refined, becoming Fang Yuan's property. Fang Yuan placed the handful of lifespan goo in his sovereign immortal aperture, keeping them securely. He was not planning to use these lifespan goo yet. Actually, it had been a long time since Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was created. It is not strange that so many lifespan goo were accumulated. When can my sovereign immortal aperture produce lifespan goo as well? Fang Yuan was rather fascinated by the prospect. But he knew that he was far from this goal at this point. Even though he was earning a lot of profits each month, those were his prior accumulations as an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture's development was still in the basic stage. Only when he gathers enough production in resources to sustain the feeding of all his immortal goo could those initial developments be considered complete. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Lang Ye Blessed Land. Compared to Lang Ye Blessed Land, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's existence is very short. Long Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago, a legendary figure of the medieval antiquity era. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven has about 700 years of lifespan goo. Then how many years does Lang Ye Blessed Land have? Thinking about this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Lang Ye Blessed Land definitely has much more lifespan goo. No wonder Lang Ye Land Spirit can use up some to feed wisdom goo. Fang Yuan could understand Heavenly Court's actions at once. In the 500 years of his previous life, Heavenly Court attacked Lang Ye Blessed Land. Even though they sacrificed Feng Jiu goo, they went ahead without balking. Lifespan goo was likely one of the main reasons. Thinking about it, the geezers in Heavenly Court were lacking lifespan. They could only sustain their lives through sleeping. It was easy to see how much attraction lifespan goo had towards them. Fang Yuan's gaze returned to the center of the wall. This shadow was the largest. It is at the center. Is this a hint that this is the most precious treasure inside Hei Fan's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He stretched out his left hand towards the wall of light. Soon, he touched that shadow. It had an icy feeling, but the shadow was not smooth on the surface. It had many protrusions and holes. It was like a handful of sesame. Fang Yuan tried to move it. Very heavy. Normal human strength could not carry it. Fang Yuan activated his strength path mortal goo. After gaining strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this lump of shadow, Fang Yuan had a surprised look on his face. This was not one entity, it was the combination of countless bodies. It was a ball of ants, black ants, all gathered to fill the size of a basin, that were extremely heavy. Countless black ants were collected in a ball shape. They were extremely compacted and tight. These ants were not ordinary ants. They were mortal goo. The previous item being mortal goo was fine because it was lifespan goo. It had greater value than immortal goo from many goo immortals' perspectives. But this was also mortal goo. Fang Yuan felt perplexed and a bit confused. Based on his knowledge, he could not recognize what this goo worm was. But forget that, Fang Yuan felt that since it was part of Heifan's true inheritance, even as a mortal goo, it could not be bad. Thus, he began to refine it. Mortal goo could be refined using primeval essence. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal. He had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, becoming his property. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the ants split apart, revealing the center of the ball. Oh! Fang Yuan's expression changed. His gaze became sharp, because he felt the aura of immortal goo. Actually, at the center of this ball of ants there was something good. An immortal goo. Ordinary ant mortal goo were finally completely refined. They landed on the ground. There was only one goo left in Fang Yuan's hands. Immortal goo. Compared to the other black ant mortal goo, it was many times larger. It had the form of an ant. It had feelers, small legs, a large abdomen. It looked very chubby. Is this the queen of the ant group? Fang Yuan guessed randomly. This immortal goo had a strong aura, it was at a high level, it was a rank 7 immortal goo. As for what it was, Fang Yuan did not know. He could not recognize it. But whatever, he was going to refine it first. Refining immortal goo could not be done with primeval essence. He needed immortal essence. At this time, Fang Yuan took a look at the brass bell heavenly spirit. Thinking about it, he directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this goo. The brass bell heavenly spirit had no reaction. On the surface, Fang Yuan could not tell what mentality it had. It was just a bell after all, it had no expressions. The refinement process was very smooth. The rank 7 immortal goo resembling an ant queen did not resist, it cooperated with him. But it was still a rank 7 goo. Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence was greatly expended. Now, my stockpile of green grape immortal essence has dropped again. Fang Yuan reminded himself. In this trip to obtain Heifan's true inheritance, he had consumed a lot of green grape immortal essence. His expenditure was mostly in battle, after all, other than Myriad Self, Sword Escape and Flying Sword Immortal Goo were rank 7. His Sword Path Killer moves used rank 7 Immortal Goo as the cores. Even though the battles were not intense, his green grape immortal essence consumption was huge. After going back, I need to stock up on immortal essence. Otherwise, I can't feel safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined this rank 7 immortal goo and kept it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the wall of light. The shadow at the bottom had the smallest size. Fang Yuan left it to the end. He stretched his hand in and grabbed the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Fang Yuan touched it for the first time, it reacted. This shadow was very cold. Fang Yuan took it out, it was indeed a piece of ice. The upper portion of the ice was sealing a goo worm. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to it, even though it was sealed in ice without any aura leaking. But Fang Yuan's eyes shone. He could recognize this was an immortal goo, year goo. It was like a ladybug, thumb size and black in color. There were golden markings on its shell. The golden markings were bright and shining. They showed images of a fierce beast growling. The sharp and menacing teeth left a deep impression. As for what beast it was unclear. Oh, year goo. Fang Yuan sighed. This was a famous goo among Time Path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a deep impression towards it, because it was very unique. When goo immortals expend immortal materials, they could parallel refine a year goo continuously. Normal refinement and reverse refinement were mainstream in refinement path. Parallel refinement was very rare. Goo worms that could be parallel refined were very rare. Year goo was one of them. Mortal level year goo were less than 10 years. There was 1 year goo, 2 year goo, 5 year goo, and others. When the year goo rises to rank 6, it would become an immortal goo unique in the world. Rank 6 year goo were at least 10 years. A 10-year immortal level year goo could be parallel refined using immortal materials to make it 20-year goo, 38-year goo, or at its highest 99-year goo. 100-year goo was rank 7. To refine a 10-year goo to 100-year goo, it was not parallel refinement but normal refinement to increase rank instead. Refinement in this case was tens to hundreds of times as difficult as parallel refinement, with equally low success rate. 1000-year goo was rank 8. In theory, 10,000-year goo would be rank 9. But in history, there had never been a 10,000-year goo. But rank 8,000-year goo had existed before. The use of year goo was very unique. Corresponding to the usage by the goo immortal, the number of years would fall continuously. For example, a 50-year goo might become a 20-year goo after one use. There was a specification when using year goo that it should not go overboard. For example, if a 1000-year goo is used and becomes 900-year goo, it would fall from rank 8 to rank 7. To increase its rank again through refinement, it would be troublesome and risky. Strictly speaking, year goo was a consumable immortal goo. But it was not a one-time consumable goo like sovereign immortal fetus goo. Could be expended but replenished again. This was a very special case among goo worms. So Hey-Fan had the immortal goo year in his possession. One good thing about year goo is that it has no issues in terms of food. It has the same food as spring-autumn cicada. They both consume the water of the river of time. However, how can I refine it? Fang Yuan was unsure. The year goo in front of him was sealed by almost transparent ice. Fang Yuan looked at this ice. He felt that this ice was quite special too. Its effect was similar to fossilization or amber. It sealed the year immortal goo inside ice, so that it hibernated without leaking its aura. Why did Hey-Fan seal year goo? Wait, this is... While observing, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. He realized that there was some flowing water sealed at the bottom of the ice. This is water? Fang Yuan shook it. He could clearly see that there was water flowing. He could even hear a soft sound. Water was sealed in ice. It was really quite strange. Fang Yuan's attention had been drawn to year goo earlier. In comparison, the flowing water was not eye-catching. At this moment, when Fang Yuan inspected it again, he realized. This ice was huge. Year goo only occupied a small portion. The flowing water took more than half of the space below. It gave a feeling that the ice was not sealing year goo, but the water instead. To be given such treatment, is this flowing water a rank 9 immortal material that surpasses rank 8? Fang Yuan had a bold guess. Rank 9 immortal material, it could be used to refine rank 9 immortal goo. In this world, they were rare, having immense value. A portion of rank 9 immortal material being sealed like this was understandable. Fang Yuan could not find a way to remove the ice. He could only set it aside. He held it with his right hand as his left hand entered the wall of light again. This time, he went to the final shadow. Taking it out, it was a rank 5 information path mortal goo. The details recorded inside were about Hey-Fan's true inheritance. It had immense value. Firstly, the introduction to the goo worms. Fang Yuan took his first glance and saw the information about the ant ball. So the rank 7 immortal goo at the center of the ant ball is the time path immortal goo after rank 7 after immortal goo. The recorded information noted the specifications of feeding after immortal goo. The feeding of after immortal goo was quite unique. This immortal goo could eat anything. The feeding style was very unique too. It produced black ant mortal goo on its own. It sent them out to feed on all sorts of immortal materials before using these nutrients on itself. Any sort of immortal material can feed after immortal goo. The point is not about the immortal materials, but in preserving these black ant mortal goo. These black ant mortal goo were tough and could devour immortal materials, digesting them and retaining the nutrients. But they were just mortal goo. Once too many of them were destroyed, the immortal goo after would starve. Even though the immortal goo could produce black ant mortal goo, it could only produce one every month. If there were too few black ant mortal goo, and after immortal goo could not be fed, it would die of hunger. After all, this immortal goo, after, could not feed itself. Fang Yuan felt enlightened. He continued reading about the information on the ice. The ice itself was a newly created type of rank 8 immortal material. It was created by Immortal Bing Rin. The latter was invited by He Fan and went ahead to seal his 2 immortal goo. One immortal goo was Year Goo. It was only rank 6. Fang Yuan had recognized it already. The other immortal goo was the flowing water. This was the greatest treasure within He Fan's true inheritance. It was named Years Flow Like Water. It was rank 8. Rank 8 Time Path Immortal Goo. Years flow like water. Rank 8 Goo Immortals were rare. Rank 8 Immortal Goo were rarer and had very great value. Many rank 8 Goo Immortals did not even have a single rank 8 Immortal Goo. They could not find one even after endless searching. He Fan was a legendary character, the formidable champion who led He tribe to a domineering state. But in his life, he only had one rank 8 Immortal Goo. Years flow like water. Fang Yuan's situation was quite special. As of now, he was a rank 6 Goo Immortal, but he already had 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. One was Attitude Goo, one was Wisdom Sword Goo, and now the third was Years Flow Like Water. Ordinary Goo Immortals usually had a lack of Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's problem instead was that he had too many, and could not use them all optimally. Looking at some of his Immortal Goo like Wisdom Sword, he had not even started to use them yet. This rank 8 Immortal Goo, Years Flow Like Water, had one effect, that was to produce Year Goo. The more immortal essence expended by the Goo Immortal, the more Year Goo produced. They could even produce immortal level Year Goo. Of course, the rule of Immortal Goo being unique still holds. Right now, this rank 6 Year Goo was around. Unless Fang Yuan used and expended it, he could not create an immortal level Year Goo from Years Flow Like Water. If Year Immortal Goo still existed, no matter how much immortal essence Fang Yuan used, he could only get mortal Year Goo. Fang Yuan continued to read. Immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water had 2 good points. One was that it had a low usage requirement. Even rank 6 Goo Immortals could use it. As long as they used Green Grape Immortal Essence, they would receive Year Goo, even though the quantity was less than when using rank 7 or 8 Immortal Essence. The second point was that Years Flow Like Water was easy to feed. It also fed on the water of the River of Time, just like Year Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada. This solved Fang Yuan's greatest problem. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal Goo was a huge burden. However, Years Flow Like Water had a flaw. This was clearly listed in the information path Goo Worm. Once the seal of Years Flow Like Water was removed, its Immortal Goo aura would leak. Year Beasts would be lured towards it and would attack. Year Beasts, a type of special fierce beast that were rare even in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, yet commonly seen in the River of Time. In terms of battle strength, there were Desolate Beast, Ancient Desolate Beast, and Immemorial Desolate Beast level Year Beasts. The food of Year Beasts was Year Goo. The River of Time was the paradise of Time Path Goo worms. There were a vast number of wild Time Path Goo worms in it. Year Beasts were one of them. They ate Year Goo as food. The higher the rank of the Year Goo, the more Year Beasts would be attracted to hunt them. In fact, immortal level Year Goo could also lure Year Beasts to attack. Even placing the immortal level Year Goo inside the immortal aperture would not work, because in ordinary immortal apertures, there was a tributary of the River of Time. When Year Beasts smell the Year Goo, they would travel into the tributary from the River of Time and directly appear in the immortal aperture. Immortal level Year Goo had a huge attraction to the Year Beasts. Years Flow Like Water, which could endlessly produce Year Goo, had hundreds or thousands of times as much attraction as immortal level Year Goo for the Year Beasts. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed Year Goo and Years Flow Like Water, not exposing a trace of their auras. At this point, Fang Yuan had completely understood what Goo worms he had obtained. Next were the following important details, or more accurately, the immortal killer moves. The introductions of countless immortal killer moves were displayed before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement. He inspected carefully. There were immortal killer moves that encompassed offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. These were all Time Path immortal killer moves. The cores used were mostly Year Goo and After Goo. Few of the immortal killer moves used the immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water as a core. Using a rank 8 immortal Goo as a core of an immortal killer move would naturally produce incredible effects. In this regard, Fang Yuan had personal experience. He had familiar face. It was a legendary method that used the rank 8 attitude goo as the core. Of course, with Fang Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, his green grape immortal essence could not activate year's flow like water. It was unlike attitude goo, which only needed mental energy to use. Attitude goo is the legendary immortal goo recorded in AI The Legends of Renzu. In terms of ease of use, year's flow like water cannot compare to it. However, thinking about it, didn't He Fan give attitude goo away to He Fengyu? These immortal killer moves were truly eye-opening to Fang Yuan. Many theories were involved. The coordination of goo worms was stated clearly. He only took a look, but he felt that he had already benefited greatly from the knowledge gained. There were more than 30 immortal killer moves. Some of the immortal killer moves were split between rank 6, 7, and 8 levels. In some of their descriptions, He Fan had also left behind his insight and experiences when creating and using them in the past. Bountiful year? Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed. He discovered a rather interesting immortal killer move. Bountiful year. This was the name of an immortal killer move. The core immortal goo used was immortal level year goo. There were tens of thousands of supplementary mortal goo. It was a tough process to activate the move. He Fan had left behind his experience in using it. Even for a legendary figure like him, when using this immortal killer move himself, he would need 2 or 3 days of preparation to execute it. The expenditure of immortal essence was huge, but Bountiful Year's effect was that for the next year, starting right from the moment of successful activation of the killer move, all of the resources inside the immortal aperture would be produced at a higher rate. This was an immortal killer move used to develop the immortal aperture. It was a very rare move, but it had great use and value. He Fan also praised this immortal killer move greatly. According to the description, he was not the creator of this immortal killer move. He had exchanged for it with a person called Pill Immortal. Fang Yuan took a closer look. Bountiful Year needed to use many mortal goo. If he wanted to prepare for it, he would need to buy them from Treasure Yellow Heaven. He was definitely going to use this killer move. But not only did he need a lot of immortal essence, there was a lot of expenditure in terms of year goo as well. The year goo that I have is only a little over the 100-year level. I need to parallel refine it until I can use Bountiful Year. Otherwise, if it falls to the level of immortal goo, that would be a severe loss. Fang Yuan continued to read. Among these killer moves, some had incredible power, some were extremely wondrous, but to Fang Yuan they were not especially important. Fang Yuan had never forgotten about his true goal all along. That was to find a method to delay the calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Days passed like years. His eyes flashed, he saw his target. This immortal killer move also used immortal level year goo as the core, with a huge number of supplementary day goo. Once used, it could slow down the time in the immortal aperture. Simply from the name itself, the effect was that 1 day in the immortal aperture would be extended to the length of a year. However, He Fan had noted with great caution, extending 1 day into the equivalent of a year was purely theoretical. The actual effect varied greatly based on circumstances. For example, a Strength Path Goo Immortal with primarily Strength Path Dao marks would receive much lower effect when using this Time Path Killer move. If a Time Path Goo Immortal used it on themselves like He Fan, the effect would be amplified by the Goo Immortal's Time Path Dao marks, the effect would be much better. And also, using the same killer move on a low-grade Blessed Land and a high-grade Blessed Land would produce different results. Months passed like years. Fang Yuan continued to read. There was another immortal killer move that was very similar to days passed like years. It could also slow the rate of time in the immortal aperture. It could turn what would be 1 month in the immortal aperture into the duration of a year. The core goo was still immortal level year goo, but the supplementary goo were month goo now. Day goo, month goo, year goo. These were all time path goo worms that were closely related. Other than days passed like years and months passed like years, there were also 2 other immortal killer moves. They were called years passed like months and years passed like days. The former 2 were used to slow the time in the immortal aperture. The latter 2 were used to accelerate the time in the immortal aperture. Slowing the rate of time in the immortal aperture meant that the calamities and tribulations would be further apart. For example, in Fang Yuan's case, he had to undergo tribulation every 2 months in the outside world's time. After using days passed like years, he would only need to undergo the next tribulation in decades or even a century. Seeing this, Fang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt great joy. In the first 3 earthly calamities, he was almost forced to his wits' end. He could only brace himself as he challenged them. But now he had this immortal killer move. The situation had changed. From now on, Fang Yuan could decide when to undergo tribulation. He could either delay or hasten it. There was a huge advantage in this. But right now, I do not need to slow the time in the immortal aperture. I should undergo tribulations, increasing my Tao marks and raising my cultivation level. With Chu Du helping me, there is a high chance of passing. Fang Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were flaws. His resource would grow more slowly. Fang Yuan's cultivation level would also rise more slowly. Now, I should prepare these goo worms. The immortal goo are already here, but I need a huge quantity of day goo and month goo. Even if I buy them inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, I will need to spend a long time collecting them. Heifan's true inheritance did not leave behind any day goo, month goo, and mortal year goo. Fang Yuan had to purchase these mortal goo himself. Even though this task had its difficulties, as long as Fang Yuan was determined, he could achieve it. These 4 immortal killer moves form a set. They are specially used to alter the rate of time in the immortal aperture. Heifan, who created these killer moves, had incredible talent. At the end, Heifan even noted, if the inheritor could obtain immortal level day goo or month goo, these 4 immortal killer moves would not need to consume so many mortal day goo and month goo. The effect would even rise greatly. I was already extremely fortunate to have obtained immortal level year goo. As for immortal level day goo and month goo, I can forget about it. Fang Yuan was clear of the situation. His goal in this trip had been fulfilled. Fang Yuan was satisfied with it. He continued to look. Immortal killer move, years grant strength. Soon, Fang Yuan saw a very interesting killer move. This killer move used year goo as the core. It could grant the goo immortal immense physical strength. The more year goo expended, the greater the strength obtained. This was Heifan's own creation. He used time path goo worms to achieve a strength path effect. Immortal killer move, 100 years harmony. It also used year goo as the core with a large number of supplementary information path mortal goo to create an alliance agreement that could last for 100 years. This was a use of time path goo worms to unleash the might of information path. I can use this with Chu Du after all. Our current alliance agreement was solely handled by him. It is not reliable. Fang Yuan rapidly had an idea. Immortal killer move unlucky year. This was an immortal killer move that used year's flow like water as the core. Fang Yuan could not use it now. He could only look on in captivation. Using time path to achieve the mystical effect of luck path. This was an offensive killer move. Once the enemy was hit, they would experience a huge fall in luck for a year. Nothing they do would go smoothly. As expected of Heifan, an expert even among rank 8 goo immortals. If he was born in the central continent 10 great ancient sects, he would definitely be invited into Heavenly Court. He would be an elite among Heavenly Court's goo immortals. To be able to use one's own path to mimic other paths and achieve their mystical effects. This was the symbol of a rank 8 expert. Ordinary rank 8 goo immortals could not reach this stage. Heifan's strength was similar to Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was a rank 8 goo immortal cultivating wisdom path. But when Bo Qing awakened, and his sword lights were sent out over central continent, in order to fix Heaven Overseeing Tower, he actually used wisdom path methods. And the effect was even better than ordinary refinement path methods. This was using wisdom path to achieve the effects of refinement path. Oh, endless trouble? What move is this? Towards the end, Fang Yuan saw an immortal killer move. Its core was after immortal goo. Once the goo immortal activated it, they could delay the current calamity or tribulation to the time of the next one, and face them together. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. There was Heifan's advice left inside the description of this killer move. This killer move could not be used excessively. Even though the calamity or tribulation would be delayed until the next one, it would anger Heaven's will. The following calamities or tribulations would increase greatly in strength. This immortal killer move was created by Heifan, but he only used it once and never again. To warn his descendants, He Fan intentionally gave a name like Endless Trouble. I can only use it in emergencies. It is not a standard method, but it is definitely something very useful. Fang Yuan was surprised and joyful to have obtained this. Anger Heaven's will? He could not care less. Heaven's will was bent on killing him anyway. Fang Yuan's existence was the biggest cause of Heaven's will's anger to begin with. After spending some time, Fang Yuan finally finished reading the contents of the Immortal Killer Moves. It was very comprehensive. There were even details about the development of an immortal aperture. In fact, there were even details about the mimicking of other paths effects. Even though He Fan's true inheritance only had these few immortal goo. But by cooperating with mortal goo and forming countless immortal killer moves, the goo immortal could deal with any situation that arises. This was the norm in the cultivation world. Even though He Fan was strong, he was not even of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Thus, he raised very few goo worms. They were all time path goo worms. He could support them. The number of goo worms was not crucial. The goo immortal who uses them was most important. He Fan was the best example. Even though he only had 3 immortal goo, his use of goo could unleash incredible effects. There was no strongest immortal goo, only strongest goo immortal. This was what the sentence was referring to. Compared to He Fan, even though I have many immortal goo, I am unable to use all of them to this extent. Fang Yuan reflected upon himself. He Fan's true inheritance gave him a lot of insight to his problems, but he did not waver. It is great that I can raise so many immortal goo as well. Goo immortals placed great focus on their calamities and tribulations. The more they cultivated, the tougher the calamities and tribulations. He Fan had few immortal goo, his burden of feeding them was low, but he had many methods to deal with all sorts of situations. He accumulated his resources. Even if he sold them by storing up immortal essence stones, he could have a huge immortal essence stone stockpile. And He Fan had a tribe, a super force with the Huang Jin bloodline. He Fan liked to nurture descendants. He had a lot of immortal goo that were not too important. Before setting up the true inheritance, he had given them out to He tribe's goo immortals, or placed them into the treasury and passed them down. He Fan did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. His immortal aperture had limited potential. The resources he could grow also had a limit. All in all, he fed just a few immortal goo and researched many killer moves for them. It was a very wise choice. But Fang Yuan was different. Different situations needed to be analyzed in depth. The first difference was his sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had immense potential. Feeding goo was a burden. Feeding immortal goo was a greater burden. But Fang Yuan could afford to do so easily. In fact, the second difference was that Fang Yuan was alone. He was alone. He only had to care for himself. He did not need to worry for a tribe or give any attention to his descendants. This was the advantage of being a loner. The advantage of a tribe was shared resources and helping each other. But at He Fan's level, he was the one giving the tribe benefits. But He Fan had never thought of leaving the tribe. He had grown up in this tribal environment. During his growth, he had received a lot of help from the tribe, relationships, friendships, and kinship. He had all of them. He cared about the tribe and his descendants. The environment that a person grows up in has a huge influence on them. And Fang Yuan was free and unrestrained. He had almost zero burden in this aspect. Even though he joined Langya sect, he was just making use of them. The third difference was that Fang Yuan had huge pressure in survival. He needed a lot of immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique. With a greater number of them in all aspects, they could deal with many situations. For example, he could use flying sword immortal goo to attack, and sword escape immortal goo to retreat. Even without killer moves, Fang Yuan could use immortal goo to deal with many situations. In fact, having many immortal goo was useful and helpful to the construction of immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves used core immortal goo and supplementary mortal goo. For example, Fang Yuan sword marks targeting death, a sword path immortal killer move, used flying sword immortal goo as the core, and a small number of supplementary sword path mortal goo. If Fang Yuan did not have flying sword immortal goo, and only had sword escape immortal goo, how would he use sword escape in place of flying sword to unleash sword marks targeting death? Sword escape replacing flying sword was possible. Because the two were sword path immortal goo, they were interchangeable on this basis. But the entire killer move, sword marks targeting death, would need to be heavily altered. Flying Sword was used as an attacking immortal goo. It was easy to construct an offensive killer move with it. But Sword Escape was a movement immortal goo. If it were to replace Flying Sword, the mortal goo used for sword marks targeting death would need to be changed and increased drastically in number. This way, when using sword marks targeting death, the process would be more lengthy and difficult, the failure rate would be higher, and it would have less feasibility as a whole. Looking at it overall, Heifan's development method suited most people, but it did not suit Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's goo raising method was the most optimal for himself. But if other goo immortals mimicked him, they would be courting death. Feng Yuan continued to read. After the immortal killer moves, Heifan's true inheritance talked about mortal killer moves. There was an even greater number of these killer moves, a large portion of them were time path, but Feng Yuan basically had no need for them anymore. Immortal and mortal was vastly different. Maybe in the future, Feng Yuan could use these methods to probe other goo immortals in battle, but they had little use because Feng Yuan already had a good number of exemplary mortal killer moves. He already had numerous blood path and strength path killer moves. These mortal killer moves might only have one use in the end, to be the foundation for deductions. After the mortal killer moves, there were some incomplete killer moves, including both immortal and mortal killer moves. The completion rate varied. Some were even simply inspired ideas or guesses. These were things that Heifan had never completed even upon his death. Deducing killer moves was unavoidable and essential in a goo immortal's cultivation journey. Feng Yuan took a look. Nothing really caught his eye. His time path attainment level was too low, and he could not use wisdom goo. Furthermore, Feng Yuan already had many useful methods, they were sufficient. As a result, his browsing of killer moves ended. After returning, I will need to spend a lot of time practicing these killer moves. Feng Yuan planned. The usage of killer moves could end in failure. If during an intense battle the activation fails, the goo immortal would suffer a backlash. If it was during a critical moment in battle, that would be terrible. One killer move's success or failure could directly affect the outcome of the battle, or even determine life and death itself. Thus, one had to be extremely familiar and proficient with their killer moves. This would use some funds as well. The supplementary mortal goo that made up the killer moves needed to be purchased. When practicing, activating immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. And practicing would definitely occur more than once. All of these required money, money, money. Thus, the development of a goo immortal's immortal aperture was extremely important in their cultivation. Finances were the foundation for military might. Fighting was dangerous, and with the threat of calamities and tribulations, unless huge benefits or conflicts were involved, goo immortals usually preferred to live in peace instead. To practice so many killer moves, I need a lot of funds. Feng Yuan frowned. He felt both joy and worry. Of course, this was simply a blissful worry. Large numbers of immortal killer moves, even more mortal killer moves and incomplete killer moves. After looking at them, Feng Yuan moved on to goo recipes. Immortal goo recipes, among which the first was the parallel refinement method of immortal level year goo. There were quite a few parallel refinement goo recipes. There were a total of 5. They could achieve parallel refinement and elevate year goo. At the back, Heifan even noted his experiences. He talked about the advantages and disadvantages of all 5 methods, and some tips when undergoing parallel refinement. Just the methods recorded here was incredibly insightful for Feng Yuan. Out of the 5 parallel refinement immortal goo recipes, the one Heifan used the most was the final one. This immortal goo recipe was created by Heifan in his later years. It used the least ingredients and had the highest success rate. It expended the least amount of time and mental energy as well. Overall, it used a large number of mortal level year goo and added them into the immortal level year goo, thus the effect was great. After developing this, Heifan almost abandoned the first 4 goo recipes. He used this parallel refinement method solely. But because of the comprehensive nature of Heifan's true inheritance, he recorded the 4 recipes into it regardless. Rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water can produce countless mortal year goo. These year goo can be used to parallel refine immortal level year goo. It is so convenient. Fang Yuan sighed as he continued looking. Next was the Immortal Goo recipe of refining after Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan already had this Immortal Goo. He only took one glance at it. Overall, the number of Immortal Goo recipes was quite shocking. There were nearly 100, and all of them were fully completed Immortal Goo recipes. Most were rank 6, some were rank 7, and there were only 2 or 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo recipes. In terms of path, most were time path, but there were also other paths like fire path and luck path. Compared to the Immortal Killer moves, these Immortal Goo recipes were more disorganized. There were recently created Immortal Goo recipes. There were also ancient recipes with extinct immortal materials they could not be used anymore. Among all of the Immortal Goo recipes, He Fan placed the greatest emphasis on years flow like water. The rank 8 Immortal Goo years flow like water was actually the creation of He Fan. His inspiration was obtained by constantly parallel refining year goo. He Fan had described the entire process of refining years flow like water in great detail. In order to get enough immortal materials, he had expended the entire He tribe treasury, and used up a lot of favors and paid a huge price to ask 2 refinement path great experts to help. In the end, he was still in a lot of debt. To refine years flow like water, He Fan had placed all of his effort into it. During the refinement process, he had suffered failure after failure. There was several times he wanted to give up. He Fan had recorded all of these mental states down. He was not afraid of his descendants laughing at him. This showed that He Fan had truly put his heart and soul into creating this true inheritance. In the end, because of his relatively good luck, after 9 failures, he finally succeeded. In his words, all of the difficulties and risks that He Fan faced when refining the rank 8 Immortal Goo was expressed in detail. Even after succeeding, He Fan did not recoup his losses for many years to come. He solemnly warned his inheritor to treasure the fruits of his predecessor's hard work greatly. If they cultivate to rank 8 in the future when refining rank 8 Immortal Goo, they had to be extremely careful. Fang Yuan saw this and thought of old ancestor Shui Hu. Right now, this old fellow was also refining a rank 8 Immortal Goo. And this Immortal Goo was extremely precious. It was fortune rivaling heaven goo. According to what Lang Yalan Spirit said, this Immortal Goo was created in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years using the essence of luck path. Refining rank 8 was a huge gamble. Old ancestor Shui Hu had Ma Hong Yun as the main ingredient. It saved him a lot of costs. But even so, when gathering immortal materials, he had discarded his reputation. He went personally to Zombie Alliance to steal immortal zombie corpses. He even went to He Tribe's treasury and looted it. The entire snowy mountain blessed land was in chaos because of his actions. Everyone was worried. Yao Huang was also trying to refine resurrection from the dead Immortal Goo. According to the rumors in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, this Immortal Goo was also rank 8. Actually, everyone knew about the risks of refining a rank 8 Immortal Goo. But why did they still try? As a matter of fact, having a rank 8 Immortal Goo and not having one meant 2 completely different states. Rank 8 Goo Immortals had to undergo tribulations as well. They usually had low lifespan. Many times they had no choice but to take a risk. Old ancestor Shui Hu was doing this for his tribulation, while Yao Huang was trying to prolong his life. Calamities and tribulations could not hinder He Fan, but he had limited lifespan. He eventually died. Tribulations and lifespan. Fang Yuan knew that in his quest for eternal life, he had to get through these 2 tough problems. After the Immortal Goo recipes, there were Mortal Goo recipes. There were many Mortal Goo recipes. Fang Yuan felt a little shocked seeing all of them. The ones worth looking at were the Mortal Goo recipes of day, month, and year Goo. In accordance with these Mortal Goo recipes, Fang Yuan could buy his mortal materials and refine his own mortal level day Goo, month Goo, and year Goo. This way, not only can I buy these Mortal Goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I can also refine them myself. This would no doubt greatly reduce my preparation. But it is a waste for me to do the refinement myself. I should ask the hairy men in Lang Ya sect to do it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned uncontrollably. His relationship with Lang Ya sect had already turned cold. He would need to improve their relationship if he were to ask them for help. Forget about these for now. Fang Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After Immortal Goo recipes and Mortal Goo recipes, there were some incomplete goo recipes. They had varying completion rates, some were 90%, stuck at a crucial step. Some were at 10 to 20%, they were at the initial stages of creation. Immortal goo before? Fang Yuan's gaze halted. Among the incomplete Immortal goo recipes, the before Immortal goo recipe was only 57% complete. Before Immortal goo, after Immortal goo, they were related Immortal goo. Evidently, in Heifan's lifetime, after obtaining after Immortal goo, he had greatly desired before Immortal goo. Unfortunately, even until his death, he did not succeed. Next was Heifan's recorded experiences in deducing these goo recipes. He talked about the difficulties of deduction. He told his inheritor not to be afraid of difficulty and to persevere. At the same time, he talked about the importance of inspiration. Thus, behind this, Heifan wrote about some tricks and tips, like using Wisdom Path Inspiration Goo and Light Path a Flash of Inspiration Goo to help him with the deduction. Looking at this, Fang Yuan smiled. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He had obtained Dong Fangchong Fan's Wisdom Path True Inheritance. He dominated Heifan in this aspect. Heifan's experiences in this aspect were quite shallow from Fang Yuan's perspective. Everyone had their own field of expertise. Even though Heifan was skilled, he had his weak points too. Like how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable looked to Long Hair Ancestor for help to refine Immortal goo. After killer moves and goo recipes, there were Heifan's own cultivation experiences. Among this, there were maps, including the 5 regions and even White Heaven and Black Heaven. They had huge value in terms of reference. Of course, Northern Plains map was the most detailed. The other 4 regions were more simple. Fang Yuan placed the most attention on the maps of White Heaven and Black Heaven. This had broadened his horizons. Some strong rank 7 goo immortals and all rank 8 goo immortals would often explore Black Heaven and White Heaven, scavenging for resources within. As an expert among rank 8s, Heifan was no exception. After the maps, there were lots of secrets regarding the goo immortal world. Like Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 Truyong Building, there was the most information about these. But they were useless now, and Heifan's own conjectures. What attracted Fang Yuan the most was one of them. Heifan was suspicious that a Time Path goo immortal had inherited Red Lotus True Inheritance. From this record, Fang Yuan could sense that Heifan had a huge desire towards Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was expected. He was a Time Path great expert. He naturally sought out and looked up to the number 1 Time Path True Inheritance in the world. The final important point was Heifan's own ideas and experimentation on the development of an immortal aperture. Using his own situation as an example, he clearly stated how calamities and tribulations, Tao marks, and immortal aperture helped each other in an intrinsic relationship, and how to modify the immortal aperture's environment, like how to alter the rate of time inside. There was also the management of the immortal aperture and the selling of resources. The important point here was year goo. Back then, after Heifan refined rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water, he started selling mortal level year goo. It became his most lucrative business. In just a few months, he became the biggest year goo vendor in the world. He was earning huge profits. With this rank 8 immortal goo, he had an unceasing gold mine. However, Heifan had also stated the possibility of the attack of year beasts. How to deal with the year beast attacks, how to capture year beasts, how to dissect year beasts, and how to sell year beasts. There was also the relationship between year beasts and the immortal aperture and others. Fang Yuan looked on with a frown. In Heifan's immortal aperture, because of years flow like water, immemorial level year beasts had once went in. They had rank 8 battle strength. Heifan spent a lot of effort in killing them. Because he fought in his immortal aperture, the result was immense losses. Many times, Heifan felt pain due to his losses. After a painful lesson, Heifan started to research on how to seal years flow like water, and conceal its aura when not using it. He found and invented many methods that were all recorded in the True Inheritance. He had made great achievements. However, Heifan warned the inheritor to be careful on something. That was to use immortal goo years flow like water carefully when in battle. Once they fought against a strong foe and lured an immemorial year beast over to attack their immortal aperture, they would be in deep trouble. It seems that I need to be very careful when using years flow like water. If I am careless and heavens will uses this opportunity to lure immemorial year beasts to me, I would die. Fang Yuan was only rank 6, he could not fight against a rank 8 level existence. With a huge difference in strength, there would be no unexpected lucky circumstances that could save him. His consciousness returned from the mortal letter Gu. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He Fan's true inheritance is truly the work of a time path great expert. He lives up to his name. Fang Yuan praised. But the difficulty to inherit this is too high. Precisely because of the difficulty, He tribe's descendants worked hard but did not succeed. In the end, Fang Yuan took advantage of it and obtained the fruits of his labor. Don't look at how easy of a time Fang Yuan had. It had many preconditions, like attitude Gu and familiar face. He even had Chu Du's help to obtain the heavenly crystal eagle nest. However, according to the logic of the Gu immortal world, the inheritances left behind by people of He Fan's level are usually this difficult. For example, Nian Air tribe's Nian Air sword Saint true inheritance. An inheritor would only appear every few hundred years. The current one was Nian Air Pingji. He Fan and Nian Air sword Saint were people who left their names in history. They were prideful people. They were unwilling to have their inheritances obtained by useless people that would tarnish their reputation. They set difficult requirements to choose a worthy successor. It was normal. Next, I have to take over this He Fan grotto heaven. Fang Yuan looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit, signaling to it. At the next moment, the brass bell heavenly spirit slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. When he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he became the owner of He Fan grotto heaven. He could naturally command this brass bell heavenly spirit. The regretful thing was, He Fan grotto heaven had absorbed the immemorial azure heaven fragment. It made the brass bell heavenly spirit mindless and unresponsive. Fang Yuan could not manipulate it easily. It was hard to communicate. It was worse than Hu immortal land spirit. Fang Yuan first looked at Immortal Succession Mountain. This mountain had many pavilions on it. Each one had an inheritance in it. Some of the inheritances were mortal level, while some were left by Gu immortals. The Gu immortals originally in He Fan grotto heaven had ascended Immortal Succession Mountain when they were mortals. After getting the inheritances, they slowly cultivated their way up. Unfortunately, their generations of development were in vain. Fang Yuan killed all of them on this day. Fang Yuan inspected and realized that Immortal Succession Mountain had a few inheritances left. Most of the stone pavilions were empty already. He kept all of these inheritances. He was the owner of the grotto heaven now. Everything inside was his. These inheritances were no different. However, these inheritances were mostly mortal inheritances. There were only 3 Gu immortal inheritances, among which 2 of them did not have any immortal Gu, but they had a few immortal Gu recipes. The last Gu immortal inheritance had 1 immortal Gu left. It was called Bone Spike. It was a bone path offensive Gu worm. After ransacking Immortal Succession Mountain, Fang Yuan looked at the huge world in this place. He Fan grotto heaven had countless resources. The map in the True Inheritance had talked about He Fan grotto heaven's resource distribution, but after so many years and after nurturing so many Gu immortals, the resource map was no longer applicable to its current state. And the brass bell heavenly spirit could not communicate. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had captives. Even though he killed all of the Gu immortals, he had preserved their souls. Right now, all of them were locked up in his immortal aperture. Soul search. A while later, Fang Yuan knew He Fan grotto heaven like the back of his hand. Other than a few areas that ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants were living in, there were some forbidden grounds. These Gu immortals inside He Fan grotto heaven were locals. After tens of generations, how could they know nothing about He Fan grotto heaven? In the process of soul searching, Fang Yuan also learned about the inheritances and cultivation experiences of these Gu immortals. Blood, light, spirit, suppression? Heaven's will. Fang Yuan inspected Zhang Tuo, Zhou Min, and Feng Jun's souls. He realized their scheme. Fang Yuan was glad that he struck quickly. Otherwise, if he waited, these 3 immortals might have actually succeeded. Chu Du snatched the heavenly crystal eagle nest away, while Fang Yuan had attitude Gu and familiar face. Heavens will knew about all these. Most importantly, Heifan Grotto Heaven had absorbed a piece of an immemorial azure heaven fragment. Heavens will could look into the Grotto Heaven. The immortal killer move blood light spirit suppression that Feng Jun had suddenly created was quite suspicious. Feng Yuan assumed that this was likely Heaven's will's influence. Thankfully, Feng Yuan took action after getting the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He went to obtain Heifan true inheritance in the shortest time possible. I have to move away all of the resources inside Heifan Grotto Heaven and put them in my immortal aperture. This place is not safe. As for Heifan Grotto Heaven, I will give it to Chu Du. The value of the Grotto Heaven itself is already 30% of Heifan True Inheritance's value. As for what Heaven's will would do to Chu Du, Feng Yuan could not care less. He had already given the method of self-will Gu to Chu Du. He did not have to worry about Heaven's will influencing Chu Du's thoughts. In the next few days, Feng Yuan went through a thorough inspection. The entire distribution of living habitats, the cooperation and coexistence between resources. Some complemented each other while others restrained each other. These were all precious knowledge that Feng Yuan could learn in order to manage his own immortal aperture. He was lacking in this aspect. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had low aptitude. Bloodpath Gu immortals were skilled in fighting, but were not good in immortal aperture management. Especially large immortal apertures, Feng Yuan had no experience in managing them. Not to mention the sovereign immortal aperture. Right now, Heifan Grotto Heaven was like an encyclopedia placed in front of him. In the next few days, Feng Yuan went around almost the entirety of Heifan Grotto Heaven. His consciousness was covering the surroundings, observing as he researched. Sometimes, Feng Yuan felt that it was as if Heifan was teaching him personally across time and space. There was an incredibly detailed explanation in Heifan's true inheritance. The Heifan Grotto Heaven in front of him was a real-life example. He could interact with and excavate information from it. He could also observe it. If there were any differences, Feng Yuan would soul-search those captive Gu immortals. This made him understand the process and secrets of the prosperity and dwindling of species in a long span of time. Heifan's talent made Feng Yuan feel deep admiration. He had benefited greatly from it. Regarding the development of the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan now had many new bold ideas. When Feng Yuan was certain that he had already understood the structure of the entirety of Heifan Grotto Heaven, he started to move resources. First were the heavenly crystals. Heifan Grotto Heaven's first forbidden ground was the heavenly crystal storage pool. This pool was built in the sky, it covered an enormous area, and was surrounded in layers of Gu formations. But the heavenly crystals only occupied the small area at the center. The heavenly crystals produced in Heifan Grotto Heaven were light azure in color. Heavenly crystals had different colors depends on where they were produced. Feng Yuan placed this storage pool into mini azure heaven. It is a pity that this storage pool can only produce heavenly crystals in a grotto heaven. My sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land. It cannot do anything inside here. However, the light azure heavenly crystals in the storage pool and that heavenly crystal eagle nest should last 5 to 6 years for me. Feng Yuan assessed, with the addition of these crystals, he would have no problems in feeding the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Heavenly crystals were not easy to buy in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The second forbidden area was underground. This was a huge cave. There was stalactites growing in the cave. The most valuable one were the hibiscus stalactites. It was rare in the outside world, but a lot were growing here. Feng Yuan spent some effort, digging out the entire cave and transplanting it into mini southern border. Thankfully, he had pulling mountain immortal Gu, otherwise the second forbidden area would be hard to deal with. But after I do this, when the stalactites grow, they would need to absorb the earth chi inside the sovereign immortal aperture. It would increase the sovereign immortal aperture's earth chi expenditure. Once in a while, I will need to place down the immortal aperture and replenish earth chi. Other than these natural resources, there were ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants. Among the ancient desolate plants, there was one walking meat tree. This tree was a rare strength path plant. It usually grew in Black Heaven. In order to cultivate it, Heifan specially enclosed a portion of Heifan Grotto Heaven, creating a condition of darkness. Around the walking meat tree, Heifan specially created a habitat that suited its growth. The walking meat tree's branches were very peculiar. They were like soft and thick octopus tentacles. With a light whip, they could send desolate beasts flying. Feng Yuan had once seen one in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. This was his second encounter, he sighed. He had once wished he could get a walking meat tree, because he could use Eat Strength Immortal Goo to increase his strength path down marks. But now, he had the walking meat tree, but Eat Strength Immortal Goo was destroyed. It was truly untimely. Feng Yuan placed the walking meat tree into mini black heaven within the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture's advantage was starting to show. He Fan had to make meticulous arrangements to plant the walking meat tree. Feng Yuan did not need to do this, because mini black heaven's environment was close to the real immemorial black heaven. The walking meat tree was very pleased after the relocation. It stretched out its branches comfortably. Because He Fan had specialized methods, Feng Yuan had an easy time relocating these ancient desolate plants. The same went for the other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Using methods in He Fan's true inheritance, Feng Yuan could lure these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into his immortal aperture with no trouble. What was worth mentioning was that among the ancient desolate beasts in He Fan Grotto Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly dogs. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan needed dog desolate beasts, not ancient desolate beasts. He needed their feces to feed the rank 6 dog shit luck immortal goo. But these 3 remnant heavenly dogs were not useless. In the future, if Feng Yuan raised dog shit luck immortal goo to rank 7, its food would change drastically. At that time, the remnant heavenly dog's feces would be useful. Feng Yuan's relocation was very efficient. In the entire process, the brass bell heavenly spirit followed beside him. Feng Yuan was the Grotto Heaven's owner. The heavenly spirit would cooperate with everything he did without resistance. After half a month, Feng Yuan finally emptied He Fan Grotto Heaven. Even the empty immortal succession mountain was not left alone. Feng Yuan moved it into mini southern border. Originally, there were large numbers of Goo masters and mortals living in He Fan Grotto Heaven. They were all the descendants of He tribe's criminal immortals. Feng Yuan killed all of them, collecting their souls, planning to feed them to Danghun Mountain. What made Feng Yuan feel slight regret was, He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have any variant humans. When Grotto Heavens or Blessed Lands reach a certain stage, the Goo immortals would start rearing variant humans inside. Even though He Fan could do this, he did not. Even though there were no variant humans, and most of the common cultivation resources were expended by the Goo immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan still had immense gains. All of the resources in He Fan Grotto Heaven were placed into the sovereign immortal aperture. From a desolate state, it was starting to gain life. This is a huge breakthrough. If I were to work at it myself to get the sovereign immortal aperture to this stage of development, I would need 600 years. And that is the best case scenario. Now after taking in He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, I have directly reached this stage. He Fan Grotto Heaven had existed for a long time. It had accumulated a great amount of resources. After all, this was the accumulation of a rank 8 Goo immortal's wealth. Even though a lot was used up, and it was not at its prime, Feng Yuan still benefited greatly. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture previously was like a pauper, even the immortal Goo were starving. But now, he had inherited the wealth of a billionaire. He turned into a billionaire instantly. Now, the resources inside the sovereign immortal aperture definitely surpasses most rank 7 Goo immortals in terms of value. Even by the standards of rank 8 Goo immortals, I might barely be able to reach them. Of course, a lot of the resources have just been moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. With a change in environment and a fall in time path down marks, their production would greatly reduce. They might even wither and die. The beasts and plants need to adapt to the new environment, and my sovereign immortal aperture also needs to assimilate them slowly. Among which I can't use some of the resources. I should sell them and exchange for the things I need. Moving all of the resources was just the start. Next, Feng Yuan was going to get busy with his development and management. A few days later, Feng Yuan brought Chu Du into He Fan Grotto Heaven. After getting your letter, I came here immediately. This is He Fan Grotto Heaven? Why is it so barren? Chu Du had just arrived in Heifan Grotto Heaven. He looked around with a surprised and disappointed look. There was almost nothing in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Even the grasslands were dug up by Fang Yuan. It was literally empty. There were no trees as well, of course. And the rivers and pools were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture using pulling water immortal goo as well. The scenic Heifan Grotto Heaven had become desolate as ever. When winds blew, sand flew into the air. It was a dismal sight. Chu Du looked at Fang Yuan with a flickering gaze. His expression seemed to be saying, "Brother, isn't your appetite too big? I rushed here to see this." Fang Yuan smiled, pointing at the sky. "Brother Chu, according to our alliance agreement, I will pay you 30% of my gains. Heifan Grotto Heaven is yours now." Chu Du heard this and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in shock. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Yuan nodded. Chu Du was greatly enticed. Even though the resources inside the Grotto Heaven were taken by Fang Yuan, this was still a Grotto Heaven. Resources and Grotto Heaven were like eggs and the chicken respectively. Fang Yuan took the eggs. He left the chicken to Chu Du. Chu Du squinted. His eyes were flickering with sharp light. He could not reject it. The reason? Because controlling this Grotto Heaven was an immense help to Chu Du's cultivation. Even though Chu Du also had an immortal aperture, it was only a blessed land, be it time path or space path resources, they could not compare to a Grotto Heaven. And this was Heifan's Grotto Heaven. Chu Du's blessed land also had lots of cultivation resources, but it was not safe to place his resources there, because of calamities and tribulations. Calamities and tribulations would destroy the immortal aperture's resources when targeting the Gu immortals as well. Chu Du had rank 7 cultivation level. He had passed many calamities and tribulations. He knew the trouble and pain of getting his resources destroyed by calamities and tribulations. He did not have the great strength true martial physique. His blessed land space was limited. It was unlike Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was too big. Even after taking in Heifan's resources, there was still a lot of space left. Fang Yuan could freely choose a place inside it with no resources to undergo his tribulation. But Chu Du could not. Heifan Grotto Heaven has no calamities and tribulations, because this immortal aperture has absorbed a fragment of immemorial azure heaven. I can place my resources inside here, of course. There are few strength path Dao marks here. I will need to decide this carefully in the future. Chu Du assessed. Lu Guanyi handed over Heifan Grotto Heaven to me. Other than completing our agreement, it is also because this Grotto Heaven itself is a problem. Chu Du was not stupid, he quickly realized. He had taken the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Everyone knew that Heifan true inheritance was in his hands. In truth, the one who obtained Heifan's true inheritance was Fang Yuan, except that he was in the background, while Chu Du occupied the Grotto Heaven. If anything happened in the future, Fang Yuan would not be in trouble, but Chu Du would. Even if Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu attacks, I will take over Heifan Grotto Heaven. How can I, the great domination immortal, be afraid of a small risk? Thinking of this, Chu Du spoke, agreeing. Good, as expected of the domination immortal. Fang Yuan clapped, praising. But next, when handing over Heifan Grotto Heaven, there was a tiny problem. The brass bell heavenly spirit was unwilling to. It was because Chu Du did not have He tribe's bloodline. Ignorant thing. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly, destroying the defenseless brass bell heavenly spirit with one hit. The problem was immediately solved. After the transaction, Heifan Grotto Heaven changed owners. Even though Chu Du asked him to stay, Fang Yuan was insistent on leaving. He had stayed in Heifan Grotto Heaven for too long. Fang Yuan had to start preparing for his 4th earthly calamity. Of course, before leaving, he used the Immortal Killer move 100 Years Harmony to create a new alliance agreement with Chu Du. Fang Yuan left quickly. Chu Du was left behind, feeling a huge headache looking at the barren Heifan Grotto Heaven. Traveling back, he returned to Langya Blessed Land. Oh look! Fang Yuan is back. A hairy man Gu Immortal who was inside Langya Blessed Land saw Fang Yuan who was flying in the sky. Does it matter if he is back? That's right. There is no difference if Langya sect has him or not. He is a human Gu Immortal after all. He is not one of us. Ignore him. Let's continue planning on how to take down that falling star hound. Soon, these hairy man-gu immortals lowered their heads, continuing to discuss their tactic. Fang Yuan looked down, his gaze sweeping past these hairy man-gu immortals. Even though they were far away, Fang Yuan had investigative methods. He heard what they were saying. At once, Fang Yuan's gaze turned eerie. He had spent a lot of time searching for He Fan's true inheritance. The fourth earthly calamity was close. Fang Yuan was planning to undergo this earthly calamity himself. Even though getting Chudu's help was safer, Reckless Savage's true meaning would also be split. Fang Yuan would definitely want to take the benefits for himself if possible. Only when he is unable to do so would he think of other ways. And just now, he obtained He Fan's true inheritance. His strength rose greatly. He was confident in dealing with the fourth earthly calamity alone. But to undergo tribulation, I need Lang Yasek's immortal tribulation tempering aperture. I will need to borrow immortal goo and mortal goo from Lang Ya Land Spirit. With my current relationship with Lang Ya Land Spirit, he will not lend it to me, unless I provide a huge gain like selling Dang Hun Mountain. Looking at it, I should use my remaining time to complete that sect mission of taking down the falling star hound. Firstly, it can improve our relationship. Secondly, I can gain a lot of sect contribution points to pay for borrowing goo. Fang Yuan did not return to his cloud city. He flew straight to the first cloud city. There, he met with Lang Ya Land Spirit. Oh, you still remembered to come back? Lang Ya Land Spirit did not speak in a pleasant tone. He had a cold attitude. Fang Yuan sighed. He showed a bitter expression. Please understand, First Supreme Elder, I had my reasons. Earlier, I was not ignoring it. I simply had no time or effort. After going out this time, I resolved my crisis. The moment I returned, I heard the Supreme Elders taking down the falling star hound. I rushed here to get this mission from you, First Supreme Elder, at the first moment. Oh! Lang Ya Land Spirit heard this and stopped frowning. This means you are going to do it? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. I have been wanting to accept the mission. I am a member of Lang Ya sect after all. But the circumstances did not allow me to. I had no choice. Now that I can spare the effort, I want to do something for the sect. His acting skills with attitude goo immediately took effect. Lang Ya Land Spirit felt that Fang Yuan was speaking the truth. He was sincere and apologetic. Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression soothed. He was about to agree, but he quickly changed his words. It will be troublesome if you want to accept this mission. Earlier, 12th Hair and the rest have already coordinated they are going to strike. Last time, even though they failed, they had gained great experience. Both sides had suffered a loss. They are likely going to succeed now. If you want to take this mission, regardless of whether you succeed, you will conflict with them first. Fang Yuan was only an outsider. 12th Hair and the rest were true hairy man-gu immortals. They were part of the hairy men. Lang Ya Land Spirit naturally would side with 12th Hair and the rest. Fang Yuan nodded. So that's it. How about this? Let them take the mission first. If they cannot complete it, I will help out. Is that okay? Lang Ya Land Spirit thought about it. Nodding. Okay. Fang Yuan said again. I hope First Supreme Elder can announce this. Lang Ya Land Spirit did as he said. Once he announced it, there was a commotion in Lang Ya sect. That Fang Yuan is finally going to fight? Humph. He sees that we are succeeding, so he wants to attempt it. Despicable scoundrel. Disregarding the fact that he is despicable, the reward for taking down the falling star hound has risen to over 1,000. Whoever completes it will gain the greatest benefit. O 12th, you must succeed. Don't let that Fang Yuan take advantage. The hairy man-gu immortals had mutual animosity towards him. 12th Hair nodded, subconsciously clenching his fists, thinking, I must succeed. We prepared amply. I will not let everyone down. His previous fight gave the hairy men lots of confidence. 12th Hair was prepared to attack in 2 days' time. But because of this matter, he decided to be more safe and prepare himself better. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received notification that 12th Hair and the rest were about to attack. He went uninvited, gathering with 12th Hair and the rest. Elder Fang Yuan. Sixth Hair went ahead and spoke to Fang Yuan in a strange tone. His true identity was Shadow Sex Spy, but even if Fang Yuan exposed him, nobody would believe it. Because he had made a deal with Fang Yuan. They were in the same boat, he was fearless. Last time, he was ordered to represent Ing Wuxia in transacting with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he had suffered immensely. Fang Yuan did not go and challenge the Falling Star Hound. Sixth Hair managed to stir up the hairy men and direct their attention to it, causing their relationship with Fang Yuan to worsen. Elder Fang Yuan, I know why you are here, but this time you will be disappointed. 12th Hair walked forward, puffing his chest. He was filled with confidence. He spoke in a normal tone. He was frank and upright, unlike the underhanded 6th Hair. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hair. He saw that this hairy man Gu Immortal had evidently changed. He was more confident and secure than before. Fang Yuan assessed. 12th Hair cultivates refinement path along with enslavement path. This time, to deal with the Falling Star Hound, he had been the leader. He was heavily injured before and had to rest in bed for some time. After these obstacles, he has improved drastically. His mental state has also become much more developed. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled as he replied, Then I will await Brother 12th's victory. Humph, hypocrite. He seems to have given up on the surface, but he must be anxious on the inside, right? Hehe. The other hairy man Gu Immortals could not stand Fang Yuan's words. They were muttering. Fang Yuan heard their words and ignored it. The group was standing in the center of the main formation. The hairy men were standing close together. Fang Yuan was the only outcast. Stay alert. I am about to activate the Gu formation. 12th Hair said. He took a glance at Fang Yuan. With one more person, the immortal essence expenditure is definitely going to be higher. The hairy man Gu Immortals had calm expressions. They had already used this teleportation Gu formation many times. They were used to it. The Gu formation gradually activated. It gave off dazzling lights. Fang Yuan watched silently. The teleportation subformation in Taichio was placed by him. Fang Yuan had returned to Langya Blessed Land using the teleportation Gu formation. When he used it alone, it was easy, but he could see that these hairy man Gu Immortals had much more trouble in activating it. 12th Hair continued to expend immortal essence. After a long while, the Gu formation finally activated. Dazzling lights blinded everyone's vision. With a huge mystical force, it reacted. In the blink of an eye, the immortals looked around and realized they were in Taichio. Fang Yuan turned around. The huge elephant corpse was indeed behind him. The immortal essence expenditure did not increase by a lot. It seems that Fang Yuan does not have a deep Dao mark foundation. He is probably more experienced than us in battle techniques only. 12th Hair glanced at Fang Yuan, showing some disdain in his gaze. We can only win this time, we cannot lose. Let's go. 12th Hair waved, shouting loudly. The hairy man Gu Immortals responded. They had high morale. They started their journey. Fang Yuan tailed behind them. In order to not cause conflicts, Fang Yuan purposely stayed behind, not getting close to these hairy man Gu Immortals. Before they advanced by a lot, Fang Yuan found his target. A falling star hound that has not reached maturity? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He saw that the hairy man Gu Immortals were charging towards it. Dog! We will definitely beat you. 12th Hair shouted loudly, battle intent surging in him. The falling star hound howled. It lowered his body as its hill-like body burst forward with incredible speed. The hairy man Gu Immortals were scattered by this attack. 12th Hair was in a very difficult state. He shouted in anger. Beast! You dare to sneak attack us? Come. Let's battle for 300 rounds. Saying this, 12th Hair clapped his hands as a blue light expanded from his hands, forming a blue lake in the sky. From the lake, water spewed out, as 3 desolate beasts came out from the bottom of the lake. 1 yak, 1 tiger, and 1 bear. It was a chestnut yak, a golden white tiger, and a diamond bear. The 3 desolate beasts went towards the falling star hound, engaging in an intense battle on the giant grass. This was a deep area of Taichio. The giant grass was extremely tall. Even the falling star hound and diamond bear was not as tall as the strands of giant grass. 12th hair controlled the three desolate beasts, drawing the falling star hound's attention. The other hairy man Gu immortals were hiding in the giant grass, attacking the falling star hound from a distance. Fang Yuan watched from an even greater distance. He could evidently see many traces of intense battle in this battlefield. The hairy man Gu immortals' performance was quite impressive. They were skillful and had improved from earlier. Even though it was still quite bad, their improvement was very apparent. The falling star hound had not reached maturity, but it could fight with these hairy man Gu immortals evenly. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at the sky. He thought to himself, I am here, heaven's will. How will you deal with me this time? Boom! With a loud boom, the falling star hound crashed into the diamond bear. The diamond bear was only a desolate beast, but it had a robust body. It blocked the falling star hound like a wall. It was hit by the falling star hound. It moved back 5 or 6 steps, but it still stood firmly. The falling star hound moved back by a huge step. Its head was spinning. It shook his head, clearing its mind. During this period of time, 5 or 6 killer moves shot out from the giant grass, impacting on the falling star hound's body. The falling star hound cried out in pain. Its flesh was cut open from the attacks. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. It seems that not just 12th hair, the other hairy man Gu immortals have also learned to use their immortal killer moves. But these immortal killer moves mostly only have one core immortal Gu. They are at rank 6 level. After the falling star hound was attacked for a long time, even though its flesh was torn open, it was only lightly injured. It was an ancient desolate beast. Even as an infant which had not reached maturity, it still had incredible defense and recovery abilities. I cannot fail this time. Fang Yuan will see me as a joke. 12th hair concentrated. He was filled with unprecedented determination. The three desolate beasts seemed to be able to sense their master's feelings. They were filled with battle intent. Under 12th hair's manipulation, the diamond bear with the sturdiest body resisted attacks, while the golden white tiger assisted it. As for the chestnut yak, even though it was very weak, it could cause some interferences on the side. 12th hair is directing the desolate beasts. He seems to be having an easy time. But this situation is quite stagnant. The falling star hound is attacking fiercely. He has not sent out a 4th desolate beast yet. I am afraid he only has 3 desolate beasts after all. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. He even had to use a desolate beast like the chestnut yak. Fang Yuan's guess was very likely to be true. After Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, 12th hair bought a diamond bear and a golden white tiger. But his choice is quite questionable. The diamond bear itself is sufficient. Golden white tiger is a metal path desolate beast with strong defenses as well. He might as well get a flying desolate beast. It would pose a greater threat. That way, the falling star hound would be distracted more and act more warily. It would have weaker attacks when trying to defend itself. Fang Yuan was thinking about this when 12th hair made a mistake. The diamond bear left a gap open after moving away. Damn it! 12th hair stared with furious eyes. He immediately moved the chestnut yak to fill the gap. You have to hang on! 12th hair bellowed in his mind. The falling star hound growled, slamming the chestnut yak away. Next, the falling star hound broke away from the encirclement and charged into the grass. As a result, the hairy man Gu immortals hiding in the grass screamed in terror. Quick, use that move! Seeing that he was about to be hit by the falling star hound, an unlucky hairy man Gu immortal shouted in fear. Swoosh! At the next moment, he vanished on the spot, appearing beside another hairy man 1,000 steps away from him. Thanks. You acted quickly, otherwise, I would have died. The hairy man Gu immortal who was saved still felt lingering fear. The one who saved him was 6th hair. He patted the hairy man Gu immortal's shoulder. Relax. Don't forget the outsider is here. Don't make our Langya sect lose face. Even now, he was still trying to sow discord. The hairy man Gu immortal who was saved quickly concealed his expression, but his body was still shaking slightly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Killing intent was hidden in his gaze as he looked at 6th hair. I will slaughter this fellow one day. But we are members of Langya sect now. the Information Path Alliance agreement prevents us from killing each other. So to kill him, I need to get rid of this Lang Ye sect alliance agreement secretly first. Fang Yuan wanted to make use of Lang Ye sect's strength. Sixth Hair was a severe obstacle. Sixth Hair played a big role in causing Fang Yuan and Lang Ye sect's relationship to turn so sour. In Lang Ye sect, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair both had ulterior motives. Their relationship was not simple either. Because they had made transactions, they had a hold on each other. Fang Yuan had Lang Ye sect's alliance agreement. He could not do things that harmed Lang Ye sect. Of course, he could think and talk about them. Sixth Hair was a member of Lang Ye sect. Because of this, if Sixth Hair was in fatal danger, Fang Yuan had to save him. Of course, it depended on the situation. If Sixth Hair tried to suicidally put himself in danger and lure an ancient desolate beast in order to entrap Fang Yuan, he would not have to save him in that situation. Since Fang Yuan joined Lang Ye sect and went under an alliance agreement, he was not going to be restricted so easily. And Sixth Hair only wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan and obtain his body. He had insufficient strength, and Fang Yuan had a hold on him. Because of Shadow Sect's plan, he was the final spy left in Lang Ye blessed land. He had to stay hidden. Both sides had their own reservations. They were wary of each other. As if he had sensed Fang Yuan's gaze, Sixth Hair turned around and smiled sinisterly. He was a split soul of spectral soul. He had rich battle experience. This was why he could save the hairy man Gu Immortal before anyone else reacted. He was trying to unite the hairy man Gu Immortals and ostracize Fang Yuan, limiting his growth. The battle continued. The falling star hound did not kill the hairy man Gu Immortal. The diamond bear and golden white tiger quickly diverted it. Soon, the chestnut yak arrived as well, forming an encirclement again. The hairy man Gu Immortals also continued their long-range attacks. But 12th Hair continued to make flaws in the battle due to unexpected circumstances, even though he was performing above his usual abilities. After getting out of the encirclement, the falling star hound attempted to kill the other hairy man Gu Immortals. But these hairy man Gu Immortals seemed to have the same immortal killer move. Whenever one was targeted, the rest would be able to teleport them away to another comrade's side. This immortal killer move is quite interesting. Fang Yuan watched silently. He subconsciously placed himself in the falling star hound's position. What would he do to resolve the killer move? Soon, Fang Yuan had an answer. It was difficult to resolve this killer move, because with just this little bit of information, he could not analyze anything. He did not even know the name of the killer move. In this short period of time, the killer move did not seem to have any flaws. Even if I cannot break it, it is very easy to kill these hairy man Gu Immortals. My movement speed far exceeds them. Sword marks targeting death and dark assassination can cause many deaths to them already. In fact, just flying sword immortal Gu alone can kill them. Of course, Sixth Hair is hiding his strength. That is another issue. The actual situation would depend on how the fight develops. I am about to succeed. This time, I will truly defeat the falling star hound. 12th Hair got more and more excited. The light of victory could be seen in his eyes. This time, he performed better than usual. 7 to 8 hairy man Gu Immortals along with 3 desolate beasts were fighting against an infant falling star hound. With the proper tactics, victory was favoring these hairy man Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan, are you seeing this? Even without you, we can take down the falling star hound and obtain true victory. 12th Hair cried out in his mind. He loved his home. He was extremely loyal to Lang Ye sect. Earlier, when Lang Ye sect was facing trouble with developing in Taichio, Fang Yuan watched on the side. 12th Hair had a lot of grudge towards Fang Yuan. When he was injured and bedridden, Fang Yuan went to visit him, but he did not even want to meet. He sent a mortal Gu master to reject Fang Yuan's entry into the Cloud City. This victory had incredible meaning for him. Being able to obtain victory in front of Fang Yuan, 12th Hair felt great pride and joy. As time passed, the battle situation was becoming obvious. Falling Star Hound was gradually unable to hold on. The hairy man Gu Immortals felt that their pressure was lifting. They unavoidably became excited. Some of them could even see victory ahead. Their eyes were red from excitement. They were trembling slightly. It was not easy. With their horrible battle strength, fighting against the falling star hound resulted in repeated setbacks. They had put in so much blood and sweat, coming up with a tactic to deal with the falling star hound. They had spent countless sleepless nights practicing. They were finally going to succeed today. Even though they were tired and their immortal essence was depleted, the hairy man goo immortals felt revitalized. They were having an adrenaline rush. Kill this dog. That's right. Tear its skin and hang it above the cloud cities. Let everyone see our victory. Ha ha ha. We finally defeated it. Fong Yuan, are you seeing this? I know you are unwilling, but so what? Today we will teach you a lesson. The hairy man goo immortals are not powerless. Lang Ya sect belongs to us hairy men. It is not for a human like you. The hairy man goo immortals shouted and screamed in excitement. Fong Yuan smiled plainly, as if he did not hear them. His attitude made the hairy man goo immortals disappointed. Some of them even felt disgust and anger. He is just concealing his emotions. What can he do? The hairy man goo immortal sneered. However, a change occurred right at this moment. An eagle hound suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. With one swipe of its claws, the diamond bear fell. With one peck from its beak, chestnut yak went blind. With a flap of its wings, intense winds blew. The golden white tiger flew back by dozens of steps. The falling star hound curled up into a ball, whimpering in fear. What? Where did this ancient desolate beast come from? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked. Not just one. Soon, 5 eagle hounds appeared from the grass, and 3 were flying in the sky. Out of nowhere, eagle hounds had completely encircled the hairy man goo immortals. How did this happen? 12th Hair's pupils shrunk to pin size. He was completely stunned. He had just experienced going from heaven to hell. A moment ago, he was still a high and mighty victor. At the next moment, his life was on the line. This was a desperate situation. Oh, heaven's will. This is your ambush, huh? Incredible indeed. Fong Yuan laughed in his mind. The eagle hounds did not make a noise. While the hairy man goo immortals were shocked beyond words, there was silence. Oh, 12th Hair, it seems that you have all failed. According to our earlier agreement, it is time for me to act. Amidst the silence, Fong Yuan's plain words could be heard. For some reason, 12th Hair felt his heart jump. Intense rage was burning inside him. He screamed at Fong Yuan. Are you making a mistake? What are you talking about? Open your damned eyes and see the situation we are in. Okay? Fong Yuan's lips curled slightly. Bam! A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere. It slammed the eagle hound closest to Fong Yuan to the ground. Dust and smoke rose. The eagle hound's attention was drawn away, towards Fong Yuan. They were wary of this strong enemy. Within the dust cloud, Fong Yuan's voice could be heard. All right, I will accept this present. Can everyone please go far away? Don't be a disturbance to me. Eagle hounds. They had the body of a wolf and head of an eagle, with a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Their head, neck and wings were covered in black feathers, while their canine bodies and 4 limbs were covered in gray wolf fur. The Dao marks on their bodies were mostly of dark path. This was a rather special beast. Normal desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts and so on reproduced through males and females mating. Eagle hounds, however, were different. The reproduction of eagle hound was through infection. The poison of an eagle hound could influence any species of dog or eagle. When this influence reached a certain degree, the dog or eagle beast infected with the eagle hound's poison would gradually transform into an eagle hound. As a result, the individual strength of eagle hounds varied greatly. Some eagle hounds were transformed from desolate beasts, so they would be desolate beast level. Some transformed from ancient desolate beasts, thus would be ancient eagle hounds. Immemorial eagle hounds were rarely seen, even in white heaven and black heaven. Everything was clear. The moment the first eagle hound appeared, Fong Yuan had already realized how the falling star hound and these eagle hounds were related. This group of eagle hounds had been eyeing this falling star hound. It was thrown down from the sky and confined in Taichou to grow. When the falling star hound matured, it would be a true ancient desolate beast. At that time, the eagle-hound group would use poison to turn this falling star hound into an ancient eagle-hound. As for why this falling star hound was roaming near the teleportation goo formation, the answer was clear: heaven's will. 2 ancient eagle-hounds, while the rest are all desolate beast eagle-hounds. Fang Yuan's gaze coldly focused on the 2 ancient desolate beasts. He did not sense auras of immortal goo on the eagle-hounds. This gave him even greater assurance in this battle. Having and not having immortal goo would lead to Fang Yuan adopting 2 completely different battle tactics. The eagle-hound was killed in 1 strike. It has not died, it is only unconscious. What was that move just now? It was like a huge hand. The hairy man goo immortals reacted only now, and they were extremely shocked. Just now, the eagle-hound that was beaten unconscious by 1 giant hand was naturally a desolate beast level. Strength Path Giant Hand had rank 7 battle strength. Creating such an outcome was not strange. If it were against an ancient eagle-hound, however, it would be a different result. 12th Hair had never seen Fang Yuan fight seriously. He had always thought the battle strength Fang Yuan showed when instructing him was Fang Yuan's true strength. 12th Hair forcibly calmed down, thinking, although Fang Yuan beat 1 eagle-hound unconscious, there are still a lot more remaining. Even if he is powerful, what can just 1 person do? This battle bodes ill, it is better to retreat. Ah! Just as he was thinking of this, 12th Hair suddenly could not help crying out in shock. Fang Yuan's confrontation with the eagle-hound group lasted a very short time. Almost the next instant after beating the eagle-hound unconscious, he began his attack. Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Whoosh! Fang Yuan left behind an afterimage on his original spot. Within an instant, Fang Yuan had penetrated from the edge of the battlefield into the center. What level of speed is this? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked. Even 6th Hair's pupils shrunk. He gritted his teeth. He guessed Fang Yuan used Sword Escape Immortal Goo. This was Bo Qing's Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the giant beast below. This was an ancient eagle-hound. When it had just appeared, it had knocked down the diamond bear, sent the golden-white tiger flying, and pecked the chestnut yak blind. This ancient eagle-hound was stepping on the diamond bear, not letting it budge. The infant falling star hound behind it was curled up into a ball, shivering. He was close to it. The distance between Fang Yuan and this ancient eagle-hound was less than 100 steps. Images of each other were clearly reflected in both their eyes. Fang Yuan suddenly disappeared and appeared right before the eagle-hound's eyes, giving it a scare and causing it to take a step back subconsciously. But soon, its fierce nature was agitated, as it opened its beak wide and screeched furiously. Its wings flapped rapidly and energy transferred from its rear limbs, as it charged ferociously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, shouting, "Beast, lie down." Boom! A Strength Path Giant Hand appeared and descended from the sky, slamming on the ground like a jar lid. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle-hound. The ancient eagle-hound was full of ferocity, but was still unable to match the giant hand's power as it was pushed down. The giant hand also was sent back from the collision. But soon, under Fang Yuan's control and replenishment, the giant hand once again pushed down fiercely, as if it was bringing down a storm. The giant hand struck the ancient eagle-hound's head, immediately causing it to bow down. Its 4 limbs bent exaggeratedly, and its claws that were fiercely supporting its body left 4 pits on the ground. The Strength Path Giant Hand was again flung up a distance from the vibration of the clash, thinning during the process. But the next moment, the giant hand once again condensed as it slammed down. The ancient eagle-hound refused to give in and lifted its head, but at the next moment it saw the giant hand covering the entirety of its vision. Boom! There was a huge sound as the ancient eagle-hound's head was fiercely slammed down to the ground. The thick and sharp eagle beak was firmly embedded into the ground. Its feathers chaotically flew in the air, while its 4 limbs also sunk into the ground. The ancient eagle-hound fell into an extremely furious state. When had it ever received such humiliation? It wanted to strike back, Energy flowed through its limbs, its muscles bulged, and the next moment, it was about to lift up its head. Boom! The giant hand was quicker, however, slamming down on its head and back. The eagle-hound's skeleton gave fracturing sounds at the extremely heavy burden. Its head was shaking intensely, and it was seeing stars. The strength it had accumulated just moments ago completely dissipated. But Fong Yuan's momentum was unforgiving. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 slams, and this ancient eagle-hound was almost completely buried into the ground. It was motionless. The surrounding soil was gradually turning red from the blood. The hairy man-gu immortals were all struck speechless. After Fong Yuan had made a desolate beast eagle-hound faint, he charged into the center of the eagle-hounds without being afraid of the enemy's numerical advantage. Facing the ancient eagle-hound, he sent out 10 or so giant hands and struck it to death like slamming bread dough. The hairy man-gu immortals had never seen such a terrifying display and were extremely frightened. In fact, not only the hairy man-gu immortals, even the other eagle-hounds were dazed. By the time they reacted, one of their leaders had been wiped out. Deathly silence hung in the air, with not even the sound of wind. Under everyone's gazes, Fong Yuan slowly lifted his head and gazed at the sky. There were quite a few eagle-hounds hovering in the air. Among them was the second ancient desolate beast. "It's your turn now." Fong Yuan's tone was light, as he charged towards the sky the very next moment. The eagle-hounds in the sky immediately let out ear-piercing cries, breaking up in an uproar as they retreated in every direction. 12th Hair and the group still had their mouths wide open as they looked at Fong Yuan charging to the sky, driving the eagle-hounds away like they were sparrows or pigeons. Were these still eagle-hounds? A mighty ancient desolate beast. Where is your imposing might? 12th Hair felt like he was in a dream, pursuing good fortune and avoiding disaster. Protecting oneself and seeking long life was every living being's instinct. Wild beasts pushing aside the weak and fearing the strong was also normal. With the eagle-hounds dispersing, Fong Yuan could do nothing. In terms of speed, eagle-hounds were outstanding, regardless of whether they were desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fong Yuan's gaze continued to stare at that ancient eagle-hound. "Will you be able to escape?" As Fong Yuan mumbled, he suddenly sped up. The next instant, his figure appeared behind the ancient eagle-hound. Myriad self first style. Giant hand. The giant hand slammed down with such a loud sound. The hairy men shivered and the eagle-hounds felt their hair standing on end. The hairy men saw that ancient eagle-hound being slammed down from the air by Fong Yuan like a ball, colliding heavily with the ground. Sword escape immortal gu combined with giant hand gave an outstanding result. Strength path giant hand speed was rather slow. If it struck out from afar towards the eagle-hound, this eagle-hound would probably be able to escape before it reached it. But Fong Yuan personally moved, using his speed to make up for this weakness of the giant hand. Of course, this battle tactic also had a weakness. It could easily make Fong Yuan fall into a dangerous situation. So, Fong Yuan had activated Bloodstained Conqueror's robe before he used this tactic. There was also another condition. Fong Yuan did not sense any wild immortal gu on these 2 ancient eagle-hounds. If there were wild immortal gu without probing out the details, Fong Yuan would not use this battle tactic. Giant grass grew all over Taichio. The eagle-hound's fall was greatly mitigated by these strands of grass. Even though ancient eagle-hounds specialized in speed, they were all of ancient desolate level and had sturdy bodies. Fong Yuan would not be able to kill it without using 10 or so strength path giant hands. However, just as Fong Yuan was about to take the chance to chase it, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes flashed a scene of the future. While he charged down, suddenly a third ancient eagle-hound appeared and ambushed him. Fong Yuan was caught unprepared and was clawed fiercely by the wolf claws, smashing to the ground. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and all his bones were fractured. His blood-stained conqueror's robe was broken and even blood asset immortal gu was injured, unable to be used again. The image flashed in an instant, however Fong Yuan fully trusted it. Because this was the result of his pre-activated immortal killer move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. It was a time path investigative killer move from Heifan True Inheritance, 3 Breaths Future Vision. used after Immortal Goo as the core and could allow the Goo Immortal to see their future situation. And this future situation would manifest within 3 breaths of time. Fang Yuan did not lose his head. Instead his eyes shined with satisfaction. Sure enough, Heaven's will's arrangement wouldn't be so simple. There was actually an ambush. My blood-stained Conqueror's robe is an Immortal-level defensive move, but its core Immortal Goo is only the rank 6 blood asset. It is still slightly weak when facing an ancient desolate beast. Since he knew about the ambush naturally would be useless. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan suddenly shot out sharp sword light towards a certain location in the air. Right as the hairy man Goo Immortals were feeling puzzled, sword marks targeting death struck that hidden ancient eagle hound. Ding! There was a sharp and clear sound. The ancient eagle hound was intercepted by sword marks targeting death. The hairy man Goo Immortals shouted in shock. There was actually a third ancient eagle hound hiding in ambush. Unimaginable. If it had sneak attacked any of us hairy man Goo Immortals, it would probably have gotten its way. Fang Yuan could actually sense it? Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows, staring at the third ancient eagle hound which had suffered no damage. Being able to block sword marks targeting death, this ancient eagle hound seems to have wild Immortal Goo on it? The third ancient eagle hound had Immortal Goo. If not for this, how could it block Fang Yuan's Immortal Killer move, sword marks targeting death? Fang Yuan's heart burned with eagerness. Times had changed. If it were before he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would have avoided this eagle group. But now, with his strength having increased sharply, his mindset had changed. He intended to take down all these eagle hounds. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild Immortal Goo on the ancient eagle hound, I will take it as well. Being able to block sword marks targeting death, let me see what kind of exemplary defensive Immortal Goo it is. In an instant, thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. He determined his battle tactics. Blood path killer moves like Blood Torrent and so on were not suitable to be used in front of the hairy man Goo Immortals. These hairy man Goo Immortals could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and knew the terror of Blood Path. They were not like that group of ignorant Goo Immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Although he could use He Fan True Inheritance's Immortal Killer moves, he had to be prudent. After all, he still had not practiced them to proficiency. Rashly using them could likely result in failure and cause backlash. Therefore, Fang Yuan clapped, choosing his personal creation, which was also the offensive method he was most skilled in. Convergence of Enslavement and Strength Path, Myriad Self. At the next instant, large amounts of Strength Path phantoms filled the sky. Ah! The hairy man Goo Immortals were all struck speechless. Sixth Hair also had a stupefied look, but inwardly was not surprised. He already knew about Myriad Self, this was old news. But soon, Sixth Hair's pupils shrunk as he blurted out, "Hiva vanished?" In his perception, Fang Yuan had suddenly vanished, and only the dense group of Strength Path phantoms remained in the sky. Fang Yuan had used Familiar Face to disguise himself as an ordinary Strength Path phantom, mixing in within the Myriad Self army. Charge! The Myriad Self army cried out together and like a torrent falling from the sky, charged towards the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with sharp light. Suddenly the wings on its back flapped, bringing forth a layer of dark wing shadows. Its speed increased sharply, and it actually retreated. This response was somewhat out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Clearly, this eagle hound had a second wild Immortal Goo. That layer of wing shadows was the effect of that Immortal Goo. It actually has another wild Immortal Goo. The desire in Fang Yuan intensified. He commanded the Myriad Self army to continue charging towards the ancient eagle hound. Along the way, the Strength Path phantoms suddenly dispersed, like a blooming flower or a giant beast's maw, as they pounced at the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound gave a sharp cry as it suddenly rose up. It was actually retreating again. Fang Yuan had already calculated its retreat routes. The Myriad Self army, which had charged ahead like a flood dragon with its mouth open, swung its tail. The Strength Path phantoms at the rear pounced at the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound that was retreating backwards suddenly leaned towards the right. Its wings flapped and its whole body drew an inclining arc through the sky, perfectly dodging the myriad self-army's offensive route. The hairy man-goo immortals were in an agitated state watching all these moves. Compared to the eagle hound, they naturally wanted Fang Yuan to win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be extremely cunning. Fang Yuan had encircled it several times, but was still unable to succeed. The ancient eagle hound's speed is much faster than these Fang Yuan's. How could they catch up to it? 12th Hare attentively observed, feeling dejected as Fang Yuan continued to make no progress. 6th Hare, however, had a bright gaze, thinking, Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment seems to have increased slightly. It is going to end soon. This ancient eagle hound might be fast, but it is concerned about the other eagle hounds, and has only been flying around the battlefield. It will soon be captured by Fang Yuan. A battlefield formed in the sky. Almost all the eagle hounds flew up and were battling with the myriad self-army. Fang Yuan's focus was completely on the third ancient eagle hound. There is something odd about this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan had discovered that the other eagle hounds could be easily dealt with. As long as he used a few strength path phantoms, the eagle hounds could be pinned down. Only this third ancient eagle hound was rather crafty and could see through the tactics of the myriad self-army. It was able to retreat and advance at will. Finally, Fang Yuan was able to succeed. Several groups of the myriad self-army besieged the third eagle hound from the front, back, above and below. He actually surrounded it. 12th Hare and the group cried out in joy. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp screech, as it flapped its wings wildly and clawed everywhere, destroying many of the strength path phantoms. Within just a few moments of being encircled, the ancient eagle hound seemed to be about to break through the siege. But this did not matter, because Fang Yuan's true body, hidden among the strength path phantoms, had already approached the ancient eagle hound. When he was close enough, he decisively used his sword path killer move, Dark Assassination. This killer move's specialty was that no immortal goo aura would leak out when it was activated. It was extremely stealthy. The ancient eagle hound let out a miserable shriek as it was struck by Fang Yuan. A bloody hole appeared on its neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the blood lessened, and the bloody hole disappeared. The injury had healed and feathers grew once again on the surface. At the same moment, the ancient eagle hound turned berserk. Its whole body was covered by a layer of dark shadows. Its speed increased by multiple times as it attacked wildly, bringing forth afterimages of its wings and claws. Crash, crash, crash. Countless strength path phantoms were destroyed directly by the ancient eagle hound without putting up resistance. Even Fang Yuan's true body was discovered and was sent flying. But with blood-stained conqueror's robe, there was not much injury. How could this be? There are disorderly auras of so many goo worms appearing on this ancient eagle hound. 12th Hare and the rest blurted out in shock. 6th Hare's eyes also widened at this, as he incredulously said, "Impossible! It can actually use an immortal killer move." Such a strong result and the complex aura of goo worms indicated this ancient eagle hound had actually used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt went against the common knowledge of the immortal world. A wild beast actually had enough intelligence to activate immortal killer move. Wind whistled past Fang Yuan's ears. He was sent flying. Although he had avoided the frontal attack, it had still brushed past him and was enough to send him flying away. He gazed at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes brightly flashing. So it was like this? No wonder I had felt it was so peculiar. This ancient eagle hound was originally a goo immortal. It was impossible for wild beasts to be so smart to the extent of using immortal killer moves. 6th Hare did not realize this because he did not cultivate transformation path. Fang Yuan had plenty of understanding regarding transformation path, immediately thinking of this most likely possibility. A transformation path goo immortal who cultivated an eagle hound transformation, but because of transforming too many times or being in transformation state for too long, they were unable to turn back, losing their wisdom and memories, turning into a special ancient eagle hound. Like when refining goo, the Gu Immortal's cultivating transformation path would have to face the risks when transforming into other forms. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle proved Fang Yuan's guess. This ancient eagle hound still had some battle instincts of the transformation path Gu Immortal. As a result, its performance was much more cunning than normal ancient eagle hounds, and it understood when to advance and retreat. But in the end, it was not a Gu Immortal. It did not have human wisdom, it could not grasp opportunities in the battle and could not carry out any battle tactics. When in battle, it mainly used immortal Gu. When it was the juncture of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated and it subconsciously used its most familiar immortal killer move from the past. Just before, Fang Yuan had used dark assassination to pierce through its head. But in the moment of crisis, it had dodged and the attack struck its neck. Then, the wild shadows it erupted with that sent Fang Yuan's true body flying were from it using an immortal killer move. The fight instantly fell into a stalemate. If it were ordinary eagle hounds, Fang Yuan would have captured all of them by now. But it was a different situation with this ancient eagle hound. It was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle hounds. Whenever Fang Yuan sneak attacked, the ancient eagle hound was always able to avoid the fatal points. Perhaps it was because this transformation path Gu Immortal had experienced many battles, or maybe it was because of the support of an unique immortal Gu. A more likely possibility was the help of heaven's will. In short, Fang Yuan's intention to finish the battle quickly had been thwarted. The sky was chaotic. Loud sounds reverberated unceasingly as the strength path phantoms were destroyed at every moment. But with Fang Yuan's replenishment, the myriad self-army was unending. Their quality might not be up to par, but their quantity held the absolute upper hand. From time to time, eagle hounds covered by strength path phantoms would fall down from the sky and smash into the ground. Upper hand. Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan has the upper hand facing all these eagle hounds. An individual's strength can actually reach such a level. Elder Fang Yuan is actually so powerful. The hairy man Gu Immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield, and as they looked at the battle, they had, without noticing, started to address Fang Yuan as an elder. 12th Hair's expression was filled with shock as well as bitterness. He felt it even deeper than others. Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment of easily commanding the myriad self-army made him have a feeling of how shallow and minute he was. Although the ancient eagle hound was somewhat troublesome, from the beginning, Fang Yuan occupied the dominant position and the eagle hounds could not do anything to him. Since it is like this, then I should change my battle tactics. Fang Yuan's true body put off attacking and suddenly retreated to the side. He began to gather his concentration to activate another immortal killer move. By now, he had already been constantly maintaining blood-stained conqueror's robe, familiar face and 3 breaths future vision. He was floating in the air and also activating Gu worms, and occasionally replenishing the myriad self-army. All these used up his focus, and this immortal killer move was rather complicated and he had yet to practice it to proficiency. Thus he had to give up on attacking and move to a safer environment, to gather almost all his concentration and activate this move. Rank 7 Year Gu was first activated, followed by the supplementary Mortal Gu one after the other. Immortal Killer Move Year Beast Summoning. Come out, my ancient Year Beast. Splash, splash, splash. In mid-air, a phantom image of the river of time manifested. Waves were surging endlessly in the river, and from these waves, an enormous bestial figure jumped out. Cluck, cluck. The Year Beast unfurled its wings and descended to the battlefield. What is this? Such a large chicken. Seeing an ancient Year Beast suddenly entering the battlefield, the hairy man Gu Immortals were shocked. According to the contents of Hei Fan's True Inheritance, there are 12 different forms of Year Beasts. This time, I was pretty lucky to be able to summon a chicken Year Beast. Fang Yuan sized up this Year Beast while appraising it inwardly. This Year Beast was as large as a hill. When it unfurled its wings, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. It was valiant and spirited, with awe-inspiring might. Its feathers were bright and colorful while its claws were sharp as blades. It quickly swept its gaze around the battlefield, before fixing on Fang Yuan. No one else had more appeal to it than Fang Yuan, because it smelled the scent of year goo from Fang Yuan. Year goo. This was the food of year beasts. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more enticing it was to year beasts. The immortal killer move, year beast summoning, was formed from this principle. Its creator, Heifan, had invented this killer move long before refining year's flow like water. This is for you. Fang Yuan chuckled, as he waved his hand, sending out large amounts of mortal year goo. The chicken year beast was joyous, as it raised its head and inhaled. Immediately, an enormous air current was created, and like a dragon swallowing water, the chicken year beast inhaled all the mortal year goo. Kill it, and I will give you a lot more. Fang Yuan pointed at that crucial ancient eagle hound. The chicken year beast's gaze sharpened, as it quickly turned its head towards the target. The ancient eagle hound felt goosebumps all over its body, revealing its sharp claws as it felt a strong threat from the chicken year beast. The ancient eagle hound formed a clear contrast with the chicken year beast. Even if it stood up like a human, it would not reach half the height of the chicken year beast. Cluck cluck. The chicken year beast flapped its wings, charging towards its target. The speed it erupted with was actually faster than the ancient eagle hound. Bam! The two collided fiercely. The chicken year beast was sent back 70 to 80 steps, while the ancient eagle hound was directly sent flying. The chicken year beast let out a sharp cry as it chased after the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was indeed crafty. After suffering a loss, it no longer confronted the chicken year beast head-on. Instead it moved left and right, dodging the chicken year beast. Fang Yuan looked on for a while before he relaxed. This chicken year beast had no immortal goo, but its physical constitution was much stronger than the ancient eagle hound. Year beasts, even in the river of time, were very rare beasts. Of course, if the ancient eagle hound activated immortal goo, the chicken year beast would fall into a disadvantage. Once or twice would not matter, but if it continued on, the chicken year beast would also be defeated. The side which had immortal goo would naturally obtain a huge boost in their battle strength. Heifan warned in the True Inheritance that the summoned year beast is not a slave and the summoner does not have very much control over it. If the enemy is too powerful, it won't battle at all. Even if it battles, it might retreat after a short period of time and demand even more year goo from the summoning goo immortal. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan knew he did not have much time left. He did not choose to pincer attack the ancient eagle hound with the chicken year beast, because the chicken year beast was not under his control and he was only able to barely communicate with it using the method left behind by Heifan, reaching a collaboration. Fang Yuan's true body, which was hidden amidst the myriad self-army, quietly approached a desolate beast eagle hound. The eagle hounds were still fighting with the myriad self-army in the air. Occasionally, some eagle hounds would be beaten down by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms, but shortly afterwards, these eagle hounds would fly to the air again, continuing to fight. Although there were many strength path phantoms, their offensive prowess was clearly weak when facing against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They were only able to disrupt and expend the eagle hound's energy. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan attacked. A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming down towards an eagle hound. Fang Yuan's position was extremely good. The eagle hound was caught unprepared and was struck by the hand, immediately letting out a miserable cry before it fainted. The eagle hound began to fall down, but Fang Yuan activated another giant hand and was waiting below. The second giant hand grabbed this unconscious eagle hound and carefully placed it on the ground. Fang Yuan's true body disappeared amongst the myriad self-army once again. But soon, he appeared in another area of the battlefield. Strength path giant hand attacked quickly and sent another eagle hound fainting. He then did the same as before, placing this eagle hound on the ground, beside the first eagle hound. The hairy man Gu immortals were all struck speechless. Elder Fang Yuan seems to be right. He intends to capture these eagle hounds alive. A skilled person is truly courageous. The hairy man Gu immortals sighed. These eagle hounds, which were deadly opponents to them, seemed to be no more than wealth from Fang Yuan's perspective. One after the other, eagle hounds were plotted against by Fang Yuan, struck unconscious, and piled up together. Soon, these unconscious eagle hounds piled up to form a hill, making for quite a grand sight. The ancient eagle hound saw this scene and gave a furious cry. But it was pinned down by the chicken-ear beast and was unable to go rescue its brethren. The chicken-ear beast was also in a slightly miserable state. Its whole body was filled with injuries and it seemed to be having the intent to retreat. After all, Heifan was a time path Gu Immortal. Being able to create an immortal killer move that imitated enslavement path was already extremely amazing. It seems that year beast summoning is ideal for use in a favorable battle. If used to fight in a disadvantageous situation during a life or death battle, the result won't be outstanding. Fang Yuan engraved this information in his mind. Only when one used immortal killer moves in practice would they obtain deeper experience. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative in the battle. He paid attention to the battle between the chicken-ear beast and the ancient eagle hound all along. Before the chicken-ear beast retreated, Fang Yuan dealt with the remaining eagle hounds. The unconscious eagle hounds numbered to 8, while the rest were struck to death. After all, Giant Hand was not a capturing method. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to use it to imitate this effect. Die! Fang Yuan flew to the sky and flanked the ancient eagle hound with the chicken-ear beast. After fighting for several rounds, the result was indeed not good. Fang Yuan called out to the chicken-ear beast to retreat and guard those unconscious eagle hounds. The chicken-ear beast already had low battle intent, and after receiving Fang Yuan's instruction, it did not immediately move, but instead quietly retreated a distance before opening its beak as it gazed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood its intention and threw out a large batch of year goo. The chicken-ear beast had its fill, only then did it turn around and move towards the ground to guard the unconscious eagle hounds. Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound battled once again. But this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient eagle hound was anxious to save those unconscious comrades, as it charged in all directions. What a pity! A grand Gu Immortal falling down to such a level, thinking it is an actual eagle hound. Fang Yuan was lot more relaxed now than before. The ancient eagle hound flew fast and with immortal Gu on it, at the crucial times, it could arouse its survival instincts and activate the previous immortal killer move. Fang Yuan changed his battle tactic. His previous tactic of charging in and using Giant Hand was too risky. Blood-stained Conqueror's robe's defense was nothing prominent in front of this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan started using sword path killer moves to attack the ancient eagle hound from afar. But the ancient eagle hound's defensive method was outstanding. Fang Yuan did not know which immortal Gu it was specifically. He estimated this transformation path Gu Immortal, when alive, felt the defense of an eagle hound was rather low, thus intentionally strengthening this aspect. Fang Yuan fought for a long time but still had no upper hand. The ancient eagle hound also could not rescue its comrades, while the chicken-ear beast sat in position to fight a defensive battle. The injuries on the ancient eagle hound slowly accumulated. This is truly troublesome. Giant Hand's speed is slow, it cannot hit. Sword path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not that good. Using poison spit is simply wasting immortal essence. Ancient eagle hounds are extremely resistant to poison. Fang Yuan was without other options. Similarly, after this transformation path Gu Immortal completely transformed into the ancient eagle hound, they obtained the intuition of wild beasts, and with the remaining battle instincts, this ancient eagle hound became much more difficult to handle. Facing it, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss as to what to do. A transformation path Gu Immortal's advantage was that after the transformation succeeds, their body's constitution would be extremely high. Like this ancient eagle hound, just its flying speed could match sword escape in short range, let alone when it activates its immortal Gu. At the moment, Fang Yuan could only choose to fight a battle of attrition. When this ancient eagle hound uses up all its immortal essence, and is no longer able to activate its immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or when its injuries accumulate to a certain degree and it exposes a flaw which Fang Yuan could use. Fang Yuan felt helpless, but the spectators did not have this feeling. The hairy man Gu Immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the competitive, cruel world of Gu Immortals, the most important thing was the Gu Immortal's strength. The strength Fang Yuan displayed shocked all the hairy men. Even sixth hair was not an exception. This guy, how could he increase his battle strength so much in such a short time? He can actually summon a year beast. How did he get a hold of this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth hair felt heaviness in his mind. Fang Yuan's growth speed caused him to feel stifled and breathless. After some more time fighting, the ancient eagle hound suddenly rose up. Eh? You want to escape? Fang Yuan thought before quickly giving chase. The ancient eagle hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain state, whether it be its offensive prowess or flying speed, both had clearly fallen. No matter how talented in battle the Gu Immortal was when they were alive, the wild beast's instinct of evading danger still made it choose to retreat. As for those unconscious comrades, they could only be abandoned. Fang Yuan inwardly cursed at this. He had already anticipated this situation. It was just that it happened earlier than his expectation. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to give chase, but the distance between them was shrinking very slowly. The ancient eagle hound was escaping for its life with an astonishing speed. Immortal Killer Move. Luck Whirlwind. Fang Yuan was without other options and could only activate this killer move. Success. The ancient eagle hound directly returned to the previous position. Fang Yuan caught up to it and both sides engaged in fierce battle again. After a few rounds of fighting, the ancient eagle hound escaped again. Fang Yuan could only give chase. Luck Whirlwind. Success. Both sides battled again, while the hairy man Gu Immortals watched on from afar. But soon, the ancient eagle hound gave up on Fang Yuan. It crazily flapped its wings as it retreated for a third time, its attitude more firm than before. Fang Yuan was helpless. He was unable to break the eagle's wings. Luck Whirlwind. Unfortunately, he failed this time and immediately spurted out some blood. It took him a few breaths to stabilize himself. The ancient eagle hound had already flown to the horizon by this time. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop. Heaven's will was paying attention all along. Tai Chiu was perilous, and there were already vague signs of a beast tide forming. There was not much time to practice Luck Whirlwind properly. Fang Yuan thought as he sighed. If Luck Whirlwind was activated on its own, the success rate of its activation was 80 to 90%. But when put in real battle, it was a different situation. For instance, Fang Yuan had to maintain blood-stained Conqueror's Robe, Familiar Face, 3 Breaths Future Vision, and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves involved large numbers of Gu worms and needed enormous mental energy. In this situation, activating Luck Whirlwind, which he was not proficient in, and being able to activate it twice successfully already showed Fang Yuan's luck was quite good. Immortal killer moves had outstanding effects, but their expenditure of mental energy was very high. Let alone in life and death battle, where one had to maintain their attention on the enemy, consider battle tactics as well as making appropriate responses in time. As a result, it was not the case that the more immortal killer moves activated in battle, the better. If the mind was burdened over the limit, one might not be able to give a correct response to an enemy's sudden attack or might not even be able to react in time, leading to their defeat and death. That would truly be laughable. In fact, there were countless such laughable ends in the history of Gu Immortals. Examples of extremely powerful killer moves failing in activation and causing the Gu Immortal to die were not few. To resolve this issue, I can only raise my battle strength even further. Besides adding in more practice and modifying the immortal killer moves to make them simpler, Wisdom Path can be used to solve it. Immortal killer moves were created from the combination of countless Gu worms. Activating each Gu worm expended at least one thought of the Gu Immortal. Successfully activating one immortal killer move would expend thousands or even tens of thousands of the Gu Immortal's thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that was specialized in solving this issue. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were often able to use a greater number of and more complex immortal killer moves than Gu Immortals of other paths. Among the Wisdom Path inheritances I have obtained, the most important one is still Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Star True Inheritance. It is specialized in deducing and is not specialized in controlling Gu worms and activating killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I can fully use this foundation to develop on this aspect and make a breakthrough. After Fang Yuan sent the ancient eagle hound escaping away, he examined his own shortcomings while returning, and decided he had to progress on wisdom path next. Descending on the ground, Fang Yuan patted his stomach and opened the entrance to his immortal aperture. The entrance opened, revealing a part of the landscape in the sovereign immortal aperture. Sixth Hair stared fixedly, but how could he be able to see properly from outside the entrance? He only saw a desolate, icy plain. That was many northern plains of sovereign blessed land. Sixth Hair let out a sigh of relief at this. It seems he focused on raising his battle strength, while the management of the immortal aperture has fallen. It's no wonder. After all, this sovereign immortal aperture faces calamity once every 2 months. Sixth Hair simply did not know Fang Yuan had completely plundered Heifan Grotto Heaven. He thought Fang Yuan was still a pauper. Little did he know that the other areas of sovereign blessed land were beautiful mountains and rivers, lush forests, and shocking amounts of rich resources. Regardless, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Hair's eyes twitched as he gazed at the chicken-ear beast. Fang Yuan might only be rank 6, but he already holds rank 7 strength, adding on to another rank 7 battle strength. I definitely need to report this matter to Lord Ing Wuxie. The chicken-ear beast clucked in happiness. Fang Yuan fed it large numbers of year goo, making it extremely satisfied. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, slowly disappearing from sight, taking in the eagle hounds one after the other into his immortal aperture, along with the falling star hound, and after sending away the chicken-ear beast, Fang Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man Gu immortals. This mission should be considered done by me, right? Fang Yuan lightly smiled, using an inquiring tone to ask these hairy men. The hairy man Gu immortals nodded. Their expressions were more or less filled with reluctance, helplessness, and embarrassment. This was the fact. Without Fang Yuan making a move, their lives would have been in danger. 12th Hair opened his mouth as if to say something, but even after moving his mouth multiple times, he did not manage to say a word. He thought of his meager performance and how he had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. He could not help feeling ashamed. Sixth Hair was observing the others' expressions and spoke with a sinister smile. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly amazing. You were able to defeat the Eagle Hound group by yourself. If we had not seen it personally, none of us would have believed it. If you had made a move earlier, the falling star hound or whatever would have been nothing difficult, right? The hairy man Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed slightly, feeling even more complicated. I have my own problems. I don't want to explain to you. First Supreme Elder knows about them. Fang Yuan chuckled. He then gazed at everyone before looking at 12th Hair. All right, this matter is over now. Let us return. With the teleportation Gu formation, everyone returned to Langya Blessed Land. After hearing everyone's report, Langya Land Spirit's attitude softened by a lot. He was not very shocked at Fang Yuan's battle strength, because he knew Fang Yuan had once possessed Spring Autumn Cicada and had reborn. A rank 6 possessing rank 7 battle strength was rare, but for Fang Yuan it was not hard to understand. Having eased his relationship with Langya Land Spirit, and obtaining the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Star Hound mission, Fang Yuan was able to smoothly borrow Gu worms to use Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Over the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated in peace. He mainly cultivated his soul using Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, secretly trained the new killer moves like Luck Whirlwind, and in his free time he looked after the newly obtained infant Falling Star Hound and the group of Eagle Hounds. Regarding these desolate beasts and the ancient Eagle Hound, they only needed to slightly adapt to the new environment and could live in peace. Regardless of where they lived, they were still living, right? This was the behavior of those without intelligence. As for the countless resources moved over from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border, because Mini Southern Border's environment was rather similar to Heifan Grotto Heaven's. Despite this, because the Tao marks of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture could not compare to Heifan Grotto Heaven, many resources had reduced production and some were even on the verge of dying. As a result, Fang Yuan still had a concern, which was to quickly sell these resources that he could not grow. Besides transacting with Langya land spirit, the focus was on treasure yellow heaven. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan accumulated a large number of immortal essence stones. After using a portion of the resources, the slightly insufficient immortal essence reserve was no longer a worry, and now it had become Fang Yuan's strong point. So much green grape immortal essence. I don't have to worry even if I activate triple layered sword wave 100 times. Fang Yuan had never possessed so much green grape immortal essence. This made him even more confident for his fourth earthly calamity. Time passed. Finally it was time for Fang Yuan to pass another earthly calamity again. He left Langya blessed land and came to the northern icy plain. After choosing an area, he placed down his immortal aperture and opened its entrance, absorbing heaven and earth chi. This time, the duration of the absorption of heaven and earth chi was tens of times as long as before. The reason was that the resources inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had increased by hundreds of times, expending large amounts of heaven and earth chi of the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan then arranged immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Everything was handled with ease. After finishing the preparations, Fang Yuan closed the blessed land's entrance and welcomed the fourth earthly calamity. It was still at many northern plains. Fang Yuan encountered endless flying frost. This is profound white flying salt calamity? Fang Yuan was stunned before recognizing it. He was slightly surprised. This calamity was not strong. Instead it was the type which could be passed rather easily. Yellowish clouds started forming in the sky. Large amounts of frost salt slowly fell down from the sky. The whole process was silent. The salt was like snow and there was not any wind. The endless salt fell down on the ground and melted the ice and snow on the ground. Some cold-resistant wild grasses and flowers that had grown on the snow were submerged by the salt and were wilting rapidly before completely dying. It is trying to destroy many northern plains ecology? Fang Yuan was slightly perplexed. For the moment, he did not move and only looked on from the side. Although there were some losses, most of his resources were currently gathered in many southern border. Many northern plains was the area Fang Yuan had been using to pass tribulations. Fang Yuan could completely bear these losses before, let alone now when he had harvested Heifan Grotto Heaven's accumulation and had become extremely wealthy. After a while, snowmen started to appear from the endless salt and frost. This was the influence of reckless savage's true meaning. So long as Fang Yuan killed these snowmen, he could obtain reckless savage's true meaning, rapidly raising his transformation path and strength path attainment levels. This time was not like the previous time where he shared with Chudu. Fang Yuan was going to enjoy it all by himself. Fang Yuan quickly made a move. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. The intention of heavens will manifested at this moment. It wanted to reduce Fang Yuan's benefits from the earthly calamity as much as possible. Fang Yuan and heavens will race to strike at the snowmen. Myriad Self was activated, eliminating these snowmen. Naturally, there were also other methods used. These had to be done by Fang Yuan himself. Other existences, whether they be Gu immortal or desolate beasts, whoever killed the snowmen would be the one to obtain reckless savage's true meaning. Waves of reckless savage's true meaning entered Fang Yuan's mind, quickly raising his attainment level. As for the profound white flying salt, they were inexorable and not something Fang Yuan could directly get rid of. This fourth earthly calamity continued for a long time. Even when the duration of the previous 3 earthly calamities were added, they would not even be 1/10 of this earthly calamity. 3 days later, profound white flying salt scale began to slightly decrease. Is this a battle of attrition? Fang Yuan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Several days went by again. The profound white flying salt calamity finally stopped. Fang Yuan gazed at the frost salt that had covered the land, the doubt in his mind intensifying. According to his previous deduction, the fourth earthly calamity should have been even more strong and even more difficult to handle. But the reality was, the profound white flying salt calamity had been mild from start to finish. It descended gradually. Fang Yuan did not feel any pressure at all. He was even able to destroy almost all of the snowmen, not wasting much of reckless savage's true meaning. His gains were plentiful. It was as if heaven's will was letting him go. Previously, I used some time path killer moves in Taichio. It was also to test heaven's will's deduction ability and to see how it deals with me afterwards. The result was the profound white flying salt calamity. No matter what, the fourth earthly calamity is now over. I can let the land of salt remain. After cleansing it with self-will, I can treat it as a special environment. This earthly calamity was unimaginably easy. Feng Yuan did not suffer even a small injury. Feng Yuan retrieved his immortal aperture and was about to return to Langya blessed land. But right at this moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. Feng Yuan entered a battlefield killer move. 9 Gu Immortals appeared around him, along with an enormous dragon-shaped beast whose aura was majestic and boundless, staring at Feng Yuan with hostility. Immemorial desolate beast. Feng Yuan's heart immediately sank to rock bottom. He immediately comprehended. Human calamity. So heaven's will was intentionally extending the duration of my tribulation to set up this deadly situation for me. In an instant, Feng Yuan had fallen deep into a predicament. The surrounding area was frost-white in color. Countless gray clouds, the size of carriages, hovered around Feng Yuan. Although Feng Yuan did not feel any wind, these clouds coiled around him swiftly, like hunting sharks or a pack of starving wolves. This is a battlefield immortal killer move, and one which I have not seen before. It seems to be mostly formed of cloud path. Feng Yuan was fully vigilant, and after the brief shock, his mind worked rapidly, analyzing the situation. Forget about the battlefield immortal killer move. The main point is there are actually 9 Gu Immortals and a dragon immemorial desolate beast. Feng Yuan observed the 9 figures. These mysterious Gu Immortals were covered in a layer of gray clouds, covering their true appearances, only revealing their eyes. As for the Gu Immortals' auras, the clouds could not hide them. They were leaked. That dragon beast was also covered in a thick layer of gray cloud as it hovered, facing Feng Yuan. It was completely releasing its majestically shocking aura. In Feng Yuan's perception, the dragon was like a lofty mountain, while he himself was like an ant at the base of the mountain. Feng Yuan was shocked. This group was too powerful. He could not even think of being their match. Strange. How could there be so many people lying in ambush? Besides shock, Feng Yuan also felt an enormous doubt. The northern icy plain rarely had humans, as there were almost no resources in it. This was a desolate land created by reckless savage demon Venerable. The only wealth to be found was reckless savage's true meaning, which Chu Du desired very much. As a result, Gu Immortals rarely came here. Moreover, before each earthly calamity, Feng Yuan would gather intel about any movements regarding Northern Plains righteous forces. Through Treasure Yellow Heaven, Langya sect, and even Chu Du, there was no commotion from Northern Plains super forces. Because of He tribe's extermination, everyone was absorbing their gains and adapting to the completely new power structure of forces. Almost all of these righteous forces had territories in Northern Plains which were guarded by Gu Immortals. In fact, it was difficult for Huang Jin tribes to mobilize 3 or 4 Gu Immortals at once, unless something big happened. While Demonic Path and Lone Immortals might be free, they usually moved alone. How could they suddenly gather into one group? Moreover, I have been holed up inside Langya blessed land for almost all the time, avoiding Wisdom Path Gu Immortals deductions. I am also protected by Dark Limit and other methods. It is almost impossible for my traces to be deduced so clearly. Where did these Gu Immortals come from? Could they be from Central Continent? Previously, to investigate the truth of 88 Truyang building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had allied and built a team of Gu Immortals to send to Northern Plains. Currently, Heavenly Court was trying every means possible to deal with Shadow Sect and Feng Yuan. It would not be strange if they sent out another group. However, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, especially from the 10 great ancient sects or Heavenly Court, did things openly and in a grand style. How could they act so evasively like now? These Gu Immortals' appearances were hidden. Even the immemorial desolate beast was the same, and only their vague figures could be seen. Maybe this is only an illusion created by the battlefield killer move? Feng Yuan quickly speculated. From the time he put away his immortal aperture and prepared to return, to being ambushed, falling into the trap and his current analysis of countermeasures, only a short few moments had passed. The mental capability of the body from the sovereign immortal fetus was excellent by itself, and with wisdom path methods to support him, Fang Yuan had already reacted. If it truly was such a terrifying formation, Fang Yuan did not have any hope. But he felt the probability of this being an illusion was huge, because the origins of these Gu immortals could not be explained at all. A sharp light blossomed in Fang Yuan's eyes. At the next moment he decisively activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and charged towards the Gu immortals. The 9 Gu immortals did not react as if they were stupefied. Fang Yuan flew nearer before stopping. 3 breaths future vision and blood-stained conqueror's robe were already activated as he pointed. Sword light shot out. Immortal killer move, sword marks targeting death. A Gu immortal with rank 6 aura moved. But a rank 7 female Gu immortal to the side grabbed their shoulder. "You can't take on this move. Let me." Her voice had just sounded out. When she pointed with a finger, an ice mirror immediately appeared in the air. The sword light condensed by sword marks targeting death shot at the ice mirror, but it did not pierce through. Instead it was reflected away. "She is able to change the direction of my immortal killer move." Fang Yuan's heart chilled, as he quickly maneuvered sword marks targeting death back to the original direction. His sword marks targeting death's direction could be controlled by the mind once it was activated. It was just that this killer move was extremely fast and was not easy to manipulate. Sword marks targeting death returned to its proper path with difficulty. But suddenly there was another ice mirror in front. Fang Yuan could only helplessly look as sword marks targeting death derailed once again. Then there were the 3rd, 4th, and following ice mirrors surrounding sword marks targeting death, actually making it go around in a circle. "This is bad. This Gu Immortal's method counters my sword marks targeting death." Fang Yuan's heart sank. A second rank 7 Gu Immortal suddenly took a step forward and gave a deep bellow, an ice spear immediately condensing in his hand. He then pulled back his arm like drawing a bow, and after stretching to the limit, he threw the spear towards Fang Yuan. The ice spear produced a heart-shaking screech as it pierced through the air. Cold air overflowed and vapor was frozen along the way, turning into beautiful frost that floated in the air. The breathtaking scene, however, carried intense killing intent. This is an immortal killer move formed with rank 7 immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan quickly jumped back to dodge the spear. But this ice spear was like sword marks targeting death. Its direction could be controlled. Fang Yuan could not dodge. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he knew just blood-stained conqueror's robe could not block this move. So he sent out Strength Path Giant Hand. The giant hand suddenly appeared and created a barrier. It blocked in front of Fang Yuan. The ice spear reached the giant hand, immediately piercing through it and striking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sent flying backwards. Thick ice condensed on his whole body, and even the blood which he spurted out condensed into blocks of ice. His blood asset Immortal Gu also suffered damage. If he continued to activate it, blood asset Immortal Gu might be seriously injured or even destroyed. But in this situation, how could Fang Yuan care about this? He could only crazily use blood asset Immortal Gu to barely maintain blood-stained conqueror's robe. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals are not illusions. What about the others then? Fang Yuan swallowed his blood and clapped, using the killer move myriad self. In an instant, large numbers of Strength Path phantoms surged out and covered everyone's sight. These mysterious Gu immortals looked stunned. The 3rd rank 7 Gu immortal smiled and called out, "Let me." He raised his arms and puffed his cheeks, before fiercely blowing. Spiraling wind shot out of his mouth. Within the blink of an eye, the wind enlarged to an enormous tornado. The tornado was as high as 30 meters, its 2 ends were wide while the middle part was thinner, and was dark green in color. It spiraled frantically, sharp as blades as it engulfed all the Strength Path phantoms in its path and easily ripped them into pieces. The size of the myriad self-army sharply reduced by more than half in a short period of time. Fang Yuan quickly replenished the numbers. "Brother, I will lend you a hand." The 4th rank 7 Gu immortal spoke in a muffled voice. He pointed with his index finger, targeting the tornado. Instantaneously, a certain mysterious immortal killer move was activated. The tornado split into two, before turning into four. Within moments, four enormous tornadoes ravaged the battlefield. Their power had increased by 4 times. Fang Yuan's mind shook once again, feeling the situation was far from good. Since the battle started, he had suffered light injuries. Blood Asset Immortal Goo was injured and was in a danger of dying if it was continued to be used. While at the enemy's side, that immemorial desolate beast had yet to move. Among the 9 Goo Immortals, for rank 7s had each activated an immortal killer move, which were either mysterious and awe-inspiring, or profound and exquisite. Could it be? This is not an illusion? As if he had fallen into an abyss, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind whistled crazily. In a few short moments, the myriad self-army was going to be completely destroyed even if Fang Yuan continuously replenished them. The quality of the strength path phantoms was too low. Their numbers could not be put to good use in front of rank 7 killer moves. Myriad Self, which had always been successful, now was in an awkward place, and was not able to change the situation for Fang Yuan. No, there is still an advantage of Myriad Self. It can at least expend the enemy's immortal essence. I have a strong point in this aspect. But there are a lot of enemies. While I am alone, this advantage is as good as nothing. What can I do? The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that any battle tactic looked useless. In fact, these mysterious Goo Immortals did not work together at once. Every time they made a move, they took turns. If this immortal-level battlefield killer move was not entrapping him, perhaps Fang Yuan could make his getaway. Unfortunately, the enemy had already prepared amply. Fang Yuan also lacked space path methods. Escaping itself was a problem. Not to mention he still had to face 4 rank 7 and 5 rank 6 Goo Immortals, as well as that immemorial desolate beast. This was an extremely dangerous peril. This situation was simply the worst. Compared to his first life where he was besieged by righteous path Goo Immortals, this was innumerably more dangerous. After all, at that time, there had not been an immemorial desolate beast to control the situation. Fang Yuan probed these Goo Immortals, but regarding the immemorial desolate beast, he did not even have a thought of probing it. Fang Yuan was relying on continuously activating Myriad Self to survive in this worsening situation. One after the other, the Goo Immortals made moves. Strength path phantoms were almost annihilated. The Myriad Self army, which had always until now been surging with overwhelming momentum, simply could not form a large scale. Am I going to die here today? An intense sensation of incoming death shrouded Fang Yuan's mind. Requesting for reinforcements would not work. Within this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, he had still not given up. His thoughts moved like lightning, and he suddenly remembered, no, I still have a chance of survival. This chance of survival was not Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was filled with Heaven's will. Heaven's will was trying all methods possible to eradicate Fang Yuan. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was courting death. This chance of survival was in the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If it was before Fang Yuan obtained Heifan's true inheritance, his death would be certain at this moment. But it was different now. He still had one hope left. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was also an immemorial desolate beast. It was just that it was only an infant currently with desolate beast level strength. However, Heifan's true inheritance naturally had time path immortal killer moves that could speed up the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's aging and push it to grow in a short period of time. With this, Fang Yuan would have rank 8 battle strength. Coincidentally, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was also a space path immemorial desolate beast that could enter and exit Grotto Heavens and the immemorial 9 Heavens. There was a huge chance it could pierce through this battlefield killer move. Persevere. I need to persevere until the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle reaches rank 8. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan immediately changed his battle tactics. The Time Path Immortal Killer move was already quietly activated inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was affected by the killer move. Its body's time was rapidly quickened by countless times, making it mature quickly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out, feeling extremely unwell. On one hand, it was because its body was growing rapidly, while on the other hand, it was hungry. It required many heavenly crystals to fill its stomach every day. Right now, in just one breath, a day had passed for its body, and with its body growing continuously, how could it not feel hungry? Naturally, Heifan had considered this situation as well, so there was another immortal killer move which was used specially to make up for this flaw. At the same time, the upper extreme heavenly eagle huddled up in the heavenly crystal eagle nest and began to eat madly. Only such a two-pronged approach could sustain its growth. This was a quick growth method and had a lot of flaws. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had been in contact with Fang Yuan for a very short time. Now, with its strength suddenly increasing, it would become more bestial and would not be easy to control. Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's growth rate was sped up too much, and there was no way for it to adapt and get familiar with its growth, so it might not be able to use even 30% of its strength. However, Fang Yuan had no other choice. He was in a desperate situation, and this was his only hope to get out of this predicament. He was like a drowning man who was firmly grasping onto the sole life-saving straw. Myriad Self was continuously activated. The once powerful killer move had now become the only reliance for Fang Yuan to stall for time. He had used Familiar Face to disguise himself and mixed in among the Strength Path Phantoms. The enemy Gu Immortals had not discovered him since the start. The tornadoes wreaked havoc, during which the enemy Gu Immortals had each made their moves, their powerful killer moves shrouding the entire battlefield. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantoms could only last about 1 or 2 breaths of time before they were destroyed. He had never activated Myriad Self as frequently as now. Fortunately, Myriad Self was created by him, and by now, he was so proficient with it that it had turned into an instinct and there had yet to be failure when activating it. However, his Green Grape Immortal Essence Reserve was rapidly dwindling. Regarding Immortal Essence Reserves, Fang Yuan was completely in a disadvantage. He naturally had no way to compare with the 9 enemy Gu Immortals. This guy's concealment skill is quite amazing. An enemy Gu Immortal praised. Relax. As long as this battlefield killer move, Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, is here, we don't have to worry about him escaping. Another Gu Immortal replied. Humph, rat-like thing, come out. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free from suffering. The 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals did not speak, but the other 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals yelled, vainly attempting to shake Fang Yuan's will. But could Fang Yuan waver so easily? His will was firmer than steel. Even when he was in danger, he would not give up trying until the very last moment. Since he was using a stalling tactic, Fang Yuan would never reveal himself. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was growing rapidly. It already gave a trace of an ancient desolate beast's aura. As for the heavenly crystal eagle nest, it was already eaten by over half. But this growth rate was still far from enough. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was the key for this battle. The enemy has the numerical advantage. Their immortal killer moves also seem to be endless. Once I take out the upper extreme heavenly eagle, if my breakthrough attempt fails, I will probably be immediately dealt with the next moment. I won't have any second chance. I must succeed in one try. Just as he thought of it, Fang Yuan suddenly heard a chuckle by his ear. Hee, found you. This was a female Gu Immortal's voice. At that instant, Fang Yuan's hair stood on end, and without caring about exposing his true self, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He flew towards the sky. Almost at the same time, frost condensed on his original spot, quickly forming into thick ice the size of a pavilion. He's quite fast, a rank 6 Gu Immortal said in surprise. Her voice was the same voice that had sounded by Fang Yuan's ear. Shui, you succeeded. Not bad. A rank 7 Gu Immortal praised. Thank you, great-grandma. The female Gu Immortal seemed to be happy. Although I cannot break through his disguise, every time he activates his killer move to create those phantoms, the aura of the killer move will leak out. He might be heavily concealed, but it is of no use. As the frequency increased, I discovered him. Good. Let me see where you can escape. Another rank 7 Gu Immortal shouted, directly charging towards Fang Yuan. He was extremely fast. Shortly afterwards, he reached Fang Yuan. Fong Yuan recognized this Gu Immortal. This person was the one who had shot the ice spear before. Die! The rank 7 Gu Immortal clenched his fists. Instantly 2 ice spears condensed in his hands. A close combat Gu Immortal? A sharp light flashed past Fong Yuan's eyes, and he quickly retreated. However, Sword Escape was actually unable to throw the enemy off. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he noticed his body was covered in a layer of thin gray clouds. It was the cause of his reduction in speed. While on the other side, the rank 7 Gu Immortal speed seemed to have been increased. If I let you escape freely, would not it make me look incompetent? The Gu Immortal controlling the battlefield killer move was standing straight, with his hands folded in front of his chest, watching the battle situation from afar. Fong Yuan was forced to engage in close combat. This rank 7 Gu Immortal was very powerful with outstanding fighting skill. Within several moves, Fong Yuan's left arm and stomach were pierced. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was heavily injured. Large amounts of fragmentary ice and snow path Dao marks were engraved on Fong Yuan's wounds, making them difficult to heal. Cold air entered his limbs and bones, further lowering his speed. The sovereign immortal body's disadvantage appeared for the first time. There were no conflicts between Dao marks, causing Fong Yuan to be easily injured. Previously, Fong Yuan was defending and painstakingly dodging around. But at this moment, he had no choice but to face the consequences of this weakness. Die! The enemy's offense was extremely fierce. He thrusted the ice spear in his right hand towards Fong Yuan's forehead, while quietly moving the ice spear in his left hand towards Fong Yuan's heart. Blood torrent. Fong Yuan suddenly changed his killer move, bizarrely curving around and dodging the enemy's attack. Blood path. A rank 6 among the Gu Immortals blurted in shock. He is indeed an unforgivable sinner. He actually cultivates blood path. We can be considered to be eliminating an evil, helping the people of the world. I had been somewhat suspicious of that defensive killer move earlier. So it was like this. The Gu Immortal dual-wielding spears was filled with even more killing intent as he pounced over again. Giant hand. Fong Yuan suddenly slammed. A strength path giant hand flew out. In such a short distance, the Gu Immortal with dual spears was unable to dodge. But he had not even thought of dodging. Head-on. He pierced the giant hand with his 2 spears and continued to chase Fong Yuan. Since he could fight in close range, he naturally had extremely outstanding defensive methods. If not for this, how could he dare to take the risk? The 2 spears in his hands intertwined into dense spear shadows, fully displaying the advantage of a close combat Gu Immortal's attack speed. Close combat Gu Immortals were few in numbers. They had once flourished in ancient times, but were now almost extinct. However, if such a Gu Immortal manages to get near to the opponent, they would become an extreme threat. Fong Yuan was constantly in a life-and-death situation. He had to pay close attention to the enemy's movements, and slight negligence could result in him dying. Fong Yuan possessed many immortal killer moves, but in close combat, in most cases, he could only concentrate on dodging. Because there was no time to use any complicated immortal killer moves, and once his response was delayed, it could be his death. Fong Yuan's momentum was already destroyed. He was barely able to continue for a while before the enemy finally found a gap and pierced a spear through his heart. It is over. At this moment, the enemy's expression was slightly relaxed. Man as before. As Fong Yuan erupted, he used man as before Immortal Gu to restore the fatal injuries. Then using dark assassination, he shot towards the enemy's head. In an instant, Fong Yuan had established his victory. He had been concealing man as before, waiting for this battle opportunity. Sounds of shock rose, but the Gu Immortals were not angry. At the next instant, Fong Yuan saw a strange sight. The enemy's head was not made of blood and flesh, and was completely formed from gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered before condensing, and the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal shook his newly formed head, laughing. Not bad. You could actually destroy my head. Humph. Human Gu Immortals are so crafty. If it were normal times, I would have already died. Unfortunately, this is within Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. An immortal-level battlefield. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He suffered a loss. Not knowing the mechanism of this battlefield killer move led to an error in judgment. Although this is the first time I have heard of Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, it is truly a fierce battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan let out a breath. His whole body was filled with injuries. He had intentionally concealed man as before and used it at the crucial time, but his painstaking plan had been thwarted by Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. That goes without saying. This was created by Lady Earth Mother. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal spoke with pride. Fang Yuan took the chance to look at his immortal aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already grown into an immemorial desolate beast. However, it was near death. The heavenly crystals were already finished, and it was now starving to death. Fang Yuan quickly dispelled the effect of the immortal killer move on the upper extreme heavenly eagle and attempted to feed other things to it. However, the upper extreme heavenly eagle kept its mouth closed. Damn it! Earlier, I was too busy dealing with the enemy. I simply had no time to be concerned about the upper extreme heavenly eagle's situation. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. His final trace of hope was gone. In this battlefield killer move, the enemies could not die. Fang Yuan did not have any strategy to ensure his victory. Dealing with just one rank 7 Gu Immortal was difficult, not to mention there was also the dragon immemorial desolate beast that had not moved from the start. What now? Death was already approaching close. Young man, leave your name. You are a worthy adversary. After this life of mine, my battle with you shall be remembered as a glory by my descendants. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal pressed on forward. The atmosphere was solemn. Other Gu Immortals did not speak anything to stop him, seemingly approving of the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal's words. Fang Yuan, however, revealed a confident smile. My name is not important. What is important is my status. I am a supreme elder of Lang Ya Blessed Land, a member of a variant human force. In the current situation of the world, we variant humans should not take up arms against each other. Isn't that the case? Snowmen, rockmen, and hairy men should help each other, not have internal fights which will instead please enemies. How do you know? The dual-wielding Gu Immortal was extremely surprised. He actually knows of our identities. Quick, kill him. Human Gu Immortals have always been crafty. Don't listen to his misleading words. The other Gu Immortals cried out, almost screaming. What Lang Ya Blessed Land? Also, you are clearly a human, what hairy man? Do you think I am blind? The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal furiously pierced forward with his spears. Fang Yuan exposed their identities, but they simply did not listen to or believe Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal rushed towards Fang Yuan. Variant humans are indeed stubborn? Or is this the influence of heaven's will? Humph! Fang Yuan's gaze turned dark. He looked at the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal charging at him, but he did not dodge or retreat. Boom! At the next moment, he opened the entrance to his sovereign immortal aperture and released a gigantic beast. Ah! This is... The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal felt a majestic aura that instantly overwhelmed his body and mind. His momentum stopped abruptly, and his battle intent had dispersed at that very instant. What Fang Yuan released was none other than the upper extreme heavenly eagle that had now matured to immemorial level. A truly mature upper extreme heavenly eagle was extremely huge, multiple times the size of a whale. It did not lose out even when compared to that immemorial dragon desolate beast. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was a terrifying rank 8 level battle force. Shock! Instantly, the enemy immortals were all shocked and dumbstruck. They had never expected Fang Yuan to still be holding such a card in reserve. This trump card was too strong. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was almost trembling from fear. The atmosphere of the whole battlefield had instantly transformed completely. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head and coldly snorted. Why do you think I was fearless since the start? Even if your battlefield killer move is powerful, could it obstruct my upper extreme heavenly eagle? The enemy immortals' bodies jolted upon hearing this. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. According to legends, this eagle is a space path immemorial desolate beast that can avoid the heavenly wind chi wall and enter the immemorial 9 heavens. Not only this, can also pierce through space and enter grotto heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The group of immortals communicated in fluster. Fang Yuan had a confident smile on his face. Even if you use that dragon immemorial desolate beast, I am confident of escaping. But what I said before is all true. I simply don't need to deceive you, and even if I wanted to deceive you, such a shoddy lie could easily be exposed. Why would I waste my time? The enemy immortals fell into silence. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle was the best evidence of Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was the nearest. The upper extreme heavenly eagle filled his whole vision. Despite the upper extreme heavenly eagle slightly closing its eyes, the cold light leaking out of the crack of its eyes still made him feel like he had fallen into an icy abyss. Did you verify it? Is it real or not? The Gu immortals secretly transmitted their voices. It was rather ironic. Just before, when Fang Yuan was ambushed and saw this terrifying battle formation, the first thing he felt was doubt at whether this was real or an illusion. Now, after Fang Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle, these Gu immortals were experiencing the same thing. It is real. That rank 6 Gu immortal called Shui Er spoke with shock. Moreover, that upper extreme heavenly eagle's vitality is extremely flourishing. Don't be fooled by its unmoving and harmless look. Once it attacks, it would definitely be earth-shaking. Soon, the rank 7 Gu immortals confirmed one after the other. He only has a blessed land. How could he store an immemorial desolate beast? Although it is unimaginable, it is the truth. What should we do? He can use an immemorial desolate beast. Could it be that we also have to send out the immemorial rock dragon? In fact, the dragon beast in Grey Cloud Battle Puppet was not as intimidating as it appeared. Although the aura was real, it could not fully display its rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Grey Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a core rank 8 immortal Gu, and was not suitable for use on rank 8 level existences. Another reason was, the Snowman and Rockman Gu immortals' main bodies were far below underground. They put in their respective Gu worms and immortal essence in this Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, forming battle puppets that were not weaker than the main bodies. That is to say, the power of Grey Cloud Battle Puppet originated from the remote control of the Gu immortals, and the immortal essence along with Gu worms concealed in the battle puppets. The battlefield killer move could form a Grey Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the immemorial rock dragon, but the immemorial rock dragon did not have a Gu immortal's intelligence, let alone remote controlling the puppet. It could not even freely use immortal Gu. As such, it was unable to manifest its strength. That was the reason for this rank 8 battle strength to not move even the slightest since the start of the battle. It was instead Fang Yuan who was cautious and did not dare to even risk probing it. Naturally, this was common sense. Just like now, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was stunned and did not dare to attack the upper extreme heavenly eagle. When Fang Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the situation completely transformed. The rank 8 battle strength on the variant human Gu immortal side was only a facade, while they were unaware of the details regarding Fang Yuan, and thought they were on the weaker side. And Fang Yuan? He was also not clear of the variant human Gu immortals, and also did not know if the immemorial dragon beast was only there for show. He also felt his strength was on the weaker side. As far as the truth was concerned, Fang Yuan's judgment was correct. Right now, Fang Yuan was feeling rather tense. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was about to die from hunger, and he had to use blood path methods to disguise it to look like it had flourishing vitality. Once it was attacked, this disguise would fail. However, the other side did not dare to attack. The reason? Once they attacked, if they could not kill their enemy and let him escape, that would be a very troublesome situation. Even if they summoned the immemorial rock dragon from the deep underground, if the upper extreme heavenly eagle wanted to escape, they would not be able to stop it. Since Fang Yuan exposed their identities, he also knew of their misgivings. Their identities. Once their identities of the Snowmen and Rockmen were exposed to Northern Plains Gu immortal world, it would immediately lead to invasion from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. Human forces were strong and had killed on their path to reach this age since the immemorial antiquity era. They absolutely would not let such a huge variant human superforce to exist beside them. Thus, when the variant human goo immortals ambushed Fang Yuan, they had concealed their appearances. The variant human goo immortals had even mobilized 9 goo immortals and moved out an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation, just to handle Fang Yuan, one person. It was to make sure there was no mishap. But even in such a foolproof plan, there were many mishaps because of Fang Yuan alone. Finally, he even brought out an immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle. If they had known this earlier, how could the variant human goo immortals still lay in ambush and end up in this current awkward situation of not knowing what to do? Fang Yuan waited for a while. The variant human goo immortals did not speak. He shook his head and gave a helpless smile. All right, I have already said this. Why are you still not believing me? Could it be that you really want us to fight to the death? Naturally, I won't be the one to die. How could we trust you, a human? A rank 7 goo immortal said with anger. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Since the other side spoke, that means they had been deceived. He got the opportunity, now it would depend on his performance. Thereupon, Fang Yuan activated familiar face. Immortal killer moves aura spread everywhere. The variant human goo immortals immediately became vigilant. The dual spear-wielding goo immortal even retreated far away. However, what came next shocked the variant human goo immortals, as they looked on with wide eyes at Fang Yuan transforming into a hairy man, with no flaws. I am a transformation path goo immortal, and I inherited a portion of the true inheritance of Ren Wang. I could easily deceive you all by transforming into a hairy man, but why did I not do so? Fang Yuan spoke in sincere fashion as he spread his arms and turned back to his previous appearance. The variant human goo immortals quietly looked at him. Fang Yuan continued to bullshit. I did it as an act of sincerity to you. Since I realized your identities just moments ago, then we can be considered people on the same side. Although I am a human goo immortal, I am truly a member of Lang Ye Blessed Land. Lang Ye Blessed Land's origin is long hair ancestor. Currently, under Lang Ye Land Spirit's lead, Lang Ye sect has been created and I am one of the supreme elders of the sect. If you believe me, then open up the battlefield killer move, and I will send a message to inform the sect of this matter. The variant human goo immortals looked at each other but nobody moved. Both sides were at a stalemate. Fang Yuan did not dare to let their minds wander. After all, Heaven's will was influencing them. To dispel Heaven's will's influence, Fang Yuan had to continue to talk and change their minds. Heaven's will was not fake will, and its influence over variant human goo immortals was not high. After all, the intelligence of variant humans was second to only humans. It was because of this that Fang Yuan had hope. All right, I will show my sincerity first. Fang Yuan suddenly sighed and opened his immortal aperture, placing the upper extreme heavenly eagle inside. This move shocked all the variant human goo immortals. Careful. Although the upper extreme heavenly eagle has been placed inside, it can rely on its power to come out of the aperture and make a move at any time. Enough! Dispel Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. Leader, could it be that you still think Gray Cloud Battle Puppet can trap him? The other variant human goo immortals were unable to reply. From what they saw, the truth was indeed like that. Amidst the stifling silence, the killer move Gray Cloud Battle Puppet was slowly dispelled. Fang Yuan's vision was once again filled with the sight of the bright landscape of northern plains. He strongly endured the impulse of making an immediate getaway, speaking to these variant human goo immortals. Good. Friends are often made after a fight. I will immediately notify Lang Ye sect, staying here and waiting for the sect to send goo immortals. Fang Yuan's joyful attitude was naturally a disguise. But with his acting along with attitude goo, there was no flaw at all. At least, these variant human goo immortals did not notice any flaw. Adding on that Fang Yuan did not run away, it gave even more proof of the truth of his words. Then we shall invite you to make a visit underground as a guest. Here, the other gray clouds had all dispersed. while only a Rockman Gu Immortal's physical body was remaining. He was the person controlling Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. Ha ha ha! Please lead the way. Fong Yuan followed this Rockman Gu Immortal into the underground part of this icy plain. The facts proved that Heaven's will's influence towards Gu Immortals was not remarkable. At least, Fong Yuan was able to use words to dispel this influence. Naturally, it was on the basis of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It was because of the existence of the immemorial desolate beast that these variant human Gu Immortals changed their minds. After all, Heaven's will could not destroy these Gu Immortals' rationality. Challenging an immemorial desolate beast would be looking for death. In the depths below the icy plain, there was a scenic and beautiful world of its own. Fong Yuan was vaguely encircled by several Gu Immortals as they led him, while he looked at the underground scenery absent-mindedly. The variant human Gu Immortals were also in the same situation, until Langya sect sent a group of hairy man Gu Immortals to this place. 12th Hair and 6th Hair were among them. Northern icy plain, deep underground. Within a large hall, stone chairs and tables were arranged in a circle. Thick vines grew on the walls and grass grew between the cracks of the rocks. 3 bonfires were burning high at the center of the hall. It is said that this was a tradition passed down from the olden antiquity era. When variant humans attend to esteemed guests, they would set up a banquet and burn 3 bonfires. Snowman, Rockman and Hairyman Gu Immortals, as well as Fong Yuan, were seated inside the hall. The fire shone on every person's face and their smiles could be seen. All kinds of fruits were laid in front of everyone, and soon Rockman servants served each person a large bowl of wine. This is our Rockman tribe's lip fish wine. Have a taste. Shizong stood up from his seat and called out while holding the wine bowl. Shizong was this Rockman tribe's first supreme elder. He had not joined the battle to kill Fong Yuan. His whole body shone with many colors from the countless gold, silver and pearl ornaments inlaid on him. This was the style of Rockman tribes. Rockman bodies were made completely of rocks, and in their long period of life, all kinds of gold, silver, iron and steel ores would grow on their bodies. Rockmen took this as a symbol of good looks and honor. The higher the position of the Rockman, the more extravagant ornaments they would have on them. Not only Shizong, several other Rockman Gu Immortals present on the scene were the same. Since Shizong had invited it, all the Immortals held up their wine bowls in response. Shizong and the other Immortals took big gulps of the wine. The hairy men did the same, only Fong Yuan took a small sip. After Shizong had finished drinking, he put down the bowl which did not even have a drop of wine remaining. Cheers broke out. Other Gu Immortals also imitated him, and drank down all the wine in their bowls. The Immortals laughed. The calm atmosphere became lively. Only Fong Yuan put down the wine bowl, having only drunken a bit of the lip fish wine. The Snowman and Rockman Gu Immortals turned a blind eye to this. Instead, the dissension rose from within the hairy man Gu Immortals. 6th Hair criticized Fong Yuan. Elder Fong Yuan, what are you doing? Don't you know your action is impolite? The host finished the wine. You, as a guest, should also follow and not leave behind any wine in your bowl. This is respect towards the host. I forgot you are a human and not one of us variant humans. No wonder you don't know this tradition passed down from the remote antiquity era. 6th Hair was a spy placed in Langya sect by Shadow sect. He took advantage of every chance to cause trouble for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sneered. His gaze scanned around before he spoke leisurely. How would I not know of this tradition? It is just that this lip fish wine is the saliva left behind by underground rockfish. I don't like drinking it. You? 6th Hair's expression looked dark, but he was happy inwardly. Fong Yuan's words were no doubt offending the other side, which was what he intended. In Fong Yuan's letter to Langya sect to notify the land spirit, he had naturally not mentioned everything, and only explained the matter roughly. 6th Hair and the others did not know that Fong Yuan had brought out an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle in the life and death battle with the snowmen and rockmen, before he could make the other side compromise. In fact, when Fong Yuan had joined Langya sect, Langya land spirit had issued a mission to find variant human allies. Since Fong Yuan had found them, He naturally completed this mission and was sure to receive rewards from Langya sect. As a member of Shadow sect, Sixth Heir did not want to see Fang Yuan obtain benefits and develop. Right now, he spoke up to try and suppress Fang Yuan. Haha, since Elder Fang Yuan does not like this wine, then we shall change to another one. Bring out the Ice Wolf wine from my winery. A snowman Gu Immortal laughed. Snowman had snow-white skin, ice blue pupils, and aqua blue hair. This snowman Gu Immortal was robust and strong. His upper body was bare, revealing a dark blue tattoo on his chest. His aqua blue hair was tied up, revealing a firm and dauntless face. This person's name was Bing Zhua. He was that dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal who had made Fang Yuan struggle bitterly. Soon, a snowman servant brought the wine. This was a wine bowl made from ice. The wine inside was almost frozen and released cold air. To tell the truth, I myself don't like drinking lip-fish wine, so I brewed this wine. How about giving it a taste? Bing Zhua passionately spoke. Fang Yuan swept his gaze at the wine and intentionally spoke without proper respect. Let me taste it then. Let's see if it is to my taste or not. Please. Bing Zhua laughed. Fang Yuan drank a gulp. The first instance this wine entered his mouth, it was icy cold. But when it entered his throat, it became hot like fire. The feeling of ice and fire immediately made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten as he spoke. Good wine. Ha ha ha. Bing Zhua laughed loudly. Since you like it, then please drink some more. He had just finished speaking when the immortals saw Fang Yuan lift the whole bowl and drink it down in one gulp. The immortals were dazed for a moment, before applauding and cheering loudly. Fang Yuan discreetly glanced at Sixth Heir while laughing internally. He had already known Sixth Heir's intention. Sixth Heir would not let any mishaps happen to Fang Yuan. Because after Shadow Sect saves Spectral Soul's main body, their next target would be Fang Yuan. Because of this, Sixth Heir would not harm Fang Yuan's life. Sixth Heir could only suppress Fang Yuan at most, and delay his growth to make it easier for Shadow Sect in the future. Sixth Heir had already done this before, making Fang Yuan's relation with Langya sect turn cold. However, how could he have ever expected Fang Yuan to have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle and moreover, that he had used it to successfully awe the snowmen and rockmen? An immemorial level battle strength, these variant human Gu immortals had no choice but to give respect to it. This was strength. In their hearts, no matter how Sixth Heir provoked or smeared, Fang Yuan's importance was much greater than all the hairy man Gu immortals combined. In fact, variant humans very strongly revered strength. This was one of the characteristics of variant humans that had passed down since the immemorial antiquity era. Because be it the era of eating raw flesh and drinking blood, or the period of war between different races, or the era when they were slaughtered by humans, great strength had always brought more space to survive and opportunities to these variant humans. It was instead the humans who, after becoming the overlord of the 5 regions and having an unshakable position, stopped having as much reverence for strength as before. It could not compare to these variant humans who were barely surviving at some isolated parts of the world. Fang Yuan had intentionally made things difficult, and as far as these variant human Gu immortals were concerned, it was normal. What expert did not have some attitude? If Fang Yuan did not display it, they would instead feel uneasy. Fang Yuan knew the mentality of these variant human Gu immortals very well. Naturally, he also had another reason for it, that was to probe their intentions. Now, Fang Yuan was basically completely confident that he was safe. What's going on? Looking at the variant human Gu immortals' smiling expressions, Sixth Heir was greatly shocked. Next, almost all snowman and rockman Gu immortals approached Fang Yuan, while leaving aside the hairy man Gu immortals. Elder Fang Yuan here, I will toast you. Elder Fang Yuan sure is a great drinker. Fang Yuan did not refuse them, he drank each time. The hairy man Gu immortals looked at each other in confusion. Sixth Heir was extremely bewildered. What magic bewitchment has Fang Yuan used? He is actually so greatly welcomed? If Fang Yuan had turned into a hairy man's appearance, then maybe it could make sense. But he was in his original form, which was a genuine human. Elder Fang Yuan, I, Shui Heir, shall pour wine for you. During the feast, A beautiful female snowman Gu Immortal actually walked over to Fang Yuan and took up the work of a servant, pouring the ice wolf wine for Fang Yuan. The other hairy man Gu Immortals looked on with wide eyes. Sixth Hair almost shouted out, "What the hell are you all doing? Are you even variant humans?" Fang Yuan is clearly a human Gu Immortal. Human. The humans who had slaughtered and marginalized you variant humans. Shui Er. You are that snowman who discovered my true body? Fang Yuan brazenly sized up this female snowman immortal and asked. The female snowman lowered her head and gave a coy smile. I am only good at some investigative methods. Elder Fang Yuan is the true hero. 12th Hair had been drinking wine, but when he heard these words, he could not help spurting out the wine. 6th Hair looked like he was about to fly into a rage, almost cursing at the female Gu Immortal. What is your intention? Hey, why is your face red? What are you doing by lowering your head and acting shy? Still taking sneaky glances at Fang Yuan. You think I can't see your expression? Damn it. Are you a snowman or not? Pay attention to your identity. I don't deserve the title of hero. Fang Yuan laughed half-heartedly. Even he himself was somewhat surprised. The attitude of these variant human Gu Immortals seemed to have changed a little too much. Bingjue walked over at this moment while holding his wine bowl. If Elder Fang Yuan is not a hero, then who can still claim to be a hero? Shui Er gave a timely introduction. This is Brother Bingjue. He is the strongest in our tribe. Normally he is cold and extremely prideful. Only when talking with Elder Fang Yuan is he this passionate. Fang Yuan stood up and assessed this Gu Immortal. If I am not wrong, you are the person who dual-wielded spears and fought with me for dozens of rounds? Bingjue laughed, giving a thumbs up. Elder Fang Yuan, you have a good eye for detail. Fang Yuan did not continue gossiping, and directly chugged down the wine. Bingjue was overjoyed, and also chugged down his wine. Cheers rose up once again, while Shui Er clapped from the side. Heroes attract heroes. The hairy man Gu Immortals looked on, dumbfounded. No one was paying attention to them. The other side's Gu Immortals were all looking at Fang Yuan. 6th Hair almost slammed the table. Bingjue's attitude was making him feel worse. He mentally screamed, "What in the world are you guys doing? Forget about that female Gu Immortal named Shui Er. Fang Yuan's current appearance is quite handsome. What are you, a man, being so excited for? Look at your laughing expression. You look like you want to be sworn brothers with Fang Yuan. What are you thinking? The strongest in your tribe and also a hero? Being this close with a human Gu Immortal. You want to betray your tribe?" Bingjue sighed. Compared to Elder Fang Yuan, how could I be considered a hero? Elder Fang Yuan possesses an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. If Elder Fang Yuan was not on the same side as us, we might have provoked a disaster for our tribes. What? Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. In an instant, the hairy man Gu Immortals looked at each other in shock. Elder Fang Yuan, I didn't hear wrongly, right? You actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle? 6th Hair finally could not endure it. He stood up suddenly and stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Not long ago, I allied with Chu Du to get to Heifan Grotto Heaven and take Heifan's true inheritance. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is one of the gains." What? The hairy man Gu Immortals exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the snowman and rockman Gu Immortals also exchanged looks with each other. 6th Hair took a step back unconsciously, staring at Fang Yuan incredulously, and then looking at the other Gu Immortals. In that instant, he finally realized and understood why these variant human Gu Immortals gave so much importance to Fang Yuan. Immemorial Desolate Beast. Rank 8 Battle Strength. Plop. 6th Hair could not bear such a huge impact. His legs gave way and he sat down again on the stone chair. I did not have the time to inform all of you. Come. Let us Langya sect members have a drink. This calls for a celebration. Fang Yuan smiled and raised his wine bowl. The hairy man Gu Immortals reacted, revealing joyous expressions. Our Langya sect also has rank 8 battle strength now. Elder Fong Yuan. You are truly unfathomable. Simply amazing. Elder Fong Yuan. It was my mistake in the incident earlier. I had eyes but failed to recognize Tian Mountain. The hairy man Gu immortals all had looks of acceptance. This was the prestige of rank 8 battle strength. Sixth Hair also rose his wine bowl with a smile, while inwardly, he was spurting blood from anger. Fong Yuan glanced at him, smiling. Elder Sixth Hair, why are your hands trembling? Sixth Hair smiled towards him. He indeed was a spy who had lurked for many years. His expression did not show any flaws. It was just his voice that had turned somewhat hoarse. This is because I am extremely excited for you, Elder Fong Yuan, and for Langya sect, I am rejoicing. Snow descended slowly and quietly. There was no wind. A series of snowy mountain peaks formed a range. A couple were snuggling each other near the window, looking outside at the snowy landscape. There was a warm atmosphere in the room. The wife was neat and graceful. Some white color was already beginning to show in her hair. She leaned on her husband's arm and spoke with nostalgia. It has been so long since I watched the snowy landscape with you this serenely. Her husband already looked old but was in good health. He comfortingly patted his wife's arm with his aged hand and spoke slowly. I would like to stay with you always and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the time we first met? His wife chuckled. The joyous memory seemed to be resurfacing in front of her eyes. That was also a snowy day. You were still hot-headed, wanting to become stronger and stronger. I wanted to become stronger. Wasn't it for the sake of becoming worthy of you? Back then, you said you would marry me when I cultivate to rank 8. Hee. The old man laughed. His laughter had some craftiness as well as some pride. His wife's smile, however, shrank slightly, and her brows furrowed. To tell the truth, I regret it a little. I would rather your cultivation be slightly lower. To be your husband, how could I have lower cultivation level? Rest assured, as long as we refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation. Then our future will be boundless as the sea and sky, and I can stay with you forever. As he said this, the old man's sight slowly became sharper, revealing an extraordinarily powerful aura. His aura went from weak to strong, continuously growing stronger. As time passed, it actually flowed outside, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling and float in front of him. His wife slowly moved away from him, quietly looking at the snowy landscape as a firm will emerged in her eyes. Let us begin. After a long while, the old man spoke, breaking the silence. His wife only replied with one word, okay. Old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou began refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. On this day, gorgeous lights shot out to the sky from snowy mountain-blessed land. Unable to be hidden or concealed, Northern Plains Goo immortal world had yet to recover from the commotion of Hay tribe's annihilation. But now, it fell into upheaval once again. Old ancestor Shui Hu had begun refining rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo. This news was like a whirlwind that engulfed the whole Northern Plains Goo immortal world. Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. Such a grand show, as if he is afraid others won't come to wreck his plan. But this is indeed old Shui Hu's style. Prince Feng Xian chuckled indifferently at the news. Lord, if we let old ancestor Shui Hu successfully refine the rank 8 immortal Goo, I am afraid he would just get much stronger. Goo immortal Yulan spoke from beside Prince Feng Xian. Even without fortune rivaling heaven Goo, he is still the number 1 expert of Northern Plains. Our current task is to capture Fong Yuan. We have already obtained news from that side. Heavenly Court has deduced and confirmed Fong Yuan is in Northern Plains. Prince Feng Xian laughed, his eyes shining with cold light. His hatred towards Fong Yuan was deep. The reason? Because Prince Feng Xian's original task had been to infiltrate 88 Truyang building. But the grand plan was destroyed by Fong Yuan, causing his many years of waiting to go down the drain. Could he not feel hatred? By Zhu Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor Shui, who has been fiddling around for these years, he finally decided to act? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu mumbled, then shook his head. After that battle with old ancestor Shui who, Heavenly Lord Baizu was even more aware of the other side's strength. Just I alone am absolutely not old ancestor Shui who's opponent. Also, wrecking his refinement plan would mean I will be an irreconcilable enemy of him. But I have now established Baizu tribe. This is the result of many years of planning and arduous work. I cannot make a move lightly. Unless Yao Huang and some other people want to make a move, before they show any signs, I should concentrate on invading that Heifan Grotto Heaven instead. Yao Huang Grotto Heaven. A large cauldron was floating in front of Yao Huang. It was made from cauldron strength immortal goo. Inside the cauldron were countless immortal materials. The blazing fire below it was constantly melting these immortal materials into liquid and fusing them. When he heard the news of old ancestor Shui whose goo refinement, the fire heating the cauldron trembled. Yao Huang sighed and mumbled to himself, fighting with old Shui who is not wise. Instead, I just need to concentrate on refining this resurrection from the dead immortal goo, and I will also possess a rank 8 immortal goo, and solve the issue of lifespan. Longevity heaven. Look at those lights soaring to the sky, humph. Old ancestor Shui who has really started refining fortune rivaling heaven goo. Even if he is a rank 8 goo immortal, he is too audacious to dare to covet giant sun immortal venerable's immortal goo. Longevity heaven was giant sun immortal venerable's grotto heaven. The goo immortals who lived inside were descendants of giant sun immortal venerable with the closest bloodline connection to him. They naturally did not want to see fortune rivaling heaven goo falling into an outsider's hands. However, they were unable to make a move because of one person, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Elder Fong Yuan, please come in. This is our tribe's sacred land, Earth Mother Altar. Shi Chang respectfully guided Fong Yuan. This Rockman Gu Immortal was only rank 6, but he controlled the immortal battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet. He was clearly a character representing the next generation of the Rockmen. Following with him was also the rank 6 female Gu Immortal from the Snowman tribe, Shui Er. Right now, some days had already passed since the banquet. The allied tribes of snowmen and rockmen living here treated Fong Yuan and the hairy man Gu Immortals with utmost cordiality. According to Lang Yilan Spirit's arrangement, Sixth Hair and the others were responsible for negotiating about cooperation and alliance between both sides. As for Fong Yuan, he was accompanied to tour around and view the scenery, becoming familiar with the lifestyle of these variant humans. Over these last few days, Fong Yuan had deep insight. These snowmen and rockmen were living in hiding below the northern icy plain, but they were filled with awareness of crisis and were extremely strict in the upbringing of their later generations, almost to the point of cruelty. This led to generations after generations of powerful variant human Gu Immortals. Compared to them, Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals formed an extremely clear contrast. Elder Fong Yuan, didn't you ask me yesterday why there is such earth and soil below the northern icy plain? You will know once you enter. Shui Er giggled. Okay. Fong Yuan nodded, being somewhat curious. When he entered Earth Mother Altar and saw 2 statues enshrined at the center, he was left staring. He was shocked, because he saw a female human immortal hugging a Rockman Gu Immortal's arm. The 2 were looking into the distance with blissful expressions, looking like they had lived a charmed life together. This is the 27th First Supreme Elder of my tribe, Shi Mu. The one beside him is his wife, my tribe's most respected Lady Earth Mother. Of course, as you can see, Lady Earth Mother is a human Gu Immortal. Shi Chang introduced. This was somewhat unthinkable. A female human immortal actually fell in love with a Rockman Gu Immortal, and was enshrined and respected by the later generations of Rockmen to this degree. Shui Er continued. Lady Earth Mother was kind and benevolent. Her love transcends race. She was deeply saddened that the Rockman tribe did not have land for survival, and not long after Lord Shi Mu passed away, she also died of her own accord to be with her love. For the sake of the later generations, her Dao marks and blessed land turned into this underground land, allowing Rockmen to have a foundation for survival. Fong Yuan firmly stared at this couple's statues. His mind was surging frantically, because this Earth Mother, whom the rockmen and snowmen respected and revered. He actually knew her. Naturally, he and Earth Mother were not people of the same time period. There would normally not have been any link between them. The reason why Feng Yuan could recognize Earth Mother's identity was because he had soul-searched He Cheng. Because Earth Mother was the missing He Feng Yu of He tribe, old ancestor He Fan's most beloved granddaughter. Who could have expected that He Feng Yu disappeared as a result of hiding her own identity? She fell in love with a Rockman Gu immortal. This definitely would not have been accepted by the tribe, and even more so, would not have been accepted by the human Gu immortals in Northern Plains. As for why she fell in love and stayed with a Rockman Gu immortal, there definitely must have been a hidden story. Feng Yuan was expressionless, but was inwardly sighing. No matter what the truth of the past was, he had no intention to excavate it. Every person had their own life to lead, their own loved and hated enemies, right? Shui Er had been secretly observing Feng Yuan, and seeing Feng Yuan having no expression of disgust or anger, her whole heart felt joyous. She then looked at the statues of Shi Mu and Earth Mother dazedly, speaking with certain intent. I won't hide it from Elder Feng Yuan. From my perspective, love has no boundaries. Whether it be rockmen or humans, both have the possibility of existing together and the right to love each other. Feng Yuan went absent-minded. A beautiful white figure flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared shortly afterwards. The 500 years of my first life. His gaze turned deep and serene. He slightly realized now why this group of snowmen and rockmen accepted him so easily after knowing Feng Yuan was on the same side. From a certain aspect, Feng Yuan could also be considered to have received Earth Mother's help. Actually, we were compelled by the situation to fight with Elder Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan must also be clear on how the northern icy plain was formed. This was previously a pure icy land. Only with Lady Earth Mother's profound methods did this area start gathering earth chi and form this soil. Shi Chang earnestly continued. However, when a Gu immortal faces their tribulation in the northern icy plain, it would draw in and consume heaven and earth chi. Every time the earth chi is weakened, the northern icy plain will get more unstable, and the land we can live on will decrease by a portion in area. Feng Yuan nodded. He already knew of this reason during the banquet. Now his understanding had become even deeper. This is my fault. If I had known this before, I would not have undergone my calamity in the northern icy plain. Feng Yuan earnestly spoke. Shi Chang and Shui Er's face brightened. If misunderstandings can be solved, that is for the best. Shi Chang spoke. Right at this time, Shi Chang's expression changed. Shortly afterwards, Shui Er's expression also changed. What's wrong? Feng Yuan quickly asked. Lights are soaring to the sky from snowy mountain-blessed land. Our information claims that old ancestor Shui who has begun refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Shi Chang spoke in a heavy tone. Any human growing stronger was grievous news to variant humans. Shui Er's eyes shifted to Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan, you used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth and are an otherworldly demon. You even destroyed 88 Truyang building by your own hands. I would like to ask if old ancestor Shui who succeeds in refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu in the future. A number of days had passed since the hairy man Gu immortals from Langya sect came in touch and started discussing with this group of snowmen and rockmen. The more they talked, the more they found common topics between each other. This was decided by the external factors. Human forces were incomparably big, while the variant human tribes could only barely survive in isolated parts of the world, like this place. They were naturally inclined towards allying. Although Sixth Hair was a spy inserted by Shadow Sect into Langya Sect, he did not oppose the alliance of the two sides, instead even working hard for it. On one hand, Sixth Hair knew very well that just by himself, he could not make the two sides turn hostile to each other. On another hand, Sixth Hair also took this chance to show his skills and obtain more contribution points, letting Langya Land Spirit put more trust in him and increasing his status. Finally, Shadow Sect's goal was Spectral Soul's goal. Although the demon Venerable had died, his aspirations were already beyond the boundaries of race. Both sides discussed, each understanding more about the other. Sixth Hair even sold almost all the intel about Feng Yuan to get more trust from the other side. Thus, Snowmen and Rockmen knew how special Feng Yuan's status was. Feng Yuan once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada and was a person who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon who came from a foreign world. He was also the main culprit for the destruction of 88 Truyang Building and Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was worth mentioning that the last point made the variant human goo immortals feel even closer to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan destroyed 88 Truyang Building, greatly weakening the human forces of Northern Plains, which was an extremely good thing to variant human forces. They were so joyous that, in the past, when they heard about 88 Truyang Building's destruction, this allied group of snowmen and rockmen even had a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. Inside Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shui Er ask about the future, Feng Yuan replied with a bitter smile, having already prepared beforehand. Although I had Spring-Autumn Cicada, I have already lost this mystical goo. After I was reborn, there have been many changes in the world. You also know that I made 88 Truyang Building collapse, right? Yes, Elder Feng Yuan. You are truly amazing, Shui Er said with bright eyes. I also feel extreme admiration towards you about this. Shi Chang also added. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed. I am a person who had been reborn and knew some secrets. Although I am not of the Huangjin bloodline, I participated in the fight for Imperial Court to get some benefits from 88 Truyang Building. My original plan was to visit time after time to get unending benefits. But plans can't keep up with changes. Some accidents happened and I could only adapt to the circumstances, finally causing the collapse of 88 Truyang Building. Shui Er and Shi Chang revealed joyous smiles. Shi Chang said, Elder Feng Yuan's words make sense. Feng Yuan shook his head in helpless fashion. Who wants to be chased by all the goo immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shui Er smiled. From what I see, Elder Feng Yuan, you are a natural hero, although you destroyed 88 Truyang Building accidentally. If it were someone else, would they be able to do it? It is because of this I had no choice but to hide in Langya Blessed Land. Later on, things happened and I joined Langya sect. While living over there, I slowly discovered that the traits of variant humans were actually not weaker than humans. Their sincerity, trust, and loyalty and so on far surpassed the humans who always try to deceive each other. Although the 5 regions are vast, the survival space of variant humans is shrinking by the day. This is not right. Heavens will permit all living beings to exist. Variant humans and humans should indeed coexist. Feng Yuan's face did not show shame in the slightest when he said this. He even brought up Heaven's will, which was trying every way possible to eradicate him. Feng Yuan had a sincere expression, so vivid that it could not be more realistic. Shui Er's eyes even reddened from hearing these words. Shi Chang was extremely moved. If other human goo immortals were all as understanding and knowledgeable as Lord Feng Yuan, the world would be much better. In his words, he had already raised Feng Yuan from elder to lord, even speaking to him respectfully. Indeed, Feng Yuan's words were extremely politically correct as far as variant humans were concerned, inciting resonance and approval with their minds. But Elder Feng Yuan, you have yet to answer my question. Shui Er was intelligent and not easy to deceive. I was just getting there. Feng Yuan coughed. 88 Truyang Building's destruction was not my intention. In fact, before I had reborn, it had never fallen. Ah, is that so? Shui Er and Shi Chang looked at each other. Northern Plains' situation has changed too much because of me. 88 Truyang Building was destroyed. Ma Hongyun was kidnapped and his possession of fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo was exposed so quickly, with him being bought by old ancestor Shui Hu. Before I was reborn, there was simply no event of old ancestor Shui Hu trying to refine fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo. Feng Yuan added. These words were all true. Shui Er and Shi Chang both chose to believe them. The former slightly pursed her lips. Then doesn't it mean it is difficult to deduce the result? If we really let old ancestor Shui Hu refine fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo, the strength of Northern Plains human goo immortals will rise by another level. Feng Yuan's thoughts turned, questioning, Could it be that you want to stop it? He had no choice but to admit this allied group of snowmen and rockmen had the power to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. Moreover, it was an existence which was very hard to deal with among rank 8 battle strengths. The immemorial rock dragon's might was recorded and emphasized heavily in the historical records. Of course not. Shi Chang shook his head. We absolutely cannot interfere in this. Yes, we have been living peacefully here. Why would we expose ourselves and go offend a rank 8 expert? Moreover, this rank 8 expert controls snowy mountain-blessed land, with large numbers of demonic path experts under him. Shuer also shook her head. They were very aware of the situation. Even if they seized fortune rivaling heaven goo for their own use, they would be exposing themselves, attracting the joint pursuit of the whole of Northern Plains goo immortal world. All the human forces would come rushing over at that time, forget fortune rivaling heaven goo. Even if there were several more immemorial rock dragons, they would be unable to stop the humans. Fang Yuan nodded and did not say anything, while inwardly pondering. These variant humans are indeed not ordinary. I have seen all the variant human goo immortals over these days. Each of them is an elite. Whether it be their battle strength or foresight, they are outstanding in both. Even among the Northern Plains human goo immortal circle, they would be excellent. When compared to them, Heifan Grotto Heaven's goo immortals would be way behind. Fortunately, I had rank 8 battle strength with me. So what if he was an otherworldly demon? So what if he had spring-autumn cicada and was a reborn person? These statuses and mysteries, when they were stacked on his rank 8 battle strength as foundation, they become a part of a glorious halo, and not a source of trouble. When one had great strength, who would dare to find trouble? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a flick of their finger, they could crush others like ants. This was the reason the snowmen and rockmen not only did not dare to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they also expressed cordial stances and attempted to rope him in. Anyone of rank 8 battle strength was of sufficient value for others to rope in. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the overlords. This was already among the peak battle strength in the world. In fact, the whole of Northern Plains situation and structure is a result of rank 8 goo immortals conflicting with each other. The politics of a world having individuals with great strength is always dictated by the strongest people. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. But if they know my upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what kind of expressions these people will have? Fang Yuan found it somewhat funny as he thought of this. He forcibly sped up the growth of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, using time path killer moves, but with insufficient heavenly crystals, it was on the verge of dying from hunger. He then used blood path methods to raise its vitality when he let it out, and successfully shook the variant human immortals. Relying on his bluffs and deception, he was able to survive and change the situation. However, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the last radiance of the setting sun. After Fang Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture, it died at almost the very next moment. An immemorial desolate beast dying of hunger. This life of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was indeed somewhat depressing. But that might not be the case in its next life. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's amazing trait was that it would produce an egg after its death. When the egg hatches, it would once again be reborn. It was true that Fang Yuan lost the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle, but similarly, he obtained an upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, and also the immemorial desolate beast's giant corpse. He could completely accept this result, because first of all, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He had to disguise as a person of He tribe's bloodline to command it. Secondly, many flaws appeared after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was forcefully grown. With rank 8 battle strength, how could such a grand being let Fang Yuan, a rank 6 goo immortal, control it? Let alone when the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. It was certain that the upper extreme heavenly eagle would not listen when it was forcefully grown into being of rank 8 battle strength. There was even a huge possibility of it rebelling and turning against Fang Yuan because of its strong pride in itself. As a result, the upper extreme heavenly eagle dying was not bad news to Fang Yuan. As for the new egg, Fang Yuan could rely on the contents of Heifan's true inheritance to change it, tampering with its memories and so on, such that when it hatches, it would directly obey Fang Yuan. Old ancestor Shui, who was openly refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu. The refinement path Gu formation's light even shot up to the heavens, shining brightly for 7 days and 7 nights before it gradually dissipated. This matter caused strong turbulence in the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. However, after the shock, the Gu immortal world of Northern Plains strangely quietened down. This was because Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, Five Elements Grandmaster and Prince Fengxian had not responded yet. Without these rank 8 Gu immortals speaking up, even if the other rank 6 and rank 7s clamored, it would be of no use. Being able to battle a rank 8 existence with rank 7 cultivation, within the last few thousand years of the 5 regions, only Feng Zhouge could do it. Old ancestor Shui who did matters rampantly and tyrannically, but one had to say he not only had brawn but also brains, picking up such an extremely opportune time. This group of variant humans under the northern icy plain also chose to watch by the sidelines. As for Fang Yuan himself, he similarly had no thoughts of participating in this matter. This matter was too big. It concerned the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui who, although Fang Yuan currently was stronger than before, if he interfered in this matter, he would easily be turned into mush. 3 days went by. Underground of the icy plain, Earth Mother altar. For incense sticks were lit and the smoke coiled up to the air. Gu immortals were standing by a side with solemn expressions, the 4 camps clearly differentiated. Fang Yuan was also among them. The people beside him were Lang Yasek's hairy man Gu immortals. A melodious bugle call resounded, and then the drums roared. Shi Zong took a large step ahead during the drum sounds, speaking in a loud voice. I, Gu immortal Shi Zong of the Rockman tribe, am willing to join the 4 races alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races shall be united. We shall share fortune and woe together. He then activated his immortal essence, causing some changes in the Earth Mother altar. The smoke that was curling up in the air surged towards Shi Zong, and after coiling around for a dozen breaths, they completely merged into Shi Zong's body. Adding on information path Dao marks, it seems to be an ancient method, Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. Originally, the hairy men were discussing about an alliance with the allied group of Snowman and Rockman tribes. But the matter went unexpectedly smoothly, as both sides were increasingly in agreement with the alliance. The hairy men's side even took the initiative to mention bringing Inkman City in too. After the allied group of Snowmen and Rockmen understood the details, they agreed to it. Long-hair ancestor and Immortal Li Yen were publicly known to be bosom friends in history. Long-hair ancestor left Lang Ya blessed land behind while Immortal Li Yen founded Inkman City. The Inkmen and hairy men from these places thus always had close relations. Since the hairy men's side vouched for the Inkmen, the allied Rockmen and Snowman tribes also chose to believe them. As a result, the discussion between the 3 sides became one involving 4 variant human races. Finally, the 3 sides reached a consensus and were willing to form an alliance, sharing hardships together and assisting each other from now on. The current scene was a result of that. The 3 sides used an ancient information path method to officially form an alliance. Gu immortals took turns to go forward and accept the effect of the information path Dao marks. As such, they became members of the 4 races alliance. Time passed. Fang Yuan gradually understood some of the mechanics. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method, but instead Earth Path is used to get the effect of information path. Just like my time path immortal killer move 100 Years Harmony. Fang Yuan's heart sank as he thought of this. It was going to be troublesome if he wanted to break this alliance agreement in the future, because it did not seem likely that he could resolve it using information path. Most probably, it needed to be resolved with Earth Path methods. Elder Fang Yuan, it's your turn. At this time, 12th Hair reminded softly from the side in a warm tone. Speaking of which, ever since the matter of the falling starhound was resolved and the news of Fang Yuan obtaining an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was known, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitudes towards Fang Yuan had a complete change, becoming reverential, forming a stark contrast from before. Fang Yuan nodded and walked to the front without hesitation, and just like what the Rockman Gu Immortal Shirzong did, he allowed the incense smoke to imprint on his body. His every action was being observed by the immortals present on the scene. Seeing that he had truly joined the alliance, the group of immortals slightly relaxed, letting go of another layer of worry. The smile on Shui Er became even more lovely. Little could they imagine that Fang Yuan was already thinking of how to break the restrictions of the alliance agreement. He naturally could not follow along with the aims and mindsets of these variant humans. Even entering Lang Ye sect was to make it more convenient to use Lang Ye blessed land's strength. Similarly, joining this four races alliance was because Fang Yuan was forced by the situation and also because it would be easier for him to borrow the strength of the alliance to help in his cultivation. To truly have me be of the same faction as variant humans and resist humans, that is impossible. Humans have absolute dominance. Even if these four variant human tribes have allied, what can they do? However, this strength also cannot be underestimated. In my first life, did these four groups really ally? Fang Yuan's thoughts had started to drift as he pondered. He did not know the answer to this question. In his first life, he had been a rank 6 Bloodpath Gu Immortal. In matters regarding the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, he did not have enough understanding. Especially these kinds of behind-the-scenes details, even Northern Plains Gu Immortals might not be aware. But I do know there had been no news of these Snowman and Rockman tribes in my first life. Maybe they were annihilated, or maybe they were still living, hiding from the world. Lang Ye Blessed Land had also not established a sect, and was finally destroyed by Heavenly Court. On the contrary, the Inkman tribe did surprisingly well. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan sneaked a glance at Emotan Sang. This person only had rank 6 cultivation and cultivated Chi Path. Chi Path had much longer history than Strength Path, but was similarly a declining Gu cultivation path. Emotan Sang had a middle-aged appearance. He had black skin and thick white hair. He appeared quite dignified when he did not smile, and when he smiled, he gave people a feeling of great closeness. This person is also a formidable character. Fang Yuan inwardly appraised. He remembered that in the 5 regions chaotic war, this Emotan Sang took advantage of the lack of attention paid to him due to the human tribes being too busy in their internal conflicts, to develop rapidly, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When the Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he actually disregarded his dignity as the king and threw himself to Lu tribe. He took a servant's right to Lu tribe's supreme elder and became a servant to him. Lu tribe was one of the super forces. Thus the Inkman forces were protected. The Inkman forces grew stably under this layer of protection. Later, when Lu tribe weakened, the Inkman king immediately gave up on Lu tribe to collaborate with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains lands. If Fang Yuan were to talk of such a scale and force, no one would believe him. In this 4 races alliance, the Inkman tribe was undoubtedly the weakest. But in Fang Yuan's first life, it was the Inkmen who were thriving. Emotan Sang knew when to advance and when to yield. He was a spiritual figure representing the rise of the Inkman tribe. At the same time, it was also because of the external environment. In the 5 regions chaotic war, all order collapsed, opportunities and risks were everywhere. As if sensing Fang Yuan's gaze, Emotan Sang turned back to look at Fang Yuan, immediately smiling, expressing sincerity and kindness. This kindness was so deep and clear that when he smiled, he was almost bowing, even giving the feeling of some flattery. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, while returning the smile on the surface. Emotan Sang's expression changed slightly, showing a feeling of excitement at being recognized by an important person. If it were others, they would have probably felt a sense of superiority and smugness at this moment. Truly formidable. Fang Yuan's own acting skills were beyond ordinary. But this Emotan Sang before him was on par with him. The world is big, experts and talents emerge every generation. I absolutely cannot look down on these champions. Fang Yuan inwardly reminded himself, his mind remaining cool without any fluctuations. Northern Plains' situation could be described as going through one wave after another. The storm of He tribe's collapse and takeover by Zhu tribe had yet to settle down. old ancestor Shui who began refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu, attracting the gazes of the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. And behind their backs, at an unknown, secluded area, for variant human races, hairy men, snowmen, rockmen and inkmen had quietly formed an alliance. Although variant humans were absolutely in a weaker position, this alliance could not be looked down upon, because it possessed a rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon. Of course, in the minds of the other alliance members, there was also Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan was forced to join them, but what made him feel slightly at ease was there were no wisdom path Gu immortal among these 4 tribes. After the alliance was formed, Fang Yuan's loss was obvious. That was, from now on, he could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This no doubt would influence Fang Yuan greatly, but he had no choice. Undergoing tribulation here meant consuming earth qi, which was the greatest damage to the rockman's home. This was the reason why these rockmen and snowmen did not stint on cost to set up the battlefield killer move, Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, to kill Fang Yuan. But besides loss, Fang Yuan also had gains. He cleared the way for trading with the rockman and snowman tribes, letting his monthly earnings reach a new level. Leaving aside the snowmen, the main point were the rockmen. Their desire towards Guts Gu was higher than humans. The reason? It was obvious. When one considered the time Fang Yuan used Guts Gu to increase the population of rockmen in Hu immortal blessed land. Guts Gu was the best way to grow and develop rockman tribes. Besides this, Fang Yuan also sold some resources he obtained from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven to the rockmen, snowmen and inkmen, making great profits, causing Sixth Hair to worry and rage on the inside. Fang Yuan's gains are so huge. What should I do? How can we restrain him in the future? It was time to bid farewell. Elder Fang Yuan, you really need to leave so soon? You could stay for another day or two. Shui Er attempted to persuade Fang Yuan to stay. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying with a warm smile, "We have formed an alliance. This matter is too important. I need to personally return to report to Langya Land Spirit. You can rest assured I will be back. We can be considered to be friends made from fighting, and I feel quite fond of this place." Fang Yuan was interested in the Snowman Gu Immortal's Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu, as well as their killer moves. These two were very suitable for him. After all, in terms of Dao marks, the highest quantity in his body were currently Ice and Snow Path Dao marks. As per the relation between him and the Snowman tribe currently, along with rank 8 battle strength publicly, he could exchange Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan did not plan to give up any of his Immortal Gu. He had a better plan. For instance, someday in the future, when a certain variant human Gu Immortal cannot pass their tribulation and required his time path Immortal Killer move to slow the time in their Immortal aperture. At that time, Fang Yuan could take the chance to demand Immortal Gu. In the past, Hei Fan did this many times and obtained a sizable number of Immortal Gu. Shui Er naturally did not know this handsome young man in front of her was harboring evil intent with his mind full of schemes. She lowered her head as she saw Fang Yuan was intent on leaving, revealing hesitation and a struggling expression. But soon, her eyes revealed firm intent as she raised her head and handed an item in her hand to Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, take this as my farewell gift to you." Shui Er tried to keep a calm exterior as she spoke, but her voice was still shaking. Fang Yuan glanced at the item. It was an ice teardrop. Ice tears were not an immortal material but was still precious, widely loved by both Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen survived in icy environments. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, so their tears were very rare. The majority of the snowmen would never experience crying from joy or pain in their lives. But if they shed tears, the tears would immediately condense into ice tears. Snowmen could shed tears at most 3 times in their lives, and the number would not surpass 60 drops. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan and life essence would decrease by a huge amount. If the snowman shed too many tears, they would rapidly age, quickening their death. So ice tears were rare as well. Transactions of ice tears had always been flourishing in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Long ago, Shui Songzi had particularly engaged in selling snowmen, supplying them to other goo immortals to torment and get the ice tears. As far as human goo immortals were concerned, ice tears were a precious goo refinement material. But to snowmen, ice tears had another significant meaning. That was a token of love. That's right. Snowmen, this race had male and female genders, unlike rockmen who were purely male. During the marriage of snowmen, they would often exchange ice tears. This action had extremely huge meaning to snowmen. This is an ice tear. Fong Yuan's eyes brightened, holding it in front of his eyes and making detailed observation. Don't look at it like that. Quickly place it down. Shui Er's voice was soft and anxious. There were many people present. Holding the ice tear like that in public was sure to be noticed. Sure enough, the next moment, Shui Er heard those goo immortals' surprise sounds. Shui Er quickly lowered her head, her face flushing red with shyness. She handed the ice tear to Fong Yuan, which was as good as expressing her love. Although she had mustered her courage before, now that so many people were looking at her, she was truly embarrassed. Speaking of it, I have heard of this strange goo material long ago. I have now finally seen it personally. Thank you, Shui Er. This gift is pretty good. Maybe I should refine it into some goo worm. Fong Yuan cheerfully spoke. Shui Er's body visibly shook. Fong Yuan turned a blind eye to it, continuing. But a drop of ice tear is still too little. It would be good if there were some more. Why are there no transactions of ice tears? It is truly regretful. As Shui Er listened, the shy redness in her face had already dissipated, replaced by pale white. Her head was lowered even more, her sight turning blurry as tears started to form in them. This fool. Bing Zhuo could not see it continue, as he inwardly cursed and walked over. The other variant human goo immortals were tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. Shui Er suddenly raised her head, her back facing Fong Yuan as she called out to Bing Zhuo, "Brother Bing Zhuo!" Bing Zhuo gritted his teeth. An intense pity rose up in his heart as he saw Shui Er's pale white expression. He knew Shui Er was shy. It had already taken a lot of her courage to hand over the ice tear just now. Maybe she had also felt an impulsive urge in her mind. Fong Yuan did not know the meaning of the ice tear. If he criticized Fong Yuan now in front of everyone, would it not put Shui Er in an even more embarrassing situation? Thinking of this, Bing Zhuo could only swallow the words that were in his mouth, saying something else. "Elder Fong Yuan, I had many gains from battling you. Next time, we should spar properly again." When he mentioned sparring, he intentionally made his voice heavier, along with some gnashing noise. Shui Er was young and beautiful. Her talent was outstanding and her cultivation was high. She had all along been receiving the attention and favor of the tribe. It was just that there was no man in the same generation worthy of her. This time, she felt feelings for Fong Yuan. Although he was a human goo immortal, the snowman goo immortals felt they could accept him. Rockmen had their earth mother. Could our snowmen not have a snow father? If Shui Er could marry Fong Yuan, the snowman tribe would possess the backing of an immemorial desolate beast. But who could have thought Fong Yuan to not be aware of the tradition of these variant humans, treating the ice tear as a common goo material, making the whole situation awkward. Even Shui Er was put on the spot. Fong Yuan smiled and patted Bing Zhuo's shoulder. "All right, I promise you if there is an opportunity in the future, we will spar again. Okay, everyone, I am taking my leave. No need to send me off, we shall meet again in the future." Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan laughed heartily and walked away. Adorned in a white robe with long black hair, he looked handsome and extremely carefree. Shui Er's gaze even turned somewhat dazed. Bing Zhuo, however, gnashed his teeth, wanting nothing more than to chop this kid Fong Yuan into pieces. This can't do. When he has gone far enough, I need to send him a letter, telling him the meaning of the ice tear properly. The journey back to Langya Blessed Land was smooth and without any obstacles. Seeing Langya Land spirit again, the attitude of the first supreme elder of Langya sect towards Fong Yuan had underwent a huge change. "You truly inherited Heifan's true inheritance? You possess methods to slow the time of an immortal aperture? Also, you actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Quickly take it out." Langya Land spirit excitedly asked. Fong Yuan shook his head bitterly and took out the corpse of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Lang Ye land spirit was stunned on the spot. Fong Yuan informed Lang Ye land spirit of the whole event. A grand immemorial desolate beast was actually starved to death by you. But fortunately you still have the egg. That's good. The upper extreme heavenly eagle special point is this. Lang Ye land spirit came back to his senses and looked at Fong Yuan with a burning gaze. Sell this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg to me. We can make a deal. Fong Yuan laughed. I can sell this egg. Lang Ye land spirit was joyous. Fong Yuan continued. But I am afraid you don't have any heavenly crystals to raise it. Even Treasure Yellow Heaven has very few transactions of heavenly crystals. Naturally, heavenly crystals can only be produced in Grotto Heavens or the immemorial 9 heavens. This is a very precious and rare rank 8 immortal material. Right now, only Black Heaven and White Heaven remain from the immemorial 9 heavens, while the number of rank 8 Gu immortals have always been few. Moreover, among these rank 8 Gu immortals, some are unable to produce heavenly crystals. As he spoke until here, Lang Ye land spirit shifted his words. But you don't have to worry about this. My Lang Ye blessed land was once Lang Ye Grotto Heaven. It had once produced heavenly crystals. Besides this, in the past, my main body had also hoarded a large batch of heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens. Since that is the case, I can rest at ease. I will sell it to you. Fong Yuan nodded. Lang Ye land spirit laughed heartily. Fong Yuan, since you are one of us, I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. Luck path true inheritance. Thieving heaven true inheritance or long hair true inheritance. Choose as you please. Fong Yuan's tone sank. What? I am not too interested in these things. Moreover, isn't this price somewhat low to exchange for a rank 8 battle strength? Lang Ye land spirit's smile stiffened. He thought for a bit and nodded. It is indeed so. Then, how about exchanging with my Luopa Valley? Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were secluded domains of heaven and earth, unique in the whole world. But compared to rank 8 battle strength, Lang Ye land spirit would not hesitate to give up on the former and choose the latter. Price is too low, not selling. Fong Yuan refused. Lang Ye land spirit scratched his head. How about this? I am willing to give up Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, as well as the incomplete Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron, in exchange for your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fong Yuan's heart jumped, but he still shook his head. It is still not enough. Not selling. Lang Ye land spirit was furious. Then give me a price. How much will you sell it for? Fong Yuan smiled, emphasizing, this is of rank 8 battle strength. Lang Ye land spirit naturally was not foolish as he retorted. It is indeed of rank 8 battle strength, but it needs to be fed. Do you have heavenly crystals? Also, even if you raise the upper extreme heavenly eagle, will it listen to you? To tell you the truth, you were really lucky this time, starving the upper extreme heavenly eagle to death. If not for this, according to my understanding, this upper extreme heavenly eagle only needs to have some strength left to directly crush you, an ant who tried to enslave it, to death. Fong Yuan smiled. If so, I am willing to use sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals to raise the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Anyway, I am a supreme elder of Lang Ye sect and also one of the members of the Four Races Alliance. In the future, if the sect needs me, I will naturally appear. Lang Ye land spirit was stumped, pondering upon it before he pointed at Fong Yuan's nose and scolded. Good brat! You had no intent to sell it in the first place and were just making things difficult for me. Fong Yuan immediately showed a serious expression, speaking earnestly. How could I easily give up a rank 8 battle strength? But making things difficult for First Supreme Elder, how could I have such thoughts? It is just that the price is indeed too low. As he said this, he suddenly thought of another intention of Heifan. Even if Heifan's true inheritance was inherited by one of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven, Heifan had left the upper extreme heavenly eagle in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. With this immemorial desolate beast, even if there was not an inheritor, it would be an extremely huge gain to the tribe. Lang Ye land spirit sighed. knowing well that Fang Yuan was not wrong. So he stopped persisting on buying. On one hand, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had already become an egg, making him greatly disappointed. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was not only bound by Lang Ye's alliance agreement, he had also joined the Four Races Alliance, which put Lang Ye land spirit at ease. Finally, he more or less knew Fang Yuan's nature. Such an ambitious and audacious guy like you absolutely won't easily give up on a rank 8 battle strength. But if you want to use sect contribution points to exchange for Lang Ye sect's heavenly crystals, it won't be easy. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials. The contribution points you have are many, but you would still not be able to afford them. Lang Ye land spirit's mood became better as he said this. With heavenly crystals at hand, he could entice Fang Yuan to work for Lang Ye sect. By now, Lang Ye land spirit had no choice but to admit Fang Yuan was strong and resourceful, much more useful than other hairy man Gu immortals. Then I will exchange for some first. We can slowly go about this. Fang Yuan intentionally revealed a distressed expression. Fang Yuan's current sect contribution points were indeed a lot. He had solved the matter with the falling starhound, earning 1,000 sect contribution points at once. And this time, he had discovered the allied tribes of snowmen and rockmen, and succeeded in spurring the Four Races Alliance. The sect contribution points for this were also nearly 1,000. As such, Fang Yuan's Lang Ye sect contribution points numbered over 2,000 points. But calculating it, 2,000 contribution points were still too little to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material, heavenly crystals. At this moment, Lang Ye land spirit suggested another mission for Fang Yuan. Aren't you familiar with domination immortal Chu-Du? Rope him in to our Lang Ye sect, make him rebel against the humans and become one of us. I can give you another 1,000 sect contribution points if you do this. Fang Yuan's divine sense was roaming in treasure yellow heaven. Oh! His divine sense stopped for a moment. A Gu immortal's will was at the side, with a mountain of goods behind him. These are all slippery soil? Fang Yuan took the initiative and asked. Han Yu's Gu immortal will awaken from slumber. Seeing a customer, he quickly said, "These are all slippery soil." After reporting the price, he asked, "Sir, how much are you buying?" Slippery soil was a type of rank 5 material. The soil was very fertile. Fang Yuan nodded mentally. This was a very appropriate price. It was even lower than the normal market price. He needed this soil anyway. He said, "I'll take them all." Han Yu's will shook. "Everything? I have a huge stock." Fang Yuan confirmed, "Yes, everything. 202 immortal essence stones. That is the price, right?" Han Yu's will quickly nodded. "Yes, yes. Inside treasure yellow heaven. Any form of goods would have treasure light emitting from them." Fang Yuan could estimate the price by looking at the treasure light and the goods themselves. He was a wisdom path grandmaster after all. "Let's trade," Fang Yuan said quickly. All right. Han Yu's will quickly nodded and responded. The situation was out of his expectations. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal who had passed one heavenly tribulation. He was trying hard in developing his blessed land. He wanted to sell the slippery soil in his blessed land, and because of his past experiences, he even lowered the price by a little. To think that it was going to be sold out so quickly, this was great news to him. Han Yu's will carried 202 immortal essence stones. The entire will's body was shaking. He was very excited. "In my previous life, I was just like this." Fang Yuan saw this and sighed internally. Han Yu was the norm among most rank 6 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, during his previous life, had even been inferior because he was a blood path Gu immortal. But it was different now. Just the guts Gu trade, which was a monopoly, was bringing him immense profits. After taking the resources of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan's own wealth had reached an unprecedented level. Not just 200 immortal essence stones, he could take out 2,000 without batting an eyelid. All in all, Fang Yuan's financial situation was quite good now. After buying the slippery soil, Fang Yuan moved his divine sense around and went to buy several types of soil. After reaching his goal, Fang Yuan withdrew his divine sense and brought the soils back to the sovereign immortal aperture. He controlled the strength path immortal zombies. They scattered the soils into different areas of mini-southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. The scenery in mini-southern border had already drastically changed. Forests were everywhere, causing greenery to overwhelm the lands. Tall ancient trees and pine trees, the straight cottonwood, the short shrubs, and an uncountable number of grass and flowers made mini-southern border vivid and full of life all of a sudden. These were just ordinary plants, there were lots of high-grade resources mixed in among them. Like the musical trees, they were in the greatest quantity. This type of tree had curvy branches, they were quite unique. There were birds on the branches, mostly chi-death birds. They had distinct calls and chirped loudly. Originally, mini-southern border was completely empty, but it was quite lively now. Other than birds, there were lots of deer, squirrels, monkeys, snakes, tigers, and other animals. They formed into a proper ecological cycle. Originally, mini-southern border only had a few mounds, but now there were more than 10 mountains here. These mountains were all moved in by Feng Yuan from Heifan Grotto Heaven. Ordinary goo immortals could not move mountains, but his pulling mountain immortal goo could be used for this. Right now, among the mountains, the tallest one was Immortal Succession Mountain. The stone pavilions were still on the mountain. Feng Yuan did not remove them, but the inheritances inside were all taken away. After a long time, Feng Yuan finally finished controlling all of the immortal zombies to scatter the soil at their proper locations. Feng Yuan observed for a while, before stopping in satisfaction. With these soils, these plants would be able to grow well for some time. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had few earth path Dao marks. The space was also very big, it had 5 regions and 9 heavens. Mini-southern border could not have many earth path Dao marks after they were distributed. With few earth path Dao marks, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture would not have mountains forming. The soil would not be thick or fertile. The vegetation in mini-southern border was almost completely from Heifan Grotto Heaven. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, these plants and trees were growing well. They were dense and green. But after moving into Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, because of the sparse earth path Dao marks, they were drying out and appeared to be lacking nutrients. Feng Yuan could only buy lots of fertile soil, like slippery soil, to scatter them in mini-southern border, resolving the problem. But this does not solve the underlying issue. These different soils will turn into ordinary soil after some time. The earth path Dao marks in them would dissipate. These soils were just mortal goo materials. They had fragmented earth path Dao marks in them. After the grass and trees absorbed the nutrients, these scattered earth path Dao marks would mostly vanish. Only by undergoing tribulation or absorbing the Dao marks of an earth path goo immortal, to increase the earth path Dao marks in the immortal aperture, can I resolve the problem. Feng Yuan knew this clearly. Feng Yuan could not undergo the 5th earthly calamity in the northern icy plain anymore. This time he could choose to go southern border, or any place with rich earth path Dao marks for his tribulation, hoping to encounter an earth path earthly calamity. Once he encountered an earth path earthly calamity, after going through it, Feng Yuan's problem would be alleviated. As for killing an earth path goo immortal to absorb their Dao marks, it was not easy. Earth path goo immortals with low cultivation level did not have many earth path Dao marks, and those with high cultivation level were too strong. There was too great of a risk for Feng Yuan to deal with them. Until now, Feng Yuan had already gone through 4 earthly calamities. The first was the snow monster calamity. There were iron crown eagles, ruin bats, and others. The second was the wind flowers and snow moons calamity. The third was the spring dawn jade orioles and giant disaster blazing trees. The fourth was the profound white flying salt calamity. Because the sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme physiques combined, Heaven's will was wary of it. During each earthly calamity, it would increase the strength of the earthly calamity to the greatest limit allowed. Earthly calamities of such difficulty greatly surpassed other goo immortals, by several or even over a dozen times. Thus, Feng Yuan also made incredible gains. He obtained more than a dozen times the Dao marks each tribulation. As a result, Feng Yuan had the highest number of ice and snow path Dao marks, followed by transformation path, strength path, chi path, rule path. There were also some from luck path, blood path, and others. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had improved drastically after obtaining Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources. Because the space was huge, at the moment only mini southern border was quite lively. Even though the other areas had some resources, they did not have such a complete ecosystem as mini southern border. There were many desolate beasts, giant horned sheep, shark fin wolves, dragonfish, eagle hounds, and others. In terms of ancient desolate beasts, he had remnant heavenly dogs and a falling star hound infant. He also had an immemorial desolate beast, that was the upper extreme heavenly eagle, but it had turned into an egg already. There were some desolate plants too. He even had an ancient desolate plant, that was the walking meat tree. All in all, Feng Yuan's accumulated resources currently matched Gu Immortals at the peak of rank 7. Chu Du was probably similar to Feng Yuan now. As for Feng Jiugu, he was heavily nurtured by a super force. Feng Yuan was still inferior to him. After scattering the soil, Feng Yuan's concentration returned to soul-searching the captive Gu Immortal souls. Feng Yuan's immortal aperture had many Gu Immortal captives. In fact, there were many Gu Immortal souls. The focus of his soul search this time was on the 9 Gu Immortal souls in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Feng Jun's luck path true inheritance and Chun Li's concealment method were quite impressive. Feng Yuan was interested in them. You are not He Cheng. Who are you? You unscrupulous scoundrel. Kill me if you dare. Spare me, please spare me. As long as you resurrect me, I will be your most loyal servant. Among these Gu Immortal souls, some questioned him, some cursed him and wanted to die, while some wanted to survive. Feng Yuan did not conceal himself as He Cheng anymore. After all, Familiar Face also needed to consume immortal essence, and Attitude Gu needed to use his mental energy. Towards these Gu Immortals' cries, Feng Yuan ignored them. He soul-searched them without pause. Every day he would soul-search them for a period of time. In about 3 days, I will be done searching the memories of these souls. I would know everything about them. After his soul-searching, Feng Yuan collated his gains, retracting his mind. He left the Cloud City, moving towards Luopa Valley. There, his soul went out of his body, as he underwent tough soul path cultivation. Feng Yuan had already used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley for some time. His soul foundation had already reached dozens of times as before. However, he was still not confident of placing his soul into his original body. This problem is the most troublesome. Even if my soul foundation increases, it is still hard to avoid Shadow Sect's possible hidden methods. Who knows? Ing Wu Xie's arrangements might become stronger if my soul has greater foundation. Perhaps the stronger my soul, the deeper Shadow Sect's trap. Ing Wu Xie knows I have Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. When setting the trap, there is no way he did not consider these details. His daily soul cultivation ended. Feng Yuan's soul returned to his body. He stood up shakily. He had a grim expression. As long as he could use Wisdom Gu, his strength would increase at an explosive rate. Many development problems he was facing now were related to Wisdom Gu. As long as he could use Wisdom Gu, many problems would be resolved instantly. I have Wisdom Gu, and the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. I just need that final key. Feng Yuan mentally sighed helplessly. Just like this, Feng Yuan stayed in Lang Ye Blessed Land for 7 days. He cultivated unceasingly. He did not relax for even a minute. His soul foundation grew again. He completely searched the souls of the 9 Gu Immortals. Feng Yuan also used half of his Lang Ye sect contribution points to trade for some heavenly crystals and even put up some Gu refinement missions. Self-will Gu, Year Gu, Month Gu, Day Gu, as well as all the other mortal Gu, he needed a huge quantity of them. He would rather spend sect contribution points to get these mortal Gu, getting the Hairyman Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to refine them for him. This could save him a lot of time and energy. 7 days later, he left Lang Ye Blessed Land, heading for Eastern Sea. The great winds blew, carrying the salty flavor of the sea water. Feng Yuan sat on top of a cloud. He traveled quickly while splitting his attention towards the information path Mortal Gu in his hand. This Mortal Gu was from Bingzhua, the snowman Gu Immortal who dual-wielded spears and was skilled at close combat. He told Feng Yuan in the letter. The ice tear had significant meaning to the snowman tribe. It was not just a Gu refinement material. It was the token of one's love. Humph. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He crushed that information path mortal goo in his hands. Pure white clouds carried him on his journey. The wind caused his hair to flutter in the sky. He had a fair face like jade. He was extremely handsome, almost enchanting. His dark abyss-like eyes looked down at the deep blue sea, showing traces of cold, flickering light. How could Fang Yuan not know about the meaning of the ice tear to the snowman? Don't forget, he was someone who had lived for 500 years. Even though his cultivation level was not high, his knowledge was definitely vast. Not just the ice tear, Fang Yuan had deep knowledge regarding the wine culture of variant humans. During the earlier banquet, Sixth Hair accused Fang Yuan of not knowing about the variant human drinking culture. In fact, Fang Yuan was just pretending to not know. He was probing the attitude of the snowmen and rockmen. Sometimes, acting ignorant allows someone to have more options. The matter of the ice tear was like this. Fang Yuan pretended to be unaware, but he knew it clearly on the inside. Accepting the ice tear was accepting Shui Er's love. But if he did not accept it, he would ruin the cooperative relationship between himself and the snowmen and rockmen. Getting together with Shui Er? The disadvantages were greater than the advantages. The snowman tribe was after Fang Yuan's rank 8 battle strength, from the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Disregarding how much benefits Fang Yuan could gain from the snowman tribe, just this point alone, he could not fulfill it. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already become an egg. Even though Fang Yuan spent a portion of his Lang Ya sect contribution points to get some heavenly crystals, the amount was not enough. He could not hatch the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle egg yet. Marrying Shui Er would tie me closely to the snowman tribe. We would be sure to establish a marriage agreement. Right now, I already have Lang Yasek's agreement and Chudu's alliance agreement. There is also the alliance agreement of the 4 races. My freedom is greatly limited now. If I add in the marriage agreement, aren't I just finding problems for myself? While Fang Yuan benefited from these alliance agreements, he also had to undergo missions for them in return. For example, if Lang Ya Blessed Land was attacked by enemies, Fang Yuan would have to reinforce them and fight to his death if needed. Lang Ya Land Spirit followed the rules because the Land Spirit was not crafty like humans. It followed the rules of Lang Ya sect closely and did not restrict Fang Yuan. But the Snowman tribe was different. They were variant humans. Their intelligence was lower than humans. But after being suppressed for so many years, and living pitifully in the northern icy plain, the immense pressure for survival had honed their strong battle strength and keen perception. If Fang Yuan wanted to marry a snowman, the snowman tribe would do everything they could to squeeze out Fang Yuan's value. By then, Fang Yuan would unable to help himself. The snowmen and rockmen live under the northern icy plain. The rockmen have the immemorial rock dragon. It has rank 8 battle strength, but the snowmen do not. Thus, they want me to marry Shui Er, so that they can also have rank 8 battle strength and contest evenly with the rockman tribe. Do not look at how cohesive the rockmen and snowmen were when attending to Fang Yuan. Were they really living in such harmony? The two sides were living under the icy plain, sharing a tiny area together. How could there not be conflicts? They were 2 different races after all. But because of the big picture, they maintained reason and tolerated each other. One could imagine that the rockman tribe with the immemorial rock dragon would usually win when there were conflicts. The snowmen must have suffered many losses, but they endured it all along. The rockman tribe had greater status after all. This could be seen from many small details during the alliance. For example, the Gu Immortal Sure Zone usually was the first to speak, instead of the snowman Gu Immortals. If I marry Shui Er, no, even if I just accept her feelings, it would mean that I am siding with the snowmen. Unavoidably, I would be involved in the conflict between both the rockmen and snowmen. Once there were internal conflicts, Shui Er would find Fang Yuan and hope that he would mediate their conflicts. As an ally, he could not reject them. But the rockman tribe gave Fang Yuan more benefits. After all, they were trading guts Gu. How could Fang Yuan ruin his relationship with the rockmen just because of a woman and cause his gains to be smaller? These last days, not just Bingjua's letter, he had also obtained letters from other Inkmen, Snowman, and Rockman Gu Immortals, including Shui Er. Their intent was to rope in Fang Yuan. Rank 8 battle strength was simply too alluring. The reason why Fang Yuan left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea was to avoid these Gu immortals. It also meant that he could avoid many problems in the future. I am purely making use of these variant humans. But our relationship is uncontrollably deepening. Once any mishaps happen, I will die along with them. I need to leave and gain freedom, so that I can retreat with ease. Fang Yuan was well aware of the situation. Furthermore, Langya Land Spirit was showing the intention of recruiting Chu Du. This made Fang Yuan feel great threat. Should Chu Du join, it would greatly affect Fang Yuan's status in Langya sect. The reason why Langya Land Spirit wanted to recruit Chu Du was also worth considering. Even though Langya Land Spirit gave him this mission, Fang Yuan decided to stall it. He was not going to be so stupid as to wholeheartedly try recruiting Chu Du, Eastern Sea Information Path Inheritance. Fang Yuan thought to himself, this was one of the reasons why he was in Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan could obtain a method from this Information Path Inheritance to get rid of the restrictions of the alliance agreements, that would be best. Fang Yuan would gain the complete initiative within his alliances. However, this Information Path Inheritance was only his secondary objective. Fang Yuan had another primary goal. Several days later, Eastern Sea, Turbulent Flow Sea Area. Spare me, I surrender. Lu Qingyu was kneeling on the ground. He was covered in injuries. He had no will to fight. He was a rank 7 lone immortal. He even collaborated with 3 rank 6 comrades just now. To think that they would be ambushed in this turbulent flow sea area. The 3 rank 6 Gu immortals that he invited were already dead. Their enemies were 4 mysterious Gu immortals. Lu Qingyu was considerably knowledgeable, but he had never heard of these 4 strong experts in the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. These 4 were all very unique. The one with the highest cultivation level had rank 7 aura, but he was a Rockman Gu immortal. The other 3 were rank 6 Gu immortals. One was a beautiful and bold female immortal, one was a kindly old man, and one was an ordinary-looking immortal zombie. No matter which one, they were formidable Gu immortal experts. But the strange thing to Lu Qingyu was, their leader was not the Rockman Gu immortal or the bold female immortal or the old man. It was the ordinary rank 6 immortal zombie. Oh? Surrendering, hehe, you know your place. The rank 6 immortal zombie rubbed his chin, saying as he chuckled. If Fang Yuan were here, he would know who this person was. That's right, it was Ying Wuxie. Humph. A spineless coward, no wonder he was not my match. We should kill him and give Shi Nu some Earth Path Dao marks. He Lulan was covered in orange flames. The Rockman Gu immortal Shi Nu had no expression. He looked at Ying Wuxie as he said slowly, I will listen to master. No, no. Lu Qingyu quickly shouted. He had a frantic and helpless expression. Even though I am a rank 7 Gu immortal, my immortal Gu are only rank 6. However, Fairy, you have rank 7 immortal Gu and even so many fire path killer moves. It was no wonder I could not defeat you. Ying Wuxie laughed, waving his hand. Right now my shadow sect needs members. I will give you a chance to live. Do not resist. I will use an immortal killer move to make the alliance agreement. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed. He was crying as he kowtowed continuously. Ying Wuxie's alliance agreement was extremely strict. But Lu Qingyu wanted to survive. Everything else was secondary. It is a soul path method indeed. He Lulan observed on the side. Ying Wuxie used a soul path method to achieve the effects of information path. It was like Fang Yuan's 100 years harmony. It could unleash the effects of another path. From now on, you are a member of Shadow Sect. Get up. After making the alliance agreement, Ying Wuxie smiled. Lord, I am willing to offer my immortal Gu. Lu Qingyu did not get up. He held his 2 rank 6 immortal Gu above his head. Ying Wuxie laughed. I do not care for these 2 immortal Gu, you can keep them. In the future, if you perform well, I can grant you rank 7 immortal Gu or even true inheritances. That is not a problem. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed with tears. Speaking of which, this place is so remote, and there are many islands around us. Why are you here at this island? Ying Wuxie asked. He was suspicious that his movements were exposed. Lu Qingyu heard this and smiled bitterly. Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just trying to find a place to rest. I will have to explain from the start. In this turbulent flow sea area, I found the clues to an information path true inheritance. It turned out that back then, Lu Qingyu chased after the bloodpath demonic Immortal, wanting to get his information path inheritance clues. In the end, he killed this person and had no gains. The two other rank 7 Gu Immortals became suspicious of him instead. Thinking about it, he felt that Fang Yuan was the most suspicious. The information path true inheritance clues were likely in his hands. Lu Qingyu could not let it go. He brought a group of Gu Immortals and entered turbulent flow sea area secretly, attempting to find the clues or wait for Fang Yuan to arrive. After hearing Lu Qingyu's story, He Lulan, Ying Wuxie, and the others smiled. This Lu Qingyu was simply too unlucky. He wanted to find a place to rest, but he ended up going towards Shadow Sect's secret base instead. Ying Wuxie's expression suddenly changed. Wait, the Gu Immortal who you were suspicious of earlier, what was his appearance? Lu Qingyu repeated his words from before. Ying Wuxie's expression turned grim very quickly. Fang Yuan had used familiar face when traveling from southern border to northern plains. He had concealed his appearance. But familiar face could not conceal immortal Gu effects or immortal killer moves. When he was in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had fought with Lu Qingyu, Tang Song, and Zhou Li. He unavoidably revealed some methods. Even though Ying Wuxie did not know Fang Yuan's appearance at that time, from Lu Qingyu's description, he felt a sense of familiarity. Following his intuition, he probed, and Lu Qingyu described this opponent in greater detail. Flying sword Immortal Gu, sword escape Immortal Gu. Ying Wuxie thought to himself. Looking at the timing, it matched perfectly. Ying Wuxie felt that the Gu Immortal who Lu Qingyu fought was very likely to be Fang Yuan. It is quite coincidental I actually got information about Fang Yuan like this. Heaven's will. Ying Wuxie raised his head, looking at the sky. The turbulent flow sea area sky was covered in clouds and fog the entire time. At this moment, Ying Wuxie could feel that beyond these clouds, Heaven's will was looking at him closely. For Heaven's will, be it Fang Yuan, who has the sovereign immortal aperture, or spectral soul demon venerable, who is attempting to defy fate by reviving and reaching the apex again, they were targets to suppress and eliminate. Of course, in the past, Spectral Soul was the biggest target, but now, Fang Yuan was the one who attracted its attention the most. But currently, Heaven's will was making an arrangement, attempting to lure Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie together, so that they would fight each other. This was a method that killed two birds with one stone. It was a plan that saved a lot of effort. Ying Wuxie assessed this as he transmitted secretly to He Lulan. He Lulan was slightly dazed. She did not find anything wrong earlier because she was not familiar with flying sword and sword escape. After reacting, she was a little shocked. Ying Wuxie discovered something so significant. He is actually discussing with me? But soon, He Lulan realized, if she were in Ying Wuxie's position, she would do the same thing herself to analyze the situation. Until now, Tai Bai Yunshang was still kept in the dark. Sure Nu had absolute loyalty, but he was a variant human. He could not think as flexibly. She herself had the Shadow Sect alliance agreement. She was bound to Ying Wuxie. She had no choice but to plot together with him. Dealing with Fang Yuan, He Lulan had complex emotions. She had a rather complex relationship with Fang Yuan. They were enemies at first before becoming allies, but now with a twist of fate, they were enemies again. Even He Lulan had to admit it herself. Fang Yuan was a huge help and had great influence on her. But soon, He Lulan calmed down and transmitted. Your analysis makes sense, but you only guessed Fang Yuan's identity. How can you be sure he will come here? Just because of the information path true inheritance. Not only is the information path inheritance's crucial clue gone, even if he obtained it, what does that have to do with us? He might not come here and encounter us. Ying Wuxie smiled coldly. That is because you don't understand Heaven's will. Earlier, to obstruct Fang Yuan, Heaven's will made a plan. That was to lure Fang Yuan with the information path true inheritance. But Fang Yuan is crafty and vigilant. He did not fall into the trap. He went to northern plains without stopping. This was a wise decision. Heaven's will's arrangements inside the turbulent flow sea area were completely wasted. Ing Wuxie's understanding was a little off. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not sense the information path true inheritance's clues back then. After all, the clue was concealed in flying sword immortal goo. Of course, even if Fang Yuan found them, with his personality, it would not have slowed down his return to Langya blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan obtained Heifan's true inheritance and has gained immense strength. But he is in Langya sect and has recently been added to the Four Races Alliance. He also has an alliance agreement with Chudu. He has huge needs in the information path aspect. Thus, he is likely to come here, following the true inheritance's clues to obtain this information path inheritance. Ing Wuxie continued. Undoubtedly, suffering and setbacks were of value in life. Ing Wuxie had gone through many difficulties. His mind was sharper and more vigilant now. He had the demeanor of an expert. He Lulan was quite familiar with Fang Yuan's situation. The intel that Fang Yuan had exposed reached Ing Wuxie through sixth hair. In order to draw out He Lulan's hatred towards Fang Yuan, Ing Wuxie had told her a portion of the information. He Lulan's eyes burst out with brilliance. She had an understanding. You mean to say, Lu Qingyu is a reminder to us from heaven's will? That's right. Lu Qingyu might have chosen this place by coincidence, but he was actually subconsciously influenced by heaven's will. He purposely chose our island. It is too much of a coincidence. Heavens will probably thinks that the trap earlier can no longer affect Fang Yuan, who has gotten much stronger. Thus, it wants to make use of us to deal with Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxie looked at the sky, showing a cold smile. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shadow Sect had opposed Heaven's will for so many years. Ing Wuxie was naturally aware about Heaven's will's goals and schemes. Then, we can use this chance to ambush Fang Yuan. Aren't you trying to get back the sovereign immortal body? He Lulan transmitted. Ing Wuxie turned around, looking at He Lulan. The two were secretly transmitting to each other. They did not talk for long. The other three immortals only saw Ing Wuxie looking at the sky for a while, before he turned around and walked back. Ing Wuxie did not speak. He took huge steps, leading the way. Behind him, Shi Nu, Tai Bai Yunshang, and He Lulan followed after. Ah! Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dazed. He quickly got up and followed behind them closely. He Lulan. Ing Wuxie suddenly transmitted. If we can capture Fang Yuan this time, I will grant you freedom. He Lulan's body and mind shook. But soon, she reacted, replying, only a child would be fooled by that. Would you willingly let go of my battle strength? Ha ha ha. You truly know me well, Lulan. Ing Wuxie laughed, admitting it openly. How will you deal with Fang Yuan? He has rank 8 battle strength. He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxie's smile faded. He sighed. He Lulan could hear the helplessness in his tone. Next, she heard Ing Wuxie. I am not going to deal with him. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is very hard to deal with. No, we can. If we use that secluded domain of heaven and earth, can't we succeed? He Lulan asked. You really want him to die? I remember that you have gone through thick and thin before. Humph, every man for himself. If he dies or is defeated, there are only advantages to me, there are no disadvantages. He Lulan showed a cold-killing intent. Ing Wuxie rejected this alluring suggestion. Even if we use that place, my goal cannot be achieved. I need to capture Fang Yuan alive. The material needs to be fresh. If we use that place, we can only make the upper extreme heavenly eagle lose its threat temporarily. Furthermore, even if we could, I would not do it. Ing Wuxie smiled. He Lulan. Why? Not considering the big picture is simply short-sighted. Like how Fang Yuan did not take the information path inheritance earlier, as long as we save my main body, we will have a great advantage. My memories are limited. If we fight with Fang Yuan now, we will be falling into Heaven's will's trap. We will leave Eastern Sea. However, before leaving, we can leave behind some arrangements as a present for Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxie transmitted a laugh. A day later, I am finally here. Turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan stood on a cloud. He looked at the sea area as he sighed. Rumors said that there was an intense battle between Gu Immortals here. There were no rank 8 experts among the participating Gu Immortals, but there were many rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals. Because their battle was too intense, the Tao marks carved in this area caused a change in the environment. In the end, a unique place in Eastern Sea, Turbulent Flow Sea area, was created. Because of this reason, there were many Gu Immortal inheritances hidden inside the Turbulent Flow Sea area, or their wealth left behind after death. In history, there were lucky people who obtained Gu Immortal inheritances inside the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Even though the lucky people were few, these rumors caused many people to be attracted to this sea area. Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, as well as Gu Immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border, would often come to the Turbulent Flow Sea area to search for fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the seawater. The Turbulent Flow Sea area's water was very unique. The surface was calm, but there were many undercurrents below. These currents were of all types and forms. They interlinked with one another. They moved in the sea area with absolutely no rhythm or pattern. Precisely because of this, Gu Immortals called this the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. The sky had many white clouds, shrouding his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was blazing, the sunlight could not penetrate the cloud layers. It only made the place brighter. When Gu Immortals entered the Turbulent Flow Sea area, they often lost their sense of direction. These cloud layers were one of the causes. Because of the clouds, Gu Immortals could not determine their precise location. It was impossible to get rid of these clouds. To do that, one was contesting against heaven and earth. Gu Immortals with such abilities were at least rank 8 great experts. They were very rare. Paying a huge price to destroy these clouds would also destroy the Turbulent Flow Sea area. To them, it was not worth the effort at all. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan's aura surged as Immortal Gu aura burst out from within him. Immortal Investigative Killer Move, Qi Luck Sensation. This move was obtained from Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Qi Luck Immortal Gu as the core. It could sense people who were closely connected by luck to the Gu Immortal user. The closer the distance, the clearer the effects. Oh, they are nearby. They are in the Turbulent Flow Sea area. 5 Gu Immortals were moving along the surface of the sea. With the appropriate arrangement, as long as Fang Yuan falls for it, he will suffer. Even if we cannot trap him, we can greatly delay his growth. Ing Wuxie felt a little smug. Fang Yuan's development was too fast. It was terrifying. Heaven's will was trying all means possible to kill him. It even used the snowmen and rockmen. They had to suppress him. Earlier, Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land. Ing Wuxie could not do anything. Now that he was coming over, they were going to teach him a lesson. Of course, they could not act personally. They had a huge responsibility. He had the most important task to rebuild Shadow Sect. This is good. We can suppress Fang Yuan while not falling into Heaven's will's trap. Suddenly, Ing Wuxie's gaze froze. Be careful. There is a desolate beast in the sea. It is moving rapidly. It is very strange. Ing Wuxie frowned, reminding them. Merely a desolate beast. Rank 7 Gu Immortal sure new attacked. Boom! Huge ripples and waves appeared on the water surface. As Fang Yuan emerged and showed himself. I finally found you. Ing Wuxie. Fang Yuan's mouth opened, revealing a ruthless smile. The 5 immortals were stunned. This was the first time they were seeing Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was vigilant, before setting off on this trip, he had already changed his appearance. You are. Suddenly, Ing Wuxie's body shook. He used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, seeing that Fang Yuan's tall luck was exactly the same as his and He Lu Lan's luck. Connect Luck Immortal Gu. Ing Wuxie had used Connect Luck on He Lu Lan, and He Lu Lan was luck connected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance could change, but his luck was unconcealed. Seeing his luck, Ing Wuxie realized that this was Fang Yuan. Quick! The ancient battle formation! He shouted loudly, panicking. The other 3 immortals had coordination. They subconsciously acted, using the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Swoosh, the 4 immortals disappeared completely. Only one person was left behind. Lu Qingyu, Fang Yuan. The two looked at each other, falling into silence. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Could allow Ing Wuxie and the rest to escape from Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. It naturally had incredible effect. Fang Yuan was seeing it for the first time as well. Thus, he was speechless. Even though he had some guesses, after seeing it personally, he still felt quite shocked. This method might be strong, but as long as I have Qi Luck sensation, I will be able to find them. Now, I should kill this person first, Fang Yuan thought as his attention went over to Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu. Seeing Fang Yuan's cold gaze filled with killing intent, he subconsciously flew backwards. His mood was even worse than Fang Yuan. He had tried so hard to obtain the information path inheritance, yet it got snatched away. After killing the blood path demonic immortal, the crucial clue was lost. He returned to the turbulent flow sea area to wait, but he encountered Ing Wuxie. His helpers were all killed, and he had to surrender. So be it if he surrendered, so be it if the alliance agreement was overbearing, he admitted his loss. So be it if he had to call Ing Wuxie his boss. For his life, Lu Qingyu was determined to become a core member of this group called Shadow Sect. However, when leaving Eastern Sea, a person suddenly appeared. And next, Ing Wuxie ran away. He ran. Not only did he run, the other three Gu Immortals also ran. And they ran so quickly. In literally 1 moment, they vanished without a trace. This is absurd. Lu Qingyu really wanted to swear, but he could not. He was under the alliance agreement. He had to be polite to Ing Wuxie at all times. If he cursed, he would face the backlash of the information path Dao marks. Lu Qingyu's current mood was simply terrible. It was at rock bottom. He did not recognize Fang Yuan because Fang Yuan was only rank 6 now. But Lu Qingyu sensed that Fang Yuan was a Gu Immortal that was rank 6 as well. This time, Fang Yuan had casually changed his appearance in terms of aura. He did not conceal anything. His main goal was to kill Ing Wuxie and the rest. Everyone knew each other and their cultivation level. His aura was not too important. This caused Lu Qingyu to feel deeply aggrieved. Against a rank 6 Gu Immortal? Why are you running? Running for what? We have 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. We are all experts. Why are you running? Ah, why did you run? Lu Qingyu screamed internally, furious. But he could not get any answers. He had joined Shadow Sect for too short of a time. Ing Wuxie did not expect Fang Yuan to come so quickly. He did not tell Lu Qingyu some details. If Ing Wuxie told Lu Qingyu that the reason why they fled was because Fang Yuan had the rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme heavenly eagle, then Lu Qingyu would not scream like this internally. He would definitely flee more quickly than Ing Wuxie and He Lulan. Oh no, he could not outrun them. But in terms of effort, he would definitely exceed them. Rank 8 battle strength was no joke. Killing them was as easy as killing an ant. This is the deterrence of rank 8. At this time, Fang Yuan had a lot of insight. Ing Wuxie and the rest fled. They were wise and resolute. If their positions were reversed, Fang Yuan would escape too. Earlier in the northern icy plain, he did not flee. That was because Fang Yuan could not begin to escape. It was not that he did not want to. There was no shame in running away. For an old demon like Fang Yuan, temporary retreat was a brilliant tactic in battle. However, Ing Wuxie and the rest did not know that the upper extreme heavenly eagle had died already. It had returned to being an unhatched egg. Even though Fang Yuan told this to Langya Land Spirit, he had asked him to not leak out this secret. Thus, Sixth Hair only obtained intel about the earlier part. He could not tell Ing Wuxie about the most crucial intel that was kept secret. At this moment, Ing Wuxie and the rest left. Only Lu Qingyu was left. This situation was very good for Fang Yuan. Originally, Fang Yuan was a bit concerned in chasing after them. After all, they had an advantage in numbers. There were 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan recognized Lu Qingyu, but this was the first time he saw Nu. Now, once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Ing Wuxie ran away. Only Lu Qingyu stayed. It was correct to escape. Trying to probe a rank 8 was courting death. During the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet Killer move, Fang Yuan did not dare to probe the immemorial rock dragon as well. Right now, Fang Yuan was considering killing Lu Qingyu first. Eliminating him would weaken their combined strength. This was a good chance to take them down. If Fang Yuan could not make use of it, he would definitely get hit by lightning. After killing him, I would be able to use Soul Search and obtain intel regarding Ying Wuxie and the rest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan attacked. Sword mark targeting death. At once, he used an extraordinary sword path killer move. Even though Lu Qingyu was screaming internally, he was still filled with immense wariness. The logic was simple. He was something who made Ying Wuxie and the rest so fearful. Even though he was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he was definitely dangerous. Lu Qingyu was already completely focused against this huge foe. At this moment, sword light flew out. Lu Qingyu quickly moved, dodging Fang Yuan's attack. Sure enough, this guy is also a rank 6 Gu Immortal with rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword path. Lu Qingyu thought bitterly. He only had 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu. He had lost to He Lulan earlier because of this. After some rounds of fighting, Lu Qingyu was in a disadvantaged position. He was a lone cultivator. Even though his cultivation level was higher, with rank 7 cultivation level, he had only 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu. His immortal killer moves were also deduced by himself. They were not exemplary and few in number too. After another dozen rounds, Fang Yuan had almost completely understood Lu Qingyu's methods. He only used the same few moves over and over again. How could he not learn everything? Lu Qingyu was covered in sweat. He was in a sad state. Even though Fang Yuan could not use blood asset Immortal Gu temporarily, he had other time path defensive methods. He could easily attack or defend. He had an easy time. His strength had grown too quickly. In the past, Lu Qingyu chased Fang Yuan and caused him to run. But now, Fang Yuan was suppressing him instead. Even though he had rank 6 cultivation level, in terms of battle strength, he far surpassed Lu Qingyu. No wonder Ying Wuxie ran. This is a monster. He is unbelievably powerful, and by the looks of it, he has not used his full strength yet. Lu Qingyu lost his motivation as he fought. He really wanted to surrender. But now was different. He had Shadow Sex Alliance agreement. He could not surrender to the enemy. He had only one option left. That was to fight to the death. Follow me if you dare. Lu Qingyu desperately avoided Fang Yuan's attack as he turned into a green rainbow, escaping towards the turbulent flow sea area. Too naive. Fang Yuan sneered. He pointed at Lu Qingyu's escape route. Immortal killer move. Year Beast summoning. A snake year beast tore through space, suddenly appearing and blocking Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu was obstructed and could not escape anymore. Fang Yuan used sword escape Immortal Gu behind him and easily caught up to him, attacking. Lu Qingyu was struck. His life was over. His body self-detonated as his soul broke into several pieces. Fang Yuan quickly acted, but he only salvaged a portion. Lu Qingyu's immortal aperture also fell into the sea, sinking. As the heaven and earth chi surged into it, a blessed land was formed. His remnant soul was dissipating. It seemed to be Shadow Sex method. Fang Yuan tried several methods but did not seem to be able to stop the soul from self-destructing. Fang Yuan quickly soul-searched. Dozens of memory fragments were seen by him. Fang Yuan was quite lucky. He saw the scene of Lu Qingyu and Ying Wuxie setting up the trap. Oh? It seems that after Ying Wuxie found out I have rank 8 battle strength, he knew he could not fight me, so he set up a trap to harm me. He has truly grown. The other fragments were useless. Soon, these remnant soul fragments dissipated completely. Lu Qingyu's body also turned into pulp. It was hard to collect it. Already, all of his Dao marks had returned to his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan let out a sigh. He wanted to absorb Lu Qingyu's Dao marks into himself. But Gu immortals in the 5 regions were not so easy to loot. After some commotion, a blessed land was completely formed from the immortal aperture. The entrance opened. This was a rare chance to enter the blessed land. If he missed it to enter it later, there would be much greater obstacles. In the past, when Fang Yuan placed Starform Blessed Land and Gupai Blessed Land, he also used these chances to enter the blessed land. Quack! Quack! Inside Lu Qingyu's blessed land, there was a dorky duck calling out to Fang Yuan. This was the land spirit that was formed using heavenly power after Lu Qingyu's death. Appearances of land spirits differed drastically. A duck land spirit was nothing peculiar. Fang Yuan listened attentively. Even though all he heard was the duck quacking, in his mind, it was translated into words that Fang Yuan could understand the meaning of. In fact, Heifan's heavenly spirit was a brass bell, but it could communicate with people as well. Unfortunately, before Heifan died, he had allowed his immortal aperture to absorb a fragment of immemorial azure heaven. It caused heaven's will to enter and caused his heavenly spirit to lose intelligence. The condition of inheriting this Qing Yu blessed land and becoming its owner is actually this. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He showed a look of joy and surprise. Even though Lu Qing Yu was killed by Fang Yuan, his obsession was not to find Fang Yuan for revenge. He was not trying to locate Ying Wuxie and find trouble with him either. It was the whereabouts of the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. The clue to the information path inheritance is carved in Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu, showing it to the duck land spirit, explaining the situation to it. A moment later, the duck land spirit circled around Fang Yuan. Using its beak to peck Fang Yuan's white shoes, it was very fond of him. Fang Yuan was now the owner of the blessed land. However, this blessed land was quite desolate. It was not that Lu Qing Yu had poor foundation, but after he joined Shadow Sect, the resources inside his immortal aperture were all taken away by Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie did not take Lu Qing Yu's 2 immortal gu. That was because he wanted to preserve his battle strength and make him work like a slave. But Ying Wuxie took away his cultivation resources. This was leaving him no way out. In the future, when Lu Qing Yu wanted to continue cultivating, he would lack resources. He could only rely on Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan only had to think for a bit before understanding this. As for Lu Qing Yu's gu worms, they had already been destroyed. This applied to the 2 immortal gu and the mortal gu. Nothing was left for Fang Yuan. What is left in this blessed land? Fang Yuan looked around, asking the land spirit as he frowned. Qing Yu blessed land was completely ransacked. It was left in a state similar to Heifan Grotto Heaven when Fang Yuan took over it. At this moment, Fang Yuan could somewhat feel what Chudu had gone through at that time. The duckland spirit. Quack, quack, quack. Fang Yuan turned around. Bring me there. The duckland spirit could not teleport. It brought Fang Yuan to the destination. A rainbow-colored mountain which was neither tall nor short was displayed before Fang Yuan. The mountain rocks were giving off green, red, yellow, blue, and white lights. There were no trees on the mountain, but there were many different types of grass. These types of grass had 10 colors. They shone together. They were more beautiful than a sea of flowers. It was a dazzling sight. 5 light mountain, 10 colored grass. Fang Yuan muttered. These were resources that light path gu immortals often cultivated. The special environment would cause this mountain to produce large numbers of light path mortal gu. Evidently, this 5 light mountain was heavily developed by Lu Qing Yu. It was quite big. Ying Wuxie does not have pulling mountain immortal gu. He had no methods to move this mountain. He could only leave this here. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots too. Mountains were not easy to move. Using brute strength would only cause the mountain to collapse. And methods to move mountains were very rare in the world. Back then, when Fang Yuan was able to move Luopa Valley, even the rank 8 gu immortal Prince Fengxian was shocked. Even though Ying Wuxie inherited a portion of Shadow Sect's wealth, he lacked a method to move 5 light mountain. He originally had pulling mountain immortal gu, but in those transactions it was sold to Fang Yuan. When he saw this 5 light mountain and could not move it, he must have felt annoyed. All in all, this 5 light mountain was now Fang Yuan's property. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal gu and moved this 5 light mountain into his own sovereign immortal aperture. He placed this mountain into Mini Southern Border. Mini Southern Border had many mountains. It was a place with rich earth path Dao marks to begin with. With the addition of 5 light mountain, all of the mountains from Heifan Grotto Heaven were outmatched. Immortal Succession Mountain could only become the second tallest mountain. After all, Immortal Succession Mountain was used as an inheritance ground. The inheritances were all gone now. 5 Light Mountain was now the biggest mountain in Mini Southern Border. I had some gains at last. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. If he did not have 5 Light Mountain, his losses would be severe. Even though he won this battle, from Fang Yuan's perspective, victory had no value, the loot after winning did. It was a pity, even after taking 5 Light Mountain. Fang Yuan concluded that in this battle against Lu Qingyu, he still made losses. Could not be helped. He was using green grape immortal essence, and most of his immortal goo were rank 7, he also had to use many immortal killer moves. In every battle, his green grape immortal essence expenditure was severe. Of course, blessed lands could annex each other. However, Lu Qingyu cultivated light path. This blessed land was a light path blessed land. Fang Yuan's light path attainment level was only ordinary. This was a rank 7 blessed land, he could not annex it. In the following period, Fang Yuan asked the Duck Land Spirit, he obtained a lot of intel. The Duck Land Spirit still remembered many details from when it was alive. This allowed Fang Yuan to become quite aware of the trap that Ing Wuxia set. And also regarding the information path true inheritance, Fang Yuan also obtained some information. After obtaining the intel, Fang Yuan left behind some mortal goo for the Duck Land Spirit, and ordered that without his permission, it was never to open the Blessed Land's entrance. If any enemies attacked, it had to inform Fang Yuan using Treasure Yellow Heaven immediately. Lu Qingyu's rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence was still left behind. Fang Yuan did not take them. He gave them to the Duck Land Spirit. Quack, quack. The Duck Land Spirit had tears in its eyes. It flapped one wing, saying goodbye to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not look back. He left the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land's entrance closed after he left. This rank 7 Blessed Land, as long as the entrance is shut and it is hidden well, it should not be discovered. However, if Heavens will wants to harm me, it will have many ways of dealing with this Blessed Land. It would be great if I can keep this rank 7 Blessed Land, but even if I can't, it is fine. It has too little value anyway. Fang Yuan did not have the time to raise his light path attainment level, and his cultivation level was still far from reaching rank 7. To continue to pursue Ing Wuxia, Fang Yuan was hesitant. From the Duck Land Spirit, he had obtained a lot of information, he had a clearer understanding of their strength. Ing Wuxia had 4 Gu Immortals including himself. A rank 7 Gu Rockman Gu Immortal named Shirnu, he cultivated Earth Path. He Lulan was now a Strength and Fire Path cultivator. Tai Bai Yunsheng had lost his Time Path Immortal Gu, but he now had Cloud Path Immortal Gu. He had originally been secondarily cultivating Cloud Path. As for Ing Wuxia, he still had a Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. He still used Soul Path Immortal Gu. He had the lowest cultivation level, but his battle strength was likely to be the highest or second highest. If Fang Yuan had the immemorial Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would pursue them immediately. But now, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was just an egg, even though Fang Yuan had many Immortal Gu. Looking at it, with his strength and intelligence against Ing Wuxia's group, it was difficult to predict the winner. How long has it been? Ing Wuxia and the rest have already gained so much strength. It is truly out of my expectations. Fang Yuan's growth shocked Ing Wuxia and the rest. But Ing Wuxia and the rest also grew at a rate that shocked Fang Yuan. He had originally thought that Ing Wuxia and the others had suffered a huge setback after the transactions. To think that not long after, they had already recovered. Shadow Sect was already in shambles, but it was still not to be underestimated. Ing Wuxia and the others were truly huge threats from Fang Yuan's perspective. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan had an unresolvable conflict. Ing Wuxia was not dealing with Fang Yuan now. It was because saving his main body was more important. He was making a wise decision. Fang Yuan did not deal with Ing Wuxia earlier because he had insufficient strength. He needed to deal with the earthly calamities and try to develop his sovereign immortal aperture. Now that he had He Fan's true inheritance, with enough strength, he came to find Ing Wuxia straight away. Once Ing Wuxia saved his main body, Fang Yuan knew that he would no longer have any chance of victory. Because the other party was one of the 10 venerables, even though he had died before, Fang Yuan was not his match. Of course, there was still a crucial point. That was Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was not lost. It was currently in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan regained his former strength path immortal zombie body. There was just one key point. He was afraid that inside this immortal zombie body, there was a trap set by Ying Wuxie which targeted his soul. Fang Yuan did not dare to act rashly. He had thought of using other Gu immortal souls and putting them inside the immortal zombie body to test it out. But there were many flaws with this. Firstly, he had to undergo such experiments secretly. He could not take out his immortal zombie body openly. This would reveal many secrets to Lang Yalan's spirit. Secondly, even if he used Gu immortal souls to test it, they were unreliable. Because Fang Yuan was not clear if Ying Wuxie had set up traps that targeted weak or strong souls, or was it a trap specifically targeting otherworldly demons? The problem of using Wisdom Gu was the greatest restriction towards Fang Yuan's development. Thus, Fang Yuan thought of the plan in Eastern Sea. His main objective was to deal with Ying Wuxie. If he succeeded, he might be able to check from Ying Wuxie whether this immortal zombie body had any traps. If there was a trap, how would he resolve it? Ying Wuxie wanted to suppress Fang Yuan's growth speed, but Fang Yuan was also afraid that Ying Wuxie would grow too quickly and save his main body. Thus, when he came to Eastern Sea now, the information path inheritance was secondary. He went straight for the main objective. Ying Wuxie was his main goal. Ahead was a deep blue veil. It completely covered the visions of Ying Wuxie and the others. Blue Water Regional Wall. Between the 5 regions, there were regional walls. They were like thin membrane which shielded the region. Blue Water Regional Wall was the protective membrane of Eastern Sea. The turbulent flow sea area was very close to Blue Water Regional Wall to begin with. Precisely because of this, when Fang Yuan was on the journey from southern border to northern plains, when he got close to the turbulent flow sea area, he encountered Lu Qingyu and the rest. Ying Wuxie and the other immortals used omnidirectional travel to directly reach this place. Are we leaving again? He Lu Lan sighed. Who was that person earlier? Tai Baiyun Shang questioned. An enemy. A strong enemy. An irreconcilable enemy. Don't look at his rank 6 cultivation level. He has rank 8 battle strength. Ying Wuxie looked at Tai Baiyun Shang, choosing to expose some information to him. Hearing this, Tai Baiyun Shang breathed in sharply. He shouted in disbelief. Rank 8 battle strength? He Lu Lan pretended to be shocked too. No wonder we had to retreat. Shirnu had no expression. Tai Baiyun Shang suddenly thought of something. He showed sadness on his face. Sigh. Since he has rank 8 battle strength, Lu Qingyu is finished. It is a pity. Dying for Shadow Sect is his greatest honor. Shirnu snorted, saying in disdain. Let's go. Since he can chase us, we should increase our distance. That upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast that can roam the 9 heavens. It is likely to be a life form from the immemorial 9 heavens. It can travel in the 5 regional walls freely. He Lu Lan transmitted secretly, reminding Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie looked at her deeply, replying, Don't worry. I have already checked the historical records in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle came from Heifan, and the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Heifan had was raised in Northern Plains. If it enters the 5 regional walls, it would face suppression as well. We are quite safe now at the border of the regional wall. Is that so? He Lu Lan was stunned, before showing an expression of relief. Where are we going now? We cannot go to Central Continent. Are we going to southern border to work on the rescue? He Lu Lan asked. Ying Wuxie smiled. He did not enter the Blue Water Regional Wall. Instead, he used his immortal essence as aura of goo worms burst out from within. His entire body was floating in the air. He turned around and looked in the direction of the turbulent flow sea area. Ripples appeared below his feet, making a soft sound. The cold and wet sea breeze blew on the 4 goo immortals' faces. Wait! Ying Wuxie said one word in reply to He Lu Lan. Wait for what? Tai Baiyun Shang was confused. Wait for the enemy. Ying Wuxie said. The rest of the 3 goo immortals looked at each other, not understanding why. Since they retreated earlier, why were they waiting for him now? That person had rank 8 battle strength. Why were they waiting for him? Waiting for him to kill them? He Lu Lan's expression changed. I see. See what? Tai Baiyun Shang quickly asked. He was extremely lost. Shirnu was expressionless, but his gaze also revealed curiosity. He Lu Lan smiled. Don't you find it strange? How did he know our location? When chasing us, why did he have such precise knowledge of our whereabouts? This time, even Sure Nu's expression changed. Tai Bai Yunshang's tone became lower. Hey Lulan, you mean to say, we have a traitor? Impossible, how can the four of us unless that Lu Qingyu is a spy? Wait, he went under an alliance agreement to join us. Could the alliance agreement be exploited? The probability of a traitor is small. Ing Wuxie shook his head, replying. He looked at Tai Bai Yunshang. Even though Tai Bai Yunshang was kept in the dark, he was also under an alliance agreement from Ing Wuxie. He could not become a traitor. The most probable reason is, he has an investigative method that can track our locations. Ing Wuxie said. These last days we have been staying in our base, we rarely went out. Tai Bai Yunshang frowned. He Lulan smiled. Gu Immortal methods are unfathomably vast in number. Some are incredibly brilliant. How much do we actually know? That's true. Tai Bai Yunshang nodded. He Lulan continued. If we cannot find a way to counter it, no matter where we go, that enemy will find us. It is only a matter of time. Thus, Lord decided to stay here and not enter the regional wall. Lord is waiting for the other party to use his investigative killer move. I see. Sure Nu suddenly realized. Actually, a lot of information was only known to Ing Wuxie. At this moment, countless thoughts were forming and colliding in Ing Wuxie's mind. Even though he was a strength path immortal zombie and could not think well, he had lots of methods to bypass this flaw. Ing Wuxie was rapidly thinking now. What method is Fong Yuan using to find my location? I came to Eastern Sea secretly. How did the intel leak? Is he able to find my location in Northern Plains? Across 2 regional walls. That is impossible. Even Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could not deduce anything after I used my Gu formation to conceal my traces. No matter what is inside He Fan's true inheritance, he would not be able to do this. Heaven's will. Ing Wuxie had an answer in his mind. Since I can be plotted against by Heaven's will, gaining its reminder regarding Fong Yuan's intel, would Fong Yuan also receive the same information about me? This was very possible. But Ing Wuxie was not satisfied with this answer. If at this time the person in my situation is not me but Fong Yuan, what would he do? What would he consider? He would consider the worst possible situation. And what was the worst possible situation? Ing Wuxie asked himself and had answer. The other party has an investigative killer move that can pass regional walls to confirm my location. Ing Wuxie smiled. How could that be possible? But suddenly his smile froze. He thought of a possibility. Luck path. Fong Yuan had the most important clue all along. It was that their lucks were all interconnected. Connect luck immortal Gu. Back then, Ing Wuxie had no choice. He could only sell this immortal Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. After transacting with Fong Yuan, Ing Wuxie obtained the Gu refinement materials he needed. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, he took back Connect Luck Immortal Gu. Even though Fong Yuan had a new body, Connect Luck's effect also targeted his soul. Thus, his luck connection to He Lulan and the rest was still in effect. Ing Wuxie gained a lot of information from Shadow Sect regarding how to resist Heaven's will. There was one point: fate is hard to defy, but luck can be exploited. Using luck, one could deal with Heaven's will effectively. Who had better luck? Undoubtedly, it was Fong Yuan who owned dog shit luck immortal Gu. Fong Yuan had dog shit luck. Ing Wuxie knew this clearly. Sixth Hair, who was in Langya sect, was not to be forgotten. Thus, Ing Wuxie used Connect Luck and connected his own luck with He Lulan. Even though He Lulan was unwilling to, she could not resist. This way, Ing Wuxie and Fong Yuan truly had their luck connected. If he realizes this relationship and uses a luck path method, even if we are in 2 separate regions, he can still sense me. That is possible. Is it luck path? Right at this moment, Ing Wuxie's body shook. He saw it. Using luck inspection immortal Gu, he saw that at this moment, the luck above him and He Lulan's head was shaking slightly. As expected, a luck path method. Impressive. Fong Yuan. To think that you even made use of the fact that we have Connect Luck and found your way to us. It is a pity. I have understood your method already. Ing Wuxie's eyes flickered brightly. Even though he knew about Fang Yuan's method, Ing Wuxie could not break the luck connection. He did not have break luck immortal goo. However, he had a lot of soul path methods he could influence and interfere with the luck. He tried them one by one, but the effect was not good. The luck was still shaking. In fact, even if he was concealed, there was still He Lulan. Unlike Lu Qingyu, He Lulan could not be thrown away easily. She had huge value. Once they lost her, they could not even use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Thus, Ing Wuxie quickly gave up this thought. Then, enter an immortal aperture? Ing Wuxie entered Shirnu's immortal aperture, and he was surprised to find out that, in conjunction with his soul path methods, the luck on top of his head stopped shaking. He ordered He Lulan to enter Shirnu's immortal aperture as well. Next, Tai Baiyunshang and Shirnu entered the Blue Water regional wall, quickly vanishing from sight. Fang Yuan had just come out of Qingyu Blessed Land. Luck Path Investigative Killer Move. Qi Luck Sensation. He activated his immortal killer move at once. He sensed several locations. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border. Among which, Eastern Sea had the clearest sensation and highest number of people. Qi Luck Sensation had a huge investigative range, but the effect was not very outstanding. If not for Connect Luck, Fang Yuan could not pass regions in investigation. They are at the border of Blue Water Regional Wall. This ancient battle formation is actually so amazing. Even if victory is hard to obtain, I will pursue you. Even if I cannot kill you, I will weaken you. As long as I prevent you from saving Spectral Soul's main body, I would be victorious. Strange. Why did they stop? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He showed shock. In his senses, two people had suddenly vanished. Oh? He sensed it so quickly. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This way, he could not pursue them. But as long as your luck is connected, you will be threatened by my killer move. I have the initiative. I can use this killer move from time to time and check your location. But you need to be wary of me at all times. You will have to pay a bigger price than me. This will cause a battle of attrition between us. But if you break the luck connection, isn't that just what I want? Forget it. I should get the good stuff inside the turbulent flow sea area first. Since he could not locate them, Fang Yuan wisely chose to give up on pursuing them. Ever since reviving, this was the second time Fang Yuan was up against Shadow Sect. The first time, Ing Wuxie had no choice but to undergo transactions with Fang Yuan. In the end, Fang Yuan took great advantage of it. In the second contest, Fang Yuan only had a slight edge. Even though Fang Yuan's strength had grown immensely due to He Fan's true inheritance, in the end, he did not achieve his goals. He only killed one member of Shadow Sect. He slightly weakened Ing Wuxie and the rest. Fang Yuan was growing fast, but Ing Wuxie was also increasing in strength. And Fang Yuan's growth was uncertain and unstable. After all, benefits like He Fan's true inheritance were once-in-a-thousand-year encounters. They were not easy to get. Conversely, Ing Wuxie's growth in strength was very steady. Because he could go and obtain Shadow Sect's inheritances in all 5 regions, these originally belonged to him, they were reliable and predictable. Based on this point, it was wise of Fang Yuan to kill them preemptively. If he did not use this chance to act, the disparity between them would grow more obvious. Once Spectral Soul was successfully rescued, Fang Yuan's doomsday would arrive. Ing Wuxie's immediate retreat was shameless, but it was the wisest and most resolute choice. For Ing Wuxie, as long as he continued to gather Shadow Sect's remnant forces, he would grow rapidly in strength. Accumulating them, he eventually would grow to become quite powerful. In the Turbulent Sea area, even though both sides did not fight, they had competed against each other across a vast distance. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information regarding Ing Wuxie and the rest. He even saw the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel as well as Ing Wuxie, He Lulan, and the other situations. Meanwhile, Ing Wuxie identified Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though he only resolved it temporarily and did not solve the problem, his advancement was not halted. His plan could still continue smoothly. Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie were bound to engage in a battle of life and death. But now was not the time. Ying Wuxie chose to retreat. One day between Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie, one would die. Their enmity was far from resolved. Fang Yuan turned around, going back to the turbulent flow sea area. Vast clouds and turbulent sea water. It was a chaotic sight. Fang Yuan was about to go in, when a female immortal suddenly came from the west, calling out, "Please wait." Fang Yuan turned around, only to see that this woman was dressed in a raiment. Her sleeves were fluttering. She wore light pink. Her eyes were clear and shiny. She was extremely beautiful. Immediately, Fang Yuan stopped moving, his eyebrows raised as he waited for the female immortal to arrive. "So it is Immortal Hua Dai. I wonder why you called out to me." Immortal Hua Dai smiled. Her tender pink lips parted to show her pearl-like teeth. "I am ashamed. You know my name, but I am unaware of your name? I am Chu Ying." Fang Yuan casually said a name. His current appearance was disguised as well. Chu Ying, it sounded like remove Shadow One. Even though Fang Yuan's goal was not achieved this time, Fang Yuan was determined to eliminate Shadow Sect, with a firmer attitude now. "Chu Ying, I saw that you were about to enter the turbulent flow sea area. I have a suggestion. If it works, it will benefit you too." Immortal Hua Dai said. "Please speak." Fang Yuan smiled, having a warm attitude. In his mind, he was thinking, if he killed this Immortal Hua Dai, would the chances of success be high? She was a beautiful woman, but to Fang Yuan's heart, she was better off as part of his Dao mark accumulation. Fang Yuan knew a bit about Immortal Hua Dai's information. She was a transformation path Gu immortal from Eastern Sea. She had rank 6 cultivation level and had passed 2 heavenly tribulations. In terms of battle strength, looking at her records, she was at the peak of rank 6. For Fang Yuan, that was not a problem. Transformation path. The important thing was this. Currently, Fang Yuan was a transformation path grandmaster. He had quite a few transformation path Dao marks, but there was nothing wrong with accumulating more. Immortal Hua Dai smiled too. She felt that even though Fang Yuan had an unimpressive appearance, he behaved gently and politely. He was not a frenzied demonic path Gu immortal. He was likely to be a lone immortal like herself. If she knew what Fang Yuan was thinking, who knew how she would feel? Even though I cannot set up a battlefield killer move, my battle strength should be superior to hers. But Immortal Hua Dai has a close relationship with Miao Mingshun. How confident am I in killing her? Fang Yuan was considering the possibility. Miao Mingshun was a rank 7 expert in Eastern Sea. His status was similar to that of Qin Baishang before awakening his memories. Most importantly, Miao Mingshun was a space path Gu immortal who had a method to expand the size of immortal apertures. As a result, many Eastern Sea Gu immortals, especially lone immortals, sought his help. After all, the space of an immortal aperture was limited. Many Gu immortals had to choose carefully when cultivating resources. Miao Mingshun could expand the immortal aperture. It could provide a lot of convenience and help to these Gu immortals. And Miao Mingshun himself was an ambitious person. He was very good at building relationships. He had a lot of charisma. Thus, around him there were a group of Gu immortals with common interests. This group had 4 people, with Miao Mingshun as the core, and Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gue Qiyi as his followers. Among them, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had rank 6 cultivation level. Gue Qiyi and Miao Mingshun were rank 7, but the latter had the greatest battle strength. If Fang Yuan killed Immortal Hua Dai, he would become enemies with the other 3. Miao Mingshun had a huge network and knew many people. A lot of Eastern Sea Gu immortals wanted to be friendly with him. Even super forces refused to offend him. After all, they might need his help one day. If Miao Mingshun and Fang Yuan were enemies, he would fully use his network and call upon lots of Eastern Sea Gu immortals to push aside Fang Yuan. But so what? Fang Yuan had familiar face. He could freely change his identity. So what if it was Miao Mingshun? As long as it was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. However, if I kill Immortal Hua Dai, familiar face cannot defend me from wisdom path deductions. My identity might get exposed. Familiar face was not all-powerful. In the past, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this method to deceive 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, He had ensured that they did not have investigative methods against it. Even though this was an amazing story, it made others alert. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could not replicate this glorious event in the future. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie had met. Ying Wuxie used luck inspection Immortal Gu to observe Fang Yuan's luck and discern his identity, before retreating immediately. Just rank 6 luck inspection Immortal Gu could make familiar face ineffective. It seemed peculiar, but it was not. The world was balanced, all living beings had their food and natural predators. The same went for Immortal Gu. The essence of Immortal killer moves was the use of a combination of Gu worms. It could not escape this principle. This was why there was no strongest Gu worm, only strongest Gu Immortal. But I am a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. As long as I elevate my Wisdom Path methods and conceal my true identity, when I use familiar face to conceal myself, who would be able to find my true identity? Especially with his sovereign immortal body. He could travel through regional walls easily. He could even completely alter his aura and become a local. He was unlike He Lulan and the rest. They had Northern Plains aura. It was still fine in Eastern Sea. But when they got to Southern Border, Western Desert, or Central Continent, they would face strong ostracism from the locals. However, I remember that this Miao Mingxin had a method to find that immemorial desolate beast blue dragon whale. He had once rallied more than 10 Eastern Sea lone immortals to find it. Should I build a relationship with him so that I can use this relationship to take a share of the profits from entering the blue dragon whale as well? Taking this into consideration, the blue dragon whale was naturally more important than merely immortal Hua Dai. Fang Yuan dispelled the thought of killing her. There was another advantage in becoming friendly with Miao Mingxin. Eastern Sea had the most cultivation resources among the 5 regions. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals often held meetups to exchange resources between each other. These resources were very precious, they had great value, lifespan Gu were used for transactions. In comparison, Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market, it was not a private auction location. Miao Mingxin was a common guest in these private auctions. With his approval, Fang Yuan would be able to enter these events as well. Immortal Hua Dai did not know that she had just barely escaped death. Because of her relationship with Miao Mingxin, she narrowly avoided a terrible fate. She smiled lightly as she said, "Chuing, since you know about me, you must know about Lord Miao Mingxin as well. Lord Miao Mingxin has observed the turbulent flow sea area for years. He wants to find a tributary of the River of Time among these chaotic currents. If you have the opportunity to find that tributary of the River of Time, I hope that you can locate it and inform us. We will definitely thank you for it." As for why a space path Gu Immortal like Miao Mingxin was searching for a tributary of the River of Time, Immortal Hua Dai was not going to explain it. "So that's it." Fang Yuan agreed. "I have long since heard of Lord Miao Mingxin. I would not ask for a great reward. I would simply like to be on good terms with both of you." Fang Yuan was so tactful. Immortal Hua Dai's smile became even wider. Fang Yuan was not the first person she had talked to. In fact, Immortal Hua Dai, Gue Qi, and Feng Jiang would guard the turbulent flow sea area in turns at regular intervals. When they see any Gu Immortals approaching the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for their help. Some rejected, but most people would agree. The reason was naturally Miao Mingxin's method to expand immortal apertures. Thus, Fairy Hua Dai was not surprised that Fang Yuan agreed. "Then I will wish you good luck, friend." Immortal Hua Dai turned around and was about to leave. She did not think highly of Chuing, because she had never heard of this person before. Of course, Eastern Sea had no lack of hidden cultivators. But Immortal Hua Dai had many connections. Chuing was someone who was completely unknown, and he only had rank 6 cultivation level. How strong could he be? Lord Miao Mingxin is searching for the tributary of the River of Time. It does not require cultivation level, but luck instead. Maybe this Chuing might be able to find it? Oh, I have such thoughts each time. But more than 10 years have passed. We have not even seen a trace of that tributary. Immortal Hua Dai sighed internally, saying goodbye to Fang Yuan. However, a while after leaving, Immortal Hua Dai used an information path Mortal Gu and transmitted to him. "I almost forgot to tell you. A blood path demonic immortal, Ding Qi, has recently come to the turbulent flow sea area. This person's younger brother, Ding Yan, had once held the clues to an information path inheritance. He was attacked by Lu Qingyu, Zhou Li, and Tang Song. Ding Yan is dead. Ding Qi wants revenge, because he heard that Lu Qingyu had come to the turbulent flow sea area. As if to obtain the information path inheritance, he rushed here. Blood path demonic immortals are ruthless and crazy. They are unlike us. Their minds are completely insane. When they see a Gu immortal, they would first think about whether they should kill that person to increase their own strength. If you encounter him, you should be careful. Fang Yuan kept the information path mortal Gu, rubbing his nose. Immortal Hua Dai gave him some friendly advice. She was a kind person, but she did not know that the person she was talking to was a blood path demonic overlord. A person bearing great sins. He had once casually slaughtered countless lives in Central Continent. The conversation with Immortal Hua Dai was only a short intermission. Fang Yuan finally went into the turbulent flow sea area. The sea water moved randomly, like intertwined ropes, or completely messy balls of string, filling Fang Yuan's vision. Strength path giant hand. Seeing nobody around, Fang Yuan used his immortal killer move. The giant hand smashed more than 10 currents, causing the seawater to become chaotic. Fang Yuan charged towards a certain direction. This was at the fringe of the turbulent flow sea area. He could forcefully make his way in. But a moment later, a huge current of light yellow water blocked Fang Yuan's path. This is yellow spring water. Fang Yuan stopped his steps. This current was huge. Strength path giant hand could not smash it. In fact, he might even get injured. Yellow spring water came from the Yellow Spring Sea area. That was the territory of Zombie Alliance's headquarters. As the largest zombie farming area in the 5 regions, the Yellow Spring Sea area was filled with zombie corpses. At the bottom of the sea, there was decomposed coral, and between them, there were strands of seaweed drifting with the flowing water. Yellow spring water contained Dao marks. It was a type of Gu refinement material. Fang Yuan activated his defensive method, entering it. This yellow spring water current flowed in one direction, but it was not the one Fang Yuan wanted. He could only charge through this current, using his immortal Gu and consuming immortal essence. A while later, he broke through the yellow spring water current, arriving at another current. This water was pale white. After entering it, Fang Yuan felt like he was moving inside clouds. Illusory scenes were displayed before him. Thousand Illusion Water. It came from Eastern Sea's Thousand Illusion Sea area. Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods, easily blocking the interference of these illusions. After spending some effort, he got into the third current. Magma current. This current was not from Eastern Sea. It came from Western Desert's largest pit, Blazing Glory Pit. It was extremely deep and was linked to the underground. Every 100 years, magma would burst out from the earth veins. The hot magma would fill the entire pit, even oozing out and changing the terrain of the surrounding area. Magma current. It came from a deep part of the magma. It was very hot. Once Fang Yuan entered it, he would need a defensive immortal killer move. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals without an immortal level defensive method could only avoid this. His immortal essence expenditure was multiple times that of the 2 earlier currents. Thankfully, this magma current was not big. Fang Yuan got through in a few dozen breaths of time. This time, he did not encounter another current. He went into an empty space. Other than Fang Yuan, there was nothing. Looking back, the magma current was still flowing behind him. On his front left side, there was deep darkness. Waves were crashing inside, resembling thousands of vengeful souls. This black soul water came from the Black Soul Sea area. It contained soul path and dark path Dao marks. On his right, there was a third current. It was golden and shiny, like countless gold fragments mixed together, moving forward together in a dazzling manner. Fang Yuan saw this and was surprised. If I am not wrong, this is a gold fragment current. Rumors say that immemorial yellow heaven has a lot of metallic heavenly rivers. After immemorial yellow heaven broke, most of the metallic heavenly rivers were destroyed. This gold fragment current is likely from a certain immemorial yellow heaven fragment world. Because of the nature of the turbulent flow sea area, by gathering all the different currents in the world, I am able to witness it. Magma current. black soul current, and gold fragment current. These three currents contested against each other. They reached a mystical balance. A completely empty space was created between them. This was where Fang Yuan was at now, as if he was in the eye of the cyclone. He could not stay here for long, but it gave him precious time to rest. Fang Yuan did not rest. His strength had grown drastically. He had a lot of immortal essence. He had not reached his limit yet. After finding his direction, he shot out into the gold fragment current at lightning speed. He faced a lot of obstructions, more than 10 times of the magma current, but his immortal essence expenditure had decreased instead. The magma current was too hot. Fang Yuan crossed the entire gold fragment current. During this process, he collected up to 500 kilograms of gold fragments. On Earth, this would be a huge amount of wealth. But in this world, it was merely a common goo material. Other than gold fragments, the gold fragment current also had a large number of goo worms. They were mostly metal path. There was golden dragon goo. It looked like an earthworm, but it had claws and a head. It resembled a miniature dragon. There was also golden aurora goo. It could allow a goo master to fly. And a rare mortal goo that could make all mortal goo masters go crazy. Polished gold goo. It was a one-time consumable goo that could increase a goo master's aptitude. For Fang Yuan, this polished gold goo had little use. He casually collected some. After getting out of the gold fragment current, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained a new small gold fragment river. Fang Yuan placed this river in mini yellow heaven. It was just to add to the scenery. With this tiny gold fragment river, it could not give him any benefits. Goo masters might treat it like a treasure. For Fang Yuan and other goo immortals, it was worthless. Fang Yuan got through many currents, gradually getting towards the center of the turbulent flow sea area from the fringe. A moment later, a huge current blocked Fang Yuan's path. The huge current was deep blue. Every drop of water flickered with electricity. It caused the entire current to be eye-catching and bright. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He knew that this was a lightning water current. When lightning accumulates to a degree, it would become liquid. The destructive force would convert in a water of vitality that could draw out potential. Lightning path goo immortals often built lightning pools, storing this lightning water inside. Lightning path goo immortals would use these lightning pools to nurture large numbers of lightning path mortal goo. The significance of a lightning pool to lightning path goo immortals was like 5 light mountain to light path goo immortals. Fang Yuan had already reached the center of the turbulent flow sea area. With his strength, he could not go into currents rashly anymore. The strength of the currents had gotten stronger. If Fang Yuan went in, he would be swept away. In this situation, to get to his destination, it depended on luck. With good luck, a random current would bring him to his destination. Fang Yuan would be able to travel smoothly. If he was unlucky, even after dozens of currents, he might still be going in circles. This was the special characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan entered the lightning water current. This current was huge. It was as if Fang Yuan was a small rabbit which had entered a large river. Thankfully, the lightning water was very calm. Only the ripples at the top would create lightning, with destructive force that would destroy whatever touched it. Fang Yuan only had to sink to the bottom of the lightning water. The immortal essence expenditure was low. It was calm and smooth. He traveled along with this current. A while later, Fang Yuan got to the end of the lightning water current. At the end, there was another current with the same size as the lightning water current. Fang Yuan entered it as the water carried him along. He was quite lucky. Even though there were some hurdles, in the end, he still moved closer to his target destination. A day and a night later, Fang Yuan got to an empty space with no currents. This was the 12-1 he had seen during this trip. This space has just formed. The surroundings currents won't change for now. I should rest first. Fang Yuan wanted to rest here, because now even he felt a little tired. The expenditure of immortal essence was not small. But after resting for a while, there was some commotion from the current above his head. Soon, a giant oyster came out of the current. This oyster was the size of 4 elephants. It gave off the aura of an ancient desolate beast. The surface was entirely white gold. After seeing Fang Yuan, this oyster moved in a stunned manner. Soon after, A voice came from the oyster. Eh? There's someone here. You are just a rank 6 goo immortal. How can you reach here? Fang Yuan did not speak. The oyster's shell opened, as its pinkish flesh was exposed. This flesh was like a bed with 3 people lying on it. 2 mortals female, considerably beautiful, were lying on a male goo immortal's body with their clothing undone. This male goo immortal had a young man appearance. He was thin and had a sharp gaze. He looked at Fang Yuan with an overbearing gaze. He analyzed as he said with curiosity, "Strange, strange, you really have rank 6 cultivation level. Quickly tell me your name." Fang Yuan was silent. His gaze went from the male goo immortal to the oyster. The male goo immortal was angry. "Hey, I am talking to you? Are you deaf or mute?" Fang Yuan asked instead. "This is the rumored precious beast. Hidden room oyster?" The male goo immortal immediately felt praised. He laughed. "You have quite some knowledge. I had asked for this from my grandpa after much work. My grandfather is the famous enslavement path goo immortal in Eastern Sea. Ren Xiaoping." Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, "I know about Ren Xiaoping. He is an expert at the peak of rank 7. Not long ago, he found his blood-related grandson, and spent a lot of effort to get him to ascend to immortal. That is you, right?" "Ha ha ha." The male goo immortal laughed. That's right. You are not bad, your foresight is good. Hand over the hidden room oyster, and I will spare your life." Fang Yuan said plainly. "What?" The male goo immortal thought he was hearing things. His expression froze. He laughed out of pure anger. He pointed at Fang Yuan. Good. I praised you wrongly. You have foresight, but you are blind. You offended the wrong person. You are truly courting death. Then I shall The male goo immortal was still talking, when he suddenly gasped. Fang Yuan had already attacked. The strength path giant hand grabbed the hidden room oyster fiercely. The male goo immortal had a fearful expression, because he realized that the hidden room oyster was currently being squeezed by the giant hand. The 2 shells were making cracking noises under the pressure. "Misunderstanding. It is a misunderstanding." He screamed, "I am Ren Xiaoping's grandson. Who are you? We might be friends." "Who is friends with you? I can let you go. Just hand over the goo worm that controls the hidden room oyster." Fang Yuan sneered. "Otherwise, you will die here. You are a demonic path goo immortal. You cannot do this. My grandfather will not let you off. Think about it clearly. It's just Ren Xiaoping, so what?" Fang Yuan smiled. Aura surged out of his body, going from rank 6 to the peak of rank 7. The young goo immortal had an ashen expression. The 2 mortal female beauties were completely shocked. They were shrinking away in a corner, shivering. Novel a moment later, Fang Yuan controlled the hidden room oyster, becoming its new master. Pat, pat, pat. He patted the young goo immortal's face. "Wise choice, lad." The young goo immortal had a stiff expression. He did not dare to move, but his eyes were burning with embarrassment and hatred. Fang Yuan ignored it. Next, he jumped up into the hidden room oyster, sitting in the young goo immortal's former spot as he left. Before leaving, he even said, "My name is Chuing. I took your hidden room oyster. Remember to tell your grandfather." Looking at the hidden room oyster which had closed its shell and vanished into the currents, the young goo immortal said with a forceful tone, "Good, Chuing? Don't worry. I have already transmitted your appearance to my grandfather. Young master, what do we do now?" The 2 beauties were crying. They were tugging the young goo immortal's sleeves. The young goo immortal's expression froze. The surrounding space was shrinking. The currents were about to form. His expression sank. With his strength, he could not enter this place. He got here thanks to the hidden room oyster. "Don't worry, even though the hidden room oyster is lost. I have my grandfather's traveling son goo. I can return to the doting mother goo, which is with my grandfather." The young goo immortal gritted his teeth. "That's great. We are saved." The 2 girls were overjoyed. Boom, boom. With 2 sounds, the 2 beautiful girls looked with shocked gazes. One looked at the bloody hole in her chest while the other looked at the young goo immortal. "Young master, you?" The young goo immortal had a grim expression. Both of you witnessed everything, humph. Immediately after, he showed a look of pity. He stretched out of arm, touching the two beauties' faces. It is a pity. They are quite beautiful. It is all Chu Ying's fault. As he said that, he threw these two corpses into the current. Without the defensive methods of a Gu Immortal, the mortal corpses were torn to shreds in the currents instantly. Seeing that this space was about to collapse, the young Gu Immortal gritted his teeth, using Traveling Sun Immortal Gu. This turbulent flow sea area had very chaotic Dao marks, the same applied to Space Path. Gu Immortals could not use Space Path Immortal Gu easily. The safest way was to travel normally. But the young Gu Immortal was not using a Space Path Immortal Gu now, but Emotion Path instead. Emotion Path was a path originating from Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path had three elements: thoughts, wills, emotions. Traveling Sun Gu and Doting Mother Gu were a set of famous Immortal Gu in Emotion Path. When the turbulent flow sea area was formed, Emotion Path had not been created yet. Thus, at this moment, the young Gu Immortal could use Traveling Sun Gu without any danger. The young Gu Immortal allowed the power of Traveling Sun Gu to send him away. He seemed to have entered a long river. He felt groggy and dazed. A few minutes later, he regained his senses, realizing that he was inside Ren Xiaoping's blessed land. Grandfather, The young Gu Immortal showed fear and unrest. Humph. While I was placing my immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi and stabilize my blessed land, you sneaked out to have fun. If I knew this, I would not have given you the hidden room oyster for protection. Ren Xiaoping chided. Grandfather, the hidden room oyster was taken away. The young Gu Immortal said in a distressed tone. I met a demon. He stole my hidden room oyster and killed my two servants. Oh! Ren Xiaoping's eyebrows rose. Tell me the details. The young Gu Immortal added lots of inflammatory details as he explained. Chu-Ying, Ren Xiaoping muttered, frowning. He had never heard of this name before. The two mortal girls were nothing, but a rank 7 Gu Immortal approached and took away the hidden room oyster. This was the act of a demonic scoundrel. But why did he leave his name behind? Was he not Chu-Ying but someone else? Trying to frame him? What ulterior motives did he have? But regardless, Ren Xiaoping memorized the name of Chu-Ying. He had a cold expression as he lectured his grandson. Now, do you know about the cruelty of the Gu Immortal world? Up until now, you have been around me. All you saw were immortals I was on good terms with. They had a warm attitude towards you, or even flattered you because of me. Now, you have to learn a lesson. I will punish you to 10 years of secluded cultivation. For the next 10 years, you have to stay in my immortal aperture and will not leave. What? The young Gu Immortal was shocked. Scram! Ren Xiaoping billowed his sleeve. The young Gu Immortal's vision changed. He was inside a cave instantly. A jade cannot become refined without polishing, grandson. I cannot let you mess around anymore. Otherwise, even with my protection, there are many people in Eastern Sea who would not give me face. As for this Chu-Ying, I will deal with him one day. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaoping's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Since I am trying to befriend Miao Mingshen, I might as well offend Ren Xiaoping. Speaking of which, this hidden room oyster is quite useful. It is easy to use for transport. As long as the current isn't too strong, I can rest inside and regain my strength. Fang Yuan sat inside the hidden room oyster as it flowed along with the currents. Just like this, he got closer to his destination. But in the turbulent flow sea area, distance did not relate to time from destination. After taking the hidden room oyster, Fang Yuan's luck started to fall. He encountered several bad currents and went in bad directions. He had to make many detours. After a long trip, a day later, he finally reached the central area of the turbulent flow sea area. The currents here were massive. Fang Yuan entered them like an ant jumping into a river. Ordinary currents would change directions or locations once in a while. But the central area of the turbulent flow sea area was too big. Because of its size, it was hard to shift. Even though it changed at every moment, the extent was small, it was actually quite stable. And in these currents, there were many bubbles. There were big and small bubbles, from the size of a human head to a mountain. These bubbles were formed during the huge battle. It was unknown which great expert's immortal killer move did it. In the bubbles, there were carcasses and inheritances. Most bubbles contained seawater and small-sized islands. Found it. It's this. Fang Yuan looked for his target. He approached it with difficulty before entering it. The bubble's surface was torn open, but it soon was restored. Only some water went in. It was not a problem. Fang Yuan's vision changed. There was a green sea with a calm surface. The sky was pure white, like an egg in color. It was simply another world. At the center of the sea there was an island, there was wild grass on the island, and in the grass there were many tall stone pillars. Some people said that the worlds inside the bubbles were actually portions of the turbulent flow sea area originally, but after the battle, space was torn into pieces. Some also said that these were the fragment worlds of the great expert's immortal aperture. Because of a unique immortal killer move, these bubbles were formed. Fang Yuan did not care about the reason why there were bubbles. He came to the stone pillar and took out Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Seemingly having sensed the information path insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Goo, these stone pillars started to shine in red light. Soon after, they started to move slowly. When they slowed down, space of around a vat size opened, as a skeleton fell out. Fang Yuan carefully inspected it. This skeleton was full of bone path Dao marks. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material. The skeleton's right hand was holding a dark green lump. Fang Yuan took out this dark green lump. After inspecting it, he burst it and several sleeping goo worms were revealed. 2 immortal goo and 5 mortal goo. Unfortunately, most of them were dead, only a corpse was left. When the wind blew, they turned to ash. Countless years had passed, the goo worm preservation method was not very good. It was no wonder that time prevailed. Eventually, only 1 rank 6 immortal goo was left. Fang Yuan quickly saved it, as it barely hung onto life. What goo worm is this? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He did not recognize it. Looking at the skeleton, there was nothing left. This is that so-called information path inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed. An ordinary goo immortal would be joyous. But Fang Yuan, who had just obtained He Fan's true inheritance, felt quite unsatisfied. Inspecting the corpse, Fang Yuan discovered that in the skull of the skeleton, there were many thoughts sealed. The thoughts were fragmented, but Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He could barely excavate some details from them. The name of the goo immortal who left behind this inheritance could not be found. Fang Yuan only knew that he had barely survived that intense battle with his last breath. He managed to enter this bubble and set up his inheritance. It was indeed an information path inheritance, but most of the information was lost. But Fang Yuan was not leaving empty-handed. He knew the name of the immortal goo he saved, Perceivable Dao. Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo was an information path investigative immortal goo. It had a very niche effect. It could help the goo immortal see clearly what types of Dao marks the target had and their quantity as well. As for the origin of the skeleton, it was not the inheritance's creator, but an enemy killed by the information path goo immortal. In the thoughts, the information path goo immortal who left this inheritance said that this skeleton could be used as immortal material directly, because the enemy's Dao marks were all left inside this skeleton. This made Fang Yuan feel some surprise, because after a goo immortal dies, their Dao marks usually go back to the immortal aperture. Unless it was an immortal zombie without a normal immortal aperture, their Dao marks would remain in the body. This information path goo immortal has amazing methods. He could gather all of the goo immortal's Dao marks into their skeleton and preserve them. Unfortunately, the inheritance's information is too lacking, and it cannot be restored. Fang Yuan felt it was a great pity. He was hoping that this information path inheritance could allow him to obtain a method to break his alliance agreements. Unfortunately, most things in the world do not proceed as one hopes. What he obtained was only Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo. Keeping the immortal goo in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan prepared to leave. Murderer, where are you going? At this moment, a blood-red figure charged into this huge bubble. His bloodshot eyes were staring at Fang Yuan fiercely. The other party had arrived imposingly, staring at Fang Yuan fixedly. He had injuries on his body. His hair was messy and he looked to be in a sorry state. One thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Ding Qi. Some days ago, Immortal Hua Dai had told Fang Yuan about the blood path demonic path Immortal, Ding Qi, who had come to the turbulent Flow Sea area. His brother, Ding Yen, was the blood path demonic Immortal that had died at Lu Qing Yu's hands. Now, Fang Yuan saw this person, he naturally had a guess towards his identity. Next, another group of Gu Immortals appeared as they charged into the bubble. The two at the front were familiar to Fang Yuan. One was Tang Song, the other was Zhou Li. Tang Song shouted, Ding Qi, where are you trying to go? In exactly 1 year, it will be the anniversary of your death. It is a pity. Your brother is dead. Nobody is going to send you offerings. Ha ha ha. Ding Qi seemingly did not hear anything. He stared at Fang Yuan, gritting his teeth. It's you. You just obtained the information path inheritance. My brother found that clue after so much trouble. But it is with you. You are also his murderer. What? The Gu Immortals pursuing him heard this and turned to stare at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. Interesting. How did you know I took the inheritance? Ding Qi smiled coldly. Because I have blood trace Immortal Gu. Saying this, he used his Immortal Gu. Soon, blood-colored shadows appeared in the island. The shadows formed a series of movements. It was Fang Yuan who had entered the bubble and took away the information path inheritance. Zhou Li and Tang Song screamed angrily. He stole the inheritance. Who are you? Hand over the inheritance. Fang Yuan's smile bloomed. He ignored the immortals. He only looked at Ding Qi with curiosity. Blood trace Immortal Gu. This is the first time I have heard of this. This is a blood path Immortal Gu that I created together with my brother. Other than this, we also created the Immortal Gu blood oath. Mentioning his brother, Ding Qi was extremely angry and upset. Zhou Li, Tang Song, and the other immortals were furious too. As it turned out, Lu Qing Yu gathered a bunch of people to come to the turbulent Flow Sea area. It caused Ding Qi to appear. Information got out. Zhou Li and Tang Song also gathered a group of Gu immortals to come here. Initially, they were suspicious that Lu Qing Yu had gotten the information path inheritance clue. They had spent so much effort in getting here, but the immortals met Ding Qi. Ding Qi had already gotten here long ago, using blood trace Immortal Gu to make some arrangements. Both sides fought, but Ding Qi was alone. Even though he was a blood path demonic immortal, he could not rival so many enemies. He had to escape while fighting, during which Fang Yuan came in and obtained the inheritance. Ding Qi felt something and rushed over without caring about anything else. Meeting Fang Yuan. This is blood trace Immortal Gu? Very interesting indeed. Fang Yuan looked at Ding Qi with a look of appreciation, sighing, geniuses are indeed everywhere. They have their own unique talents. Speaking of blood path, the most famous person was Blood Sea Ancestor. He was a great demon with 7 Blood Sea true inheritances. Everyone knew about them. He had left a deep mark in history. But at present, if blood path experts were listed down, Ding Qi and Ding Yen would definitely have reputable rankings. These brothers had deeply researched. They created Blood Oath and Blood Trace, these 2 blood path Immortal Gu. Most importantly, they actually managed to refine them. In terms of blood path, they were truly talented. It was rare. What are you sighing about? Hand over the inheritance. That's right, the inheritance is mine. You are an outsider. You actually snatched it from us. Zhou Li and Tang Song screamed. They had worked so hard and put in so much effort. In the end, an outsider whose name was not even known had taken their rightful gains. Zhou Li and Tang Song had already regarded this inheritance as their own. Fang Yuan was naturally taking away their food. How could they stand it? Zhou Li and Tang Song gave up on their original target, Ding Qi. They turned towards Fang Yuan. But Ding Qi was even quicker. He directly attacked Fang Yuan. Murderer, hand over your life. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You want my life, but I'm not going to play with you. The inheritance is mine already anyway. Saying so, he charged out of the bubble, going into the currents. Chase! We will catch him, dead or alive. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted angrily. They refused to give up. Especially Fang Yuan's final words. It truly sent their anger over the edge. A group of Gu immortals were chasing in the chaotic currents. In this special environment, Gu Immortals could only move along with the currents. During the process, countless attacks aimed at Fang Yuan were unleashed. Fang Yuan used his Immortal Gu to defend as he accelerated. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was not to be underestimated. Soon, a group of Gu Immortals fell behind. They were too far apart. This person's movement is so familiar. Zhou Li was perplexed. Tang Song's eyes opened wide. He wanted to get back his inheritance. He did not think in that aspect at all. Between the two sides, there was also the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi. His eyes were blood red. He was filled with killing intent. Die, die. My brother died, and you took advantage of it. It was such a regretful death. Death. You deserve death. I will tear you into pieces. Intense rage burned through his rationality. He was in a frenzied state. Fang Yuan suddenly turned, dodging a huge waves of attacks. The pursuers were stifled. Fang Yuan's movements were too slippery. Even if some killer moves could chase after the enemy, he destroyed them personally. The Gu Immortals chased him for so long, but there was no result. They even wasted a lot of immortal essence. Here was not like other places. The environment was quite unique. A bubble appeared before them. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted, directly entering it. He went in. Quick, quick, encircle it. Something is wrong. Why did he enter a bubble instead of escaping? The immortals surrounded this bubble, but they did not enter. They were filled with suspicion. A blood-red figure shot into the bubble like an arrow. It was the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi. He was more resolute than these Gu Immortals. The immortals stayed outside the bubble, but they saw no disturbance. They started to get restless. They could not stand it anymore. Tang Song went in first, followed by Zhou Li, and the rest, all of the Gu Immortals, went into the bubble. Strange. Where is this? A city. The Gu Immortals who came in found that they had appeared amidst some houses for some reason. These houses were designed meticulously, but they had broken walls, as if an earthquake had occurred here. Furthermore, this place was full of cobwebs and dust. It looked like a city that had been abandoned for many years. Strange, strange. There are lots of pans and bowls here. It seems like many people had lived here before. On such a large scale, they cannot be Gu Immortals. But mortals actually lived here. Even before the turbulent flow sea area formed, I have never heard of many mortals living here. The Gu Immortals gathered as they discussed. Also, where is that Gu Immortal who ran away? Ding Qi is missing too. No, Ding Qi is there, facing Lord Tang Song. The Gu Immortal who took the inheritance is really missing. He seems to be hiding inside here. Find him and force him to hand over the inheritance. The immortals were about to get to work, when they suddenly heard Fang Yuan's voice from the sky. It was loud and grand. You are all here? Good. Everyone, enjoy this. It is your final moment before death. As he said this, the immortals felt the sky turning dark. They raised their heads, and at the next moment, the immortals showed extremely shocked expressions, only to see that a huge hand, enormously big, covering the entire sky, pressed down slowly. The aura was too imposing. It was like the sky was collapsing. Everyone felt a strong feeling of weakness and helplessness. Impossible! This is an illusion. If he has such strength, how could he be running away from us? Zhou Li shouted. The immortals jolted. Their morale rose. They felt that Zhou Li was right. All of the immortals attacked. Boom! With a loud sound, the giant hand pressed down. Countless houses collapsed. Several Gu Immortals died at once, turning into meat paste. How can this be? Zhou Li climbed up from the pit with much difficulty. He opened his eyes and looked around in disbelief. The entire city was gone. It was a pathetic sight full of ruins. The Gu Immortals who survived stood up in the rubble. They were all shocked and fearful. In a contest of strength, they had so many Gu Immortals, but they actually lost. Shadow Sex Trap is truly useful. Hehe. Fang Yuan thought as he activated Strength Path Giant Hand again. Thus, in the immortal's eyes, the sky turned dark again. The giant hand crashed down slowly while covering the entire sky. It's coming again. Hold on. We have to endure it. At the moment of life and death, forget about the rest. Take out your trump cards and survive this trial. The immortals shouted. They were fearful and uneasy. Their attitude was clearly different from before. Boom! The giant hand caused the entire ground to lower by several meters. This time, only 3 people stood up. Zhou Li, Tang Song, and the blood-path demonic immortal Ding Qi. Giant hand was used for the 3rd time. The 3 immortals had a look of despair. I will not let you have an easy time even if I die. Ding Qi self-detonated. Zhou Li and Tang Song resisted but to no avail. Eventually, they died at Fang Yuan's hands. Secluded domain of heaven and earth. City well. It truly lives up to its reputation. Fang Yuan praised as he sighed. Right now, there was a well in front of him. The well was squarish on the outside, but it was circular on the surface inside. Fang Yuan stood on the edge of the well. He looked down, seeing a miniature town at the bottom of the well. Right now, it had been completely decimated from his 3 uses of giant hand. There were some bloody patches in the rubble. It was the meat paste of Gu immortals who were killed. City Well first appeared in The Legends of Renzu, or more accurately, The Legends of Renzu Chapter 4, Section 23 clearly described it. Legend has it, Renzu's 4th child, boundless forest Samsara, fell from the tree. She did not follow after Renzu. Instead, she was trapped inside ordinary abyss. One day, when she was sleeping, she met a mini-man. The mini-man was crying. Boundless forest Samsara asked him why. The mini-man spoke while crying. I am the tallest in my tribe, and I was brave, arrogant, and proud because of this. Today, I intended to climb a mountain, but to think that this mountain was really a person. There are actually such giant people like you in the world. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, so I burst into tears. Since then, Boundless Forest Samsara and the Mini-Man became good friends. They were inseparable. Mini-Man, oh Mini-Man, where is your father? Do you not have siblings? Why have I never seen your family? One day, Boundless Forest Samsara asked the Mini-Man. The Mini-Man directed Boundless Forest Samsara to a well, saying, Look at this well, my former home is inside. Boundless Forest Samsara sprawled in front of the well, extending her head to look inside. Next, she shouted, Ah! There are so many Mini-Men. She saw that there were countless Mini-Men inside the well. They were living together. They built many houses, they lived among each other. There were markets, flowers, it was a harmonious scene. They were very happy. The Mini-Men in the well also shouted, Why did the sky become so dark? It's night time already. There was thunder but no rain. I don't see lightning either. The Mini-Men were in panic. They discussed as the entire city went into commotion. Your family is here? Why did you go outside the well? You don't want to live with them. Boundless Forest Samsara asked. The Mini-Man shook his head. They were the ones who exiled me. They think I am a monster. Oh? Why is that? Boundless Forest Samsara was curious. The Mini-Man answered with sadness. I told them that the world we were living in was just a well. The outside world is very big. But they did not believe me. They told me to stop spouting nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the fringe of our city is a very small mound. But they refused to believe me. They think that it is the tallest mountain in the world. They told me to stop spreading lies. Which mountain is it? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. That's Minuscule Mountain. The Mini-Man pointed. Boundless Forest Samsara started to giggle. You call that a mountain? It can fit in my palm. Suddenly, Boundless Forest Samsara clapped. Then let me tell them the truth. The Mini-Man shook his head. It is useless. Boundless Forest Samsara did not believe him. She faced the well as she shouted. The Mini-Men inside started to panic even more. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky turn dark, there was thunder rumbling, and it was getting louder and more frequent. Heaven is raging. I want to repent. I want to confess. No, it is a monster. A monster ate heaven. It is burping now. Save me. This world is getting destroyed. Some Mini-Men knelt on the ground and begged. Some had despair on their faces, while others were running around crazily. Boundless forest Samsara's breathing became a tornado inside the well. Boundless forest Samsara's saliva became a huge rainstorm when it went into the well. Boundless forest Samsara's words were like rumbling thunder in the Minimen's ears. Their eardrums almost burst from it. Boundless forest Samsara eventually gave up. She sprawled outside the well, exhausted. She said weakly, "Why are these mini-men so stupid? Can't they be like you, to get out of the well and see the world?" The mini-man shook his head as he sighed. "They think that they are big enough, they think the sky is round, they think the mountain is only that tall, they think life is just like this. Then why did you climb out?" Boundless forest Samsara opened her eyes wide as she asked with curiosity. The mini-man smiled bitterly. "Because I realized how small and insignificant I was. Therefore, I got out to see how big the world is." Fong Yuan walked in a circle around City Well. His eyes were flickering brightly. This was the third secluded domain of heaven and earth he had encountered. The first two were Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. In order to harm Fong Yuan, Ing Wuxia had set up a trap. It was by using City Well. But Fong Yuan took him by surprise. He obtained precious information from Lu Qingyu, and in turn, made use of City Well to kill a bunch of Eastern Sea Gu immortals instead. Like what was recorded in The Legends of Renzu, Boundless forest Samsara's breathing became a tornado, and her saliva became rain. Fong Yuan was outside the well. When he used his immortal killer move, the power was amplified by tens or hundreds of times when it entered the well. But Fong Yuan had to pay a price. His immortal essence expenditure was also tens or hundreds of times as high. Even though Fong Yuan only used 3 giant hands, the expenditure was around the same as 100 uses of it. If an uninformed person entered the bottom of City Well, they would be trapped. But once they realize their situation and know this is City Well, they would be able to escape. Like what The Legends of Renzu said. Once the miniman realized his own insignificance and wanted to see the world outside, he managed to climb out of City Well. One could say, leaving City Well was both difficult and easy. Precisely so, Ing Wuxia did not use City Well to target Fong Yuan to a great extent. Firstly, he could not control his strength. What if he killed Fong Yuan? How could he find the immortal material to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again? Secondly, Fong Yuan might immediately recognize the truth and escape with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. By then, Ing Wuxia would not stand a chance. The bigger reason was the second one. Because he was uncertain, Ing Wuxia made the City Well a trap to stall Fong Yuan, instead of using it to kill him. Fong Yuan wanted to take this City Well for himself, because this secluded domain of heaven and earth would be a huge help to him when he develops his immortal aperture. Pulling mountain immortal Gu. Fong Yuan began to try, but City Well only shook slightly. Pulling mountain could pull out mountains, but City Well was not a mountain, although it was on the ground and needed earth chi. Strength path giant hand. Fong Yuan tried to dig out City Well. However, once the giant hand got close to City Well, it rapidly shrank like a burst bubble. In a few breaths' time, it was completely depleted. It seems that even though Shadow Sect has control of this secluded domain of heaven and earth, they cannot relocate it. Fong Yuan tried a few more times without success. His best attempt was the first time. The result was evident. He used pulling mountain immortal Gu and managed to make City Well shake slightly. In this case, pulling mountain immortal Gu is actually effective, but just pulling mountain alone is not enough. I need to think of an immortal killer move that can relocate this City Well. Realizing this, Fong Yuan could only give up for now. He entered the well. When he got to the bottom, his body became very small. Looting the battlefield. Only Zhou Li and Tang Song had complete corpses. Fong Yuan put them into the sovereign immortal aperture. As for the other Gu immortals, they were all meat paste. The blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi had self-detonated, but his blood path immortal aperture was left behind. Other than him, the other Gu immortals also left behind their immortal apertures. Soon, the world inside the well started to stir. Heaven and earth chi burst out as blessed lands formed one by one. Fong Yuan spent a lot of time entering these blessed lands and exploring them. Forget about immortal Gu. but there were quite a number of resources that were normally owned by Eastern Sea cultivators. These Gu immortals were not as poor as Lu Qingyu, most of their assets were still around. Except the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi, even all of the resources inside his immortal aperture were destroyed. Even so, Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. He had enough attainment level to annex Ding Qi's blessed land and expand the sovereign immortal aperture. Inside these blessed lands, some had land spirits, some did not. In the blessed lands without land spirits, Fang Yuan took away all of their resources. Those with land spirits were more troublesome. They needed to acknowledge him as their master. Otherwise, Fang Yuan could not take away all of the resources inside. Of course, it was not impossible to just plunder it, but that was a short-term benefit disregarding the long-term gains. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not use brute force. After spending some time in the well, he left and started to modify this bubble. The bubble had a sea and an island. City Well was in the middle of the island. Because of Ying Wuxie's arrangement, outsiders would directly end up at the bottom of the well when they went in. But Fang Yuan had Lu Qingyu's information. He did not fall for it. Instead, he used this trap to kill all the pursuers. He got rid of a lot of trouble. If Ying Wuxie knew that his arrangements not only failed to give Fang Yuan problems, they even provided huge help to him, would he spit out blood from anger? Fang Yuan preserved some of Ying Wuxie's arrangements. At the same time, he added in some of his own methods to conceal the bubble even more. Next, he left the bubble and directed the bubble to a new location. Not long ago, Ying Wuxie did the same thing. This bubble with City Well was not originally here. Ying Wuxie wanted to harm Fang Yuan. He spent a lot of time and effort to move this bubble here. Inside the current, Fang Yuan could not control where he went. He was washed away by it. Thankfully, he had the hidden room oyster. He could rest inside. Fang Yuan moved back and forth dozens of times before moving this bubble into another current. He spent more than 10 times the amount of immortal essence and time as Ying Wuxie. After completing this, Fang Yuan took a detour and went to Ying Wuxie's former camp. There, it was another island in a bubble. Fang Yuan entered deep underground, but Regret Pool was already taken apart by Ying Wuxie. Even the surrounding Gu formations were gone. The tributary of the River of Time that Shadow Sect had kept here was also missing. This was the special characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Every current was constantly changing and moving. But with this, it is enough to befriend Miao Mingxin. Fang Yuan used his information path Mortal Gu, sending it through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Several days later, Fang Yuan waited for Immortal Hua Dai to arrive. There is a trace of the River of Time indeed. It is very recent. Immortal Hua Dai inspected and felt overjoyed. With this clue, she could definitely locate the tributary of the River of Time. Chuing, we have truly troubled you. To think that you really found this tributary of the River of Time. We searched for decades without finding any useful clues. Immortal Hua Dai was very excited. She could finally give Miao Mingxin good news. Go ahead and track it. I do not need any compensation. I might need Lord Miao Mingxin's help in the future. I will take my leave. Fang Yuan was understanding and kind. Immortal Hua Dai had a good impression of him. Before leaving, she advised again, be careful, blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi has appeared, engaging in battle with Zhou Li and Tang Song. If you meet them, you should avoid them. There is no need to get involved in this. Fairy, I will remember your words, thank you. Fang Yuan showed a moved expression. Immortal Hua Dai had no idea. It was this person who had killed Ding Qi, Zhou Li, Tang Song, and everyone else. But the turbulent flow sea area was very complex. It was normal that they all went missing. Nobody felt anything strange. There were often Gu immortals who went missing for months or years before appearing suddenly again. Half a month later, Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. In this journey to Eastern Sea, even though his goal was not achieved, he had great gains. In the Cloud City's secret room, Fang Yuan quietly sat as his divine sense activated, inspecting his entire sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had changed greatly. In the past, it was barren and empty, but now it had a lot of resources. At a glance, it was no longer so empty and boring. Actually, All of these resources that Fang Yuan gathered could not fit inside ordinary blessed lands. But the sovereign immortal aperture was simply too huge. After placing these resources, there was still a lot of space left. In many northern plains, half the area was covered in snow and frost. The other half had green grass. On this grassland, Fang Yuan placed a few desolate beasts, like the giant horned sheep and shark fin wolf that he had since long ago. In many western desert, there were already 11 eerie fire dragon python dens. Because of his aperture's rate of time being at 60 times, along with Dongfang tribe's superb method of rearing, the eerie fire dragon pythons were reproducing at a rapid rate. In many eastern sea, Fang Yuan had created several artificial lakes, putting dragonfish groups, air bubble fish groups, literature carp groups, and others. Now, with more of the common resources obtained from killing the eastern sea goo immortals, he had great gains. Even though they were not particularly precious, the quantity was high. He could develop using this foundation. In many central continent, there was a huge area of mirror willows. It had formed a giant forest spanning 100 li. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had originally planted mirror willows inside Hu immortal blessed land. After relocating them, these mirror willows were moved into mini central continent. And because of the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow, although Fang Yuan had never put effort in them, with just their own growth rate, the forest reached this scale. Other than mirror willows, mini central continent also had a huge underground bloodji forest. Its scale was only slightly smaller than the mirror willows. Mini central continent was too huge. Mirror willows and the bloodji forest had no competitors. They could grow freely. The most flourishing region was mini southern border, which was overflowing with life. The resources obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven were mostly relocated here. However, mini southern border was not filled up. Large numbers of musical trees and tea streams were seen. There were also the Chi death bird groups bringing immense vitality to mini southern border. More than 10 mountains had appeared in mini southern border already. The tallest mountain was Five Light Mountain. It was bright and grand, followed by Immortal Succession Mountain. It had many stone pavilions on it. The scenery was good. Mini southern border's most important resource was the regretful spider group. It had already grown in scale multiple times already. Above the 5 regions were the 9 heavens. In mini orange heaven, there were profound lights. They were emitting from the flowing light fruits. This was the result of Fang Yuan's previous effort in farming them. In mini yellow heaven, there was a gold fragment river. It was not big, but better than nothing. In mini azure heaven, there was azure fog. It was the pill azure incense that Fang Yuan bought. There was also the storage pool of the heavenly crystals. It was temporarily placed here without any use. In mini blue heaven, large clouds were floating with star fragment grass and arrow bamboo forests on them, producing star path mortal goo for Fang Yuan. There was also a young ancient desolate beast falling star hound. It was saved by Fang Yuan and was playing around in mini blue heaven. In mini purple heaven, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Only an upper extreme heavenly eagle egg was left. There were also some heavenly crystal fragments. These were all exchanged from Lang Ya land spirit. In mini black heaven, there was a walking meat tree. In mini white heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly dogs, and a group of eagle hounds, as well as some multicolored overlord flowers. The light was making the environment quite conducive already. Earlier, because Fang Yuan killed some light path goo immortals, the light path Dao marks in the immortal aperture had increased. Unfortunately, I did not bring back City Well into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was still thinking about City Well, inside the turbulent flow sea area. Even though City Well was damaged greatly, Fang Yuan could use landscape as before to restore it. The destroyed buildings could not be repaired, but minuscule mountain could definitely be reformed. It turned out that this legendary mountain had been destroyed during the Battle of Tian Mountain, when Fairy Li Shan died. However, Fang Yuan thought of a way to restore it. According to the legends of Renzu, a minuscule mountain was a part of City Well. If I had City Well, I could raise large numbers of variant human groups inside the well. It is a pity. There were 3 stages in managing an immortal aperture. The initial stage was when the goo immortal grows enough resources to fulfill the needs of their immortal goose food. The middle stage would be to develop more resources in addition to the immortal goose food, to help the Gu Immortal in cultivation while also selling them for immortal essence stones. The upper stage would be raising variant humans inside the immortal aperture, or even humans. This had huge significance to the Gu Immortal and has many benefits as well. For example, earlier, Fang Yuan bought hairy man slaves in Hu Immortal blessed land to refine Gu for himself. This saved him a lot of time and effort. Among the other variant humans, mini-men could grow flowers and grass. Rock-men could develop underground space. Snowmen could produce ice tiers and survive in the icy plains. Pure-bred humans had the greatest intelligence. They could reproduce rapidly and create things with their wisdom. Large numbers of Gu recipes and killer moves could be created without the Gu Immortal making deductions themselves. If one developed well, the Immortal aperture might even have Gu Immortals or human Gu Immortals. They would be extremely loyal because they grew up in there. This would be a great help for the Immortal aperture's owner. Currently, Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal aperture was at the initial stage, because he had gained a few more Immortal Gu and had not fulfilled their feeding needs. Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, and the other rank 8 Immortal Gu were hard to feed. Fang Yuan could only devise a plan. He had solved a portion of them, but these problems were not resolved yet. However, in terms of the middle stage, he had incredible achievements. Because he had obtained countless resources from Star Form Blessed Land, Dongfang Tribe, and Heifan Grotto Heaven. Most normal resources like Star Path Mortal Gu, Regretful Spiders, Musical Trees, and others, they were all sold outside and provided profits. Not to mention Danghun Mountain. Guts Gu has always been Fang Yuan's greatest source of profit. It earned him revenue daily. Horses need extra grass to grow healthy. Humans need windfalls to get rich. What made Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal aperture so wealthy were the countless windfalls that he had obtained. And these resources were Fang Yuan's great assurance in cultivating. Without these resources, no matter how high Fang Yuan's battle strength was, he would not feel assured. Currently, Fang Yuan could not raise variant humans in large numbers. Of course, he could do the same thing as in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, buying large numbers of variant humans to work inside the Immortal aperture for him. But that was not the proper way. The true way was to allow these variant humans to grow and reproduce naturally. They would be real members of the Immortal aperture, living inside peacefully. Only like this, they could grow healthily and produce great profits in the future. If he bought variant human slaves and made them work, Fang Yuan would only incur losses. He had already learned this lesson in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's stone nests had hairy man slaves dying from Gu refinement almost every day. The hairy man slaves had no time to reproduce or rest. Their numbers dwindled. Fang Yuan could only make a loss as he continued to buy slaves to replenish them. However, if he had City Well, it would be different. City Well was a special environment isolated from the outside world. It was very suited for raising humans or variant humans. The reproduction and deaths of variant humans inside City Well would also have an effect of nourishing and elevating City Well itself. Forget about this mystical property for now. All in all, with City Well, Fang Yuan could instantly start his upper stage developments while still in the initial stage. He would obtain great gains. This would undoubtedly allow his cultivation journey to be smoother, and his cultivation level would grow many times faster. Fang Yuan ended his inspection of the sovereign Immortal aperture. There were areas where he was pleased, and areas where he was not satisfied. What made Fang Yuan satisfied was, the sovereign Immortal aperture's Dao marks had grown favorably. For example, Earth Path Dao marks, even though they were still lacking, they had improved greatly compared to earlier. He was not satisfied with the fact that other than Mini Southern Border, the rest of the regions were still quite empty and had little resources. The sovereign Immortal aperture was just too big. Having huge space was a good problem. The current situation would cause conflict between his resources in the future. For example, the mirror willows, they were growing rapidly in Mini Central Continent. If another type of plant also grew quickly, and the two types met, an intense conflict would occur. Conflict between plants was quite mild. But what about beast groups? If two fierce beast groups met, wouldn't they fight to the death? If the blessed land was small, the Gu Immortal could adjust it quickly. But Fang Yuan's blessed land was too big. By the time he noticed their conflict, his losses would be severe. To prevent this situation, Fang Yuan could only start planning early with great foresight. The sovereign immortal aperture was not easy to manage. Fang Yuan not only had to consider his current gains, he also had to think about the future. In conclusion, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already grown much, but it still needed a lot of development work. The sovereign immortal aperture had too much potential. It had 5 regions and 9 heavens, even mini southern border, which had taken in all of Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources, could not be filled up. Nobody would believe this story, and every layer of the 9 heavens had the size of all 5 regions combined. Fang Yuan had already noticed that the development of the sovereign immortal aperture would be a vast and unparalleled project. Up until now, out of 100%, his current developments could barely be considered to make up 2% completion. Were it not for me being the person involved and witnessing this myself, how could I possibly believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Shadow Sect, and Zombie Alliance planned for 100,000 years to obtain this. I took this from them. This conflict is truly irreconcilable. Sigh. It is a pity. Even though in this trip, I managed to deal a blow to Ing Wuxie's group, it could not truly shake their foundation. Fang Yuan sighed when he thought of this. In the dark secret room, he sat quietly. His hair hung down to his waist. His skin was pure like jade. His eyes were unfathomably dark like an abyss, as cold light flashed in them occasionally. After adjusting his breathing, Fang Yuan mobilized his immortal essence, using an immortal killer move. Chi Luck Sensation. At once, a feeling spread out from Fang Yuan's body. If he had luck inspection immortal goo, Fang Yuan would be able to see his huge luck shaking above his head. Fang Yuan started to feel vague spots of sensation appearing one by one. Western Desert. The sun was blazing hot, causing steam to rise up from the sandy ground. A pursuit of life and death was engaging here. Rascal. You actually dare to snatch the goo worm that us bandits want. Don't let me catch you. I will tear you to pieces, and use your skin as a lantern cover. Surrender. Obediently hand over polished gold goo, and you might have a chance to live. A large group of goo masters with an imposing aura were chasing Han Li, who was running in front of them. Han Li had extremely great luck when he was alone. His luck could be low at times, but after it was connected, it had been very stable. He cultivated for a period of time. He had rank 3 cultivation level now. Elder level. In the goo master world, he could already hold his own. He was neither a beginner rank 1 nor a cannon fodder rank 2. Rank 3 cultivation level was elite in the goo master world. However, in his current situation, 3 of the pursuers had rank 3 cultivation level, the rest were rank 2 and 1. Han Li could only run. His primeval essence fell rapidly. His injuries were becoming a burden. Blood was oozing out. With every breath he took, Han Li endured pain that felt like a fire was burning his chest. But such pain could not make him let go. Right now, he was holding onto that polished gold goo. My aptitude is not high enough. Even though I have fortuitous encounters, in the long term, they are unreliable. This polished gold goo can increase my aptitude. It can grant me a brighter future. I need to push on. Only by betting my life on it can I have a chance to get stronger in the future. Han Li breathed roughly. He was extremely tired, but his legs moved like the wind. His running speed did not slow down at all. His eyes were burning with fire. Southern border. Water flowed down the lush green mountain. Yifan shouted loudly. As his body suddenly grew to twice of his original size, he was tall and extraordinary. Multicolored lights were shining out of his muscles and pores. His eyes were radiating with bright light. He was truly grand and elegant. Under the shocked gaze of his opponent, he punched with both fists like an unstoppable warrior. His aura was incredibly powerful. Rumble. Yifan took huge steps forward. Everywhere he went, light shone as rocks shattered and streams dried. His enemies were forced back by him without any chance of retaliating. Cough, cough, Shang Clan's Yifan, you live up to your reputation. This time we, the 18 sons of Wine Village, admit defeat. The leader of the enemies spat out blood. Even though he wanted to get up, he could not. The other 17 Gu masters were also lying on the ground. Some had fainted while others were grunting. Even though they could not fight anymore, they stared at Yi Fan with intense hatred. Yi Fan slowly adjusted his stance. He let out a breath. His huge body shrunk back to its original size. He looked at his opponents on the ground, saying calmly, "According to the rules, you 18 sons of Wine Village are not to take a step onto this mountain again. This is now Shang clan's territory." "Humph, don't worry, we might be lone cultivators. But we lost this contest fair and square. We will keep our word." The leader replied firmly. Yi Fan nodded. He rubbed his hands together. As jade green light shone on the 18 sons of Wine Village, they first shook in anxiety, but soon, they found that their injuries were rapidly recovering. Soon, the 18 sons of Wine Village stood up. They were able to move again. The 18 sons of Wine Village looked at Yi Fan with more relaxed expressions now. Ever since Yi Fan accepted Gu Immortal Shang Qing's Gu Master inheritance, his cultivation level might not have risen much, but his overall strength had grown drastically. He had methods in all aspects and did not have a visible flaw. When Shang Xinci first became clan leader, Shang clan's mortal sector had lots of internal and external problems. It was Yi Fan who stood up and helped Shang Xinci resolve her problems. Right now, Yi Fan chased away the 18 sons of Wine Village. He helped Shang clan open up a new trade route and eased her political pressure. The leader sighed, cupping his fists. "Yi Fan, you are very strong, but you let us off in the end. We brothers will accept this favor. As long as you are in Shang clan, we will not target it. However, if you want to open up the trade route, we are only the third hurdle. You have 2 more obstacles ahead." "I understand. Any Gu master in these 2 rounds would be stronger than all of you combined." Yi Fan nodded expressionlessly. He had a lot of information. Shang clan was a huge force. Shang Xinci would not restrict Yi Fan in this aspect. But the leader's following words made Yi Fan's expression change. He. Yi Fan, be careful. These 2 obstacles have changed. Not long ago, White Demon appeared and defeated those lone cultivators. Right now, she has already gathered all the Gu masters in these 2 rounds, becoming the mastermind. If you arrived a day later, we would have surrendered to White Demon as well." "White Demon? You mean the black and white demons?" Yi Fan's eyes shined brightly. The leader of the 18 sons of Wine Village nodded. "If it were not a famous demonic cultivator like White Demon, why would those lone cultivators submit? She has unfathomable strength. I would advise you to consider it thoroughly." Shang Xinci's image appeared in Yi Fan's mind, before He Tu appeared in his mind. "No!" His body shook with determination. He spoke plainly, with an indisputable tone. "I will go. Central Continent. In a nameless cave. Don't come here. Don't come here." Hong Yi's clothes were torn, his muscular chest was exposed. A morbidly obese female Gu master chuckled as she approached him. "Little sweetheart, can you escape? You have ended up in my hands, accept your fate. Just submit to me. Ha ha ha." Whoosh. With a soft sound, Hong Yi's clothes were all stripped away. The female Gu master jumped, about to press on him. "No!" Hong Yi screamed in fear. At the moment of crisis, he unleashed 200% of his potential. He broke the seal on his body and pushed the female Gu master away. "Impossible! How could you break the seal I created?" The female Gu master was startled and angered. "That is because I am here." A mini-man Gu master appeared on Hong Yi's shoulder. "You finally came." Hong Yi was about to cry. "We got the thing, let's go." The mini-man whispered. The female Gu master's expression changed. She sensed something amiss. The muscles on her fat face distorted. "So that's it. You 2 came here to steal my ecstasy water." Hong Yi Fan. Han Li. Even though Fang Yuan could not see their experiences, he could sense their locations and differentiate them. Because of their relationship from Connect Luck, Qi Luck Sensation could detect them across all 5 regions. However, He Lulan and Ying Wuxie were nowhere to be found. From this, Fang Yuan concluded that Ying Wuxie indeed had a way to conceal his own luck connection. Actually, so be it if he does. But Ying Wuxie as a person is maturing. he will be much more problematic to deal with in the future. This was why there was no strongest immortal goo, only strongest goo immortal. The goo immortal was the core. Ying Wuxie's matured mind, in Fang Yuan's opinion, was far scarier than whatever strong immortal goo he had. The other party can deal with chi luck sensation. Then in the future, I can only reduce the number of times I use this immortal killer move. After all, this was an immortal killer move. It required green grape immortal essence to activate. Once it was used frequently, even Fang Yuan could not bear the cost. This trip to Eastern Sea was rather successful, but his green grape immortal essence stockpile had already reduced sharply. He needed to replenish it. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the best situation was that he could find Ying Wuxie's location and exert pressure on him, or even kill him to get rid of the threat entirely. But currently, the situation was not as he wished. Fang Yuan thought about it. He could only choose the best alternative and focus on raising his strength. But he knew deeply, there was only one true inheritance of He Fan, but Shadow Sect has remnant forces in all 5 regions. In this trip to Eastern Sea, I did not get rid of Ying Wuxie. The next time we meet, they might already greatly surpass me in strength. Shadow Sect did not lack resources, and they had at least 4 goo immortals on their side. Right now, Fang Yuan could only do his best and develop. When they met again, hopefully, he would not be left in the dust by Ying Wuxie and the rest. Fang Yuan took out perceivable Dao immortal goo. This rank 6 information path goo worm was now healthy and strong. It gave off an alluring light. It had been saved by Fang Yuan. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan started to activate this immortal goo.